A bit bad. Bing. So we got uh James K. Lindsay keeps releasing these massive like hour-long videos.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of collaboration. He also, a lot of them are, he does a stream with another creator, and they stream it to
Okay.
both their channels. And then he just has his thumbnail guy make a thumbnail for his stream.
Hmm.
But then he's also been bringing experts on.
Ethan?
No, James Kerlinzy.
Yes, okay. And that's why there's like longer content, I'm assuming.
Well, most of it is, like I said, he's been doing a dual stream with this other guy.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, BB.
This
All right, to mark his first 100 days in office, President Trump did an interview with ABC News, and it went completely off the rails. So Lovett and I wanted to show you guys some highlights in this Pod Save America YouTube exclusive.
has the volume.
Fine.
Exclusive. We are exclusive now. This first clip is about Kilmar Abrego Garcia and what Trump seems to believe is evidence that he was a member of the MS-13 gang.
He wasn't a member of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
Oh my God.
There's a dispute
Well,
over
wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles.
He literally
had some
didn't.
tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the
do that.
letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was photoshopped. So let me
That
just...
was Photoshop. Terry, you
He
can't
had-
do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime.
Oh my
I know
God.
You're doing the interview. I picked you
Oh my
because,
God.
frankly, I
Oh
never
my
heard of
God.
you, but that's okay.
Oh my God.
I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to
Terry,
move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture. We'll
And you
agree
think it
to
was
disagree.
Photoshop?
Please.
Well,
Oh my God. Please, 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 please show him the picture so I can explain to you, you dumb cunt, why this is Photoshop. My God. Like the image is literally somebody putting on his knuckles that this means MS-13, literally implying that that's what it was. Like this
The
man is
reason
the
the
president
picture
of
is
the
out
United
there,
States.
too.
This
The
this
reason
man
this
is
out there too is literally because Trump was holding it up.
like
So Trump looked at this picture and nobody explained to him that that's just what the tattoo is labeled as. They assumed it was self-explanatory. But this is what happens. The president is literally as stupid as the voter base.
there's our new title. President Trump is stupid as his voter base. Incredible. It's so obvious too. That's the funniest part. Like it's literally just labeled on the picture. Is it literally the same font as the title here?
Yes. And it's labeled underneath too, which you can't see.
It is too.
In the regular photo, you can't see that it's also labeled underneath.
It says
You see how there's
marijuana
like a
smile
white space
cross.
because they put text boxes on it.
Yep. Very
So,
funny.
like, he looked at that and also didn't think anything of the words.
Truly, we are in the dumbest timeline.
He had
Fair enough.
MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine,
No,
sir.
Terry,
I want to get to
Terry,
Ukraine.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They weren't
Take a look
there,
at the
but they're
photograph.
there now, right?
No,
but they're there
in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
he's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
Okay?
We'll take a look.
You see how the reporters immediately
this is
see
incredible.
here because he just wants to move on? He realizes, wow, I could really focus on this.
And it's like you could,
But he's literally doing Trump a favor here by trying
by
to move
not
on
sticking
from
to it. Yes, he is 100%. Because
But, like-
if I was in this position, I would literally bring the photo up and explain to him why this is a labeling, not the tattoos,
Go
and
back.
completely
the
embarrass him.
journalist is something like, well, they're not in there in El Salvador, so...
Yes, yeah, like a sort of flippant, sort of facetious comment, yeah.
Like
But he
he's
could have gone
moving
way
on.
harder.
People no longer believe the news because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't
is
there when he's in El Salvador.
They
Take
weren't
a look
there,
at the
but they're
photograph.
there now, right?
No,
but they're there
in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
he's got MS-13
They're there in
on
your
his
picture,
knuckles.
he said.
All right.
Okay,
We'll take a look.
It's you do
We'll take a
such a
look.
disservice.
I would just be like, hey, I would call my producer over and I would be like, hey, get me the picture. Like if you were there and I'm the interviewer, I would go,
And then
hey, John, get me the picture.
It would be even funnier. What's even funnier from here... Now, here's the thing. Trump can never fucking back off from this.
No, he can't, because
He'll
if he
never
does,
be able to admit that he was wrong here.
yep, it's
So he's probably gonna be like,
self-preservation.
well, he had him removed.
In the time that he got deported in the prison.
But what would be funny if the journalist brought up the picture here, and then Trump would immediately call over, because like he did this in his first term, where he had someone else bring out a chart for him, and the Axios guy looks at the chart and he goes, "Oh, you're sorting it by population."
That's awesome. That's fucking
Like
great.
they literally would manipulate how the data was given to Trump so it looked good to him.
Yeah. Hilarious. Like, is that not emblematic of a cult of personality?
Well, still got elected with a mandate.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't
sir.
you just say yes, he does, and go on to something else?
It's contested.
It's the most Thanksgiving political argument I've
Yes.
seen from a mainstream
Yes.
journalist, in which, like, Terry Moran, I think he did a great job on the whole throughout this interview. But it
On
is
the whole.
interesting in this moment that he's like, it's bullshit. I just want to move on, though. I got a lot of topics to cover. Like, saying you'll agree to disagree, I get what he's saying. I actually don't ever, I'm not critical of it. It's just, you're saying you'll agree to disagree. The president of the United States held up a photoshopped photo to impugn a man because you mistakenly sent him to an El Salvador gulag. Like, that is disgusting.
It wasn't a mistake.
Disgusting. And it's not clear in watching the clip. Does Trump...
It was not a mistake. I guarantee that they went through immigration cases that had been ruled, and his name came up.
I don't think they did that much work.
You don't think?
That's silly. No.
How are they getting these names then?
What do you mean?
Like,
These people are all like green card holders.
yeah, that's what I mean. So how are they selecting who gets their green card stolen from them?
They're just selecting anyone who's like, it's the government. They fucking, the thing with this whole idea that there's undocumented people in this country. Do you know what undocumented means? Actually,
That they're not in the system at all. They're essentially ghosts in America.
Nope. It means they do not have a work visa.
Oh.
That's it. So someone who
Right.
comes over and claims asylum, if they're not getting a work visa, they're undocumented.
Incredible.
It's a term that's associated with the labor pool.
Wow. Of course it is.
So it's always been about going after asylum seekers and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, if you have a work visa, anything, they're targeted. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Now, I will tell you, the minimal amount of effort that did go into it is they pulled up their database on immigrants who have committed crimes.
Mm.
And anyone in that database was their first targets. But,
Yeah.
I mean, they have already gone to wrong houses
Mm-hmm.
and detained people who are American citizens.
Doesn't
There was
surprise
a
me.
story I just saw where they took a mother and her, like, children out in their underwear in custody because they went
Right.
to the wrong house.
Very cool. It's crazy that people are seeing this happen and are just fine with it. That's the craziest part.
I mean, like, it's not that, and like I always fucking say, bro, with the fucking historical narrative that these commies want to make, that America was always like this genocidal state. Like, you don't think people had issues with Andrew Jackson? He was still elected with a mandate.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing now. They literally quoted Andrew Jackson.
That is true. We've gone over it many times.
The court has clearly ruled.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the thing. It's so funny that he doesn't realize that he's more like Jackson than any other president. Because, like, Jackson literally beat people to death.
Like himself.
Yes, he literally beat a man to death, I think, on the Senate floor. And then I also believe
Crazy.
he kills Aaron Burr, doesn't he? Or is that Hamilton?
I think is that the duel on the front lawn? That's Hamilton. You insulted my honor, sir.
He kills someone else
demand a duel.
associated with that shit.
Okay. It's time to duel.
Know it was Photoshopped, but not give a fuck? Does he genuinely not know?
I think he's genuinely
Why don't we
stupid.
put up the photo of Rico Garcia's actual knuckles
Did it already?
compared to what Trump held up? So
He was also
on his
Oh,
knuckles,
the actual knuckles.
Andrew
Okay.
Jackson was also the first president to be targeted by assassins.
Damn.
So that just goes to show you how similar he is.
Oh my god,
he-
look, the MS in 13 is not there. Crazy. Who would have thunk it?
He's got like a marijuana leaf, a smiley face, a cross, and a skull. Apparently what happened is a bunch of right-wing influencers started circulating this interpretation that what
killed
that stood
Charles
for
Dickinson.
was M is the marijuana, S is the smiley face, the cross is a 1, and the skull is a 3. So it says
He was
MS-13.
wounded in the duel.
Clearly
and
someone then
survived.
Okay.
But he also did. He definitely did beat a man to death.
printed out their interpretation.
Well, I don't think Trump's
Or
baby
nearly
hands
killed
have the
him.
potential. I think Trump would break his girly little hands if he tried
But
to beat someone to death.
The point is that, like, the way that Jackson, like, he used authoritarianism in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, Trump made it so, like, your voter base will hate you if you say anything against him.
Yes. It was the cult of personality.
He beat a would-be assassin with the cane. He definitely also beat a guy in the middle of Congress.
That's fucking crazy.
For Trump, who, as you noted, held it up in the photo. I think he sincerely believes that those photoshopped letters and numbers are actually
The guy,
on his knuckles.
yeah. So the guy
And that it
tried
means
to
that, like,
assassinate
this
him,
is
and
he really
and
is
Jackson started whacking him with the cane.
Mm.
genuinely an MS-13. Like when Trump is asked about the Supreme Court ruling, which was 9-0 against him, he says what Stephen Miller claims, which is that the court ruled in his favor, that he has independent control of foreign policy, which is in part
List
what the
of
court
violent
was saying,
incidents
but the thrust of
involving
it is he
Andrew
must facilitate.
Jackson. Okay.
Legal to
Duel,
possess up
duel,
to
duel.
legal access to seeds lit. Social sharing and gifting will be legal up to 2 bags. Hell yeah. Weed party,
The
baby.
return of Abrego Garcia. And then he says, no, they ruled 9-0 in my favor. And Trump, as president, spends most of his day on camera. He's not a details
doing the
guy. He
details.
says in this interview that he's a details guy, but he's not a details guy.
Sure.
And so you watch this and you just, at this point, I think we genuinely don't know
Jackson
if
may
Trump
have
is
suffered
in
lead
or not
poisoning
in
because they
on
weren't
the line.
able to remove the bullet.
Jesus.
I mean, most MS-13 experts say that there are gang tattoos, but they're quite explicit. They say like MS-13. It's not like little symbols and stuff. Yeah, to your point on Terry Moran here, like, why move on, Terry? Like, be like, bring me the paper, bring me the photo. Let's look.
Same as me. See, this is why you listen to us and not these nerds.
He had a big, like, he got a big moment out of that back and forth, but he could have had a better one. If he was like, do you think these letters and numbers are real,
I'm just
sir?
skimming it. I didn't see anything about him specifically beating a guy in Congress, but there's plenty of him beating to guys in taverns and shit.
Yeah. He loves beating off.
The point is that they're very similar. And like Jackson, like he did like Reagan numbers for the election, and it's because they had just ruled that every man except black people, well, every white man, every natural born citizen had the right to vote. Obviously not women, right?
Yeah.
So all the poor people went out to vote, and he used this populism and shit to get the poor people to vote for him. And he was like, his like party like continued on, like he literally, like, the Whigs became the anti-Jacksonians. Like, he completely destroyed the party system.
Well, he was the turn of the party system at that time, no? Yeah. And then the next party flip post-Civil War? Will the next party system change post-Civil War, then what?
I would
New
have
Deal?
to check. I'm doing my little tweeties.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact party change system past Reagan. Reagan was the most recent one. We're going through another one. The one before that, I'm not sure. The original guy is then Jackson.
Okay, hang on.
Has to be Civil War.
I have it pulled up. I just gotta retweet my shit real quick.
And like, this is another thing that you don't hear anybody talking about, or at least I haven't, is the party system changes and how we're like, as you brought up and you said it, and I'm sure that you got it from somewhere.
Post in a while, but Jackie on Twitter has said similar things.
Yeah, I think that maybe that's.
I don't know if she specifically has mentioned the party systems though.
Because I'm sure that you got it from somewhere and then looked into it a little more and was like, hey, this is actually a good idea.
I mean, I'm literally looking at it on Wikipedia right now. Okay.
So what were the year periods?
So the first party system is 1792 to 1824. First party system was a political system. Featured 2 national parties competing for control of the presidency, Congress, and the states. The Federalist Party, created largely by Alexander Hamilton, and the rival Jeffersonian Democratic Republican Party, formed by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison. Usually called at the time the Republican Party. I say Federalist and Anti-Federalist. It was mostly, I believe, the initial issues form around the Constitution.
Okay.
Like, Jefferson's party is more about the Articles of Confederation.
Yeah.
Or something.
Second party system?
California's in this one. The second party system, Democrats and Whigs. The system was characterized by rapidly rising levels of voter interest beginning in 1828, as demonstrated by election day turnouts, rallies, partisan newspapers, and high degrees of personal loyalty to the parties. The two major parties dominated the political landscape: the Democratic Party, led by Andrew Jackson, and the Whig Party, assembled by Henry Clay from the National Republicans.
Okay.
And from other opponents of Jackson. Minor parties, including the Anti-Masonic Party, the
Masons.
Abolitionist Liberty Party, and the Anti-Slavery Expansion Party, the Free Soil Party. The second party system reflected and shaped the political, social, and economic and cultural currents of the Jacksonian era until it was succeeded by the third party system. Third party system. Political parties in the United States from the 1850s to 1890s, which featured a profound developments in issues of American nationalism, modernization, and race. This period was marked by the American Civil War, the Emancipation Proclamation, and the end of slavery in the United States, followed by the Reconstruction and Gilded Age. Fourth system, from 1896 to 1932, was dominated by the Republican Party, except in 1912 split, in which the Democrats captured the White House. This is also, keep in mind, this is when the Democrats were the slavery party. And that's why the Democrats had no power in this era. Like, if you look at this map, the only blue states are literally the fucking slave states. Like, the primary slave states are the bluest states.
Yep. And Nevada and fucking Colorado too.
It's so funny because, like, every other country, the blue party is the conservative party, and and these people still deny we had a party flip, and it's like, bro, our colors are even different than other countries. Like, everyone got together and decided, oh, we're gonna have two colors. The assholes are gonna be the blue ones.
Yeah, literally every other country. But that could be a factor of colonialization as well, especially the British ones. Because
I mean, it all came from the Magna Carta.
Yeah.
And shit.
They didn't have colors though. Did the French Revolution have colors on each side? Or was that
yes,
just
I
left,
believe
right?
It was red and blue.
Really? Interesting. The French Revolution and its fucking consequences have been devastating for the human race. That's true, they do. The center is white.
Yeah, it's like vaguely passive-aggressive. He's like, well, they weren't there in El Salvador, moving on. Well, I think we'll agree to disagree because it's not true. We're moving on. And it's like, well, hold on a second. You're the President of the United States. You've, based on this evidence, decided that this person should be thrown in a gulag and never released without an indefinite sentence. And it's fucking fake. That's a big deal.
It's fake. And
I typed in,
just for the record, to the extent
French
there is
political
evidence
party
in air
colors.
quotes that Abrigo Garcia.
First of all, kind of fashy. Oh my goodness. What is going on here?
Oh no. Well, they are French nationalists.
Yeah.
Hey. Yellow.
Well, that's
Republicans are blue.
Today.
So Republicans are nationalists, and who's the red?
Well, that's the thing. I'm just trying to look at a fucking... There's all their countries and shit. I just wanted a fucking...
The Bonapartists.
Parliament.
Yes, French Parliament is probably a better one to look up.
Color for the Jacobins.
Francois. I imagine the Jacobins would be red. Fucking commies. Well, they're nationalists, I guess.
Yeah. You know, oh, they got a little bit of pink.
I made a party. The party colors would be purple and gold.
It looks like it's changed. See, this one's more yellow.
Okay. So not necessarily red and blue.
This one's red and blue.
Mm. Are they the major parties?
I mean, yeah, it's Macron.
Okay. And what's Le Pen's?
It looks like Macron was. Well, this is See, it's the 15th Legislature. It's this guy. Wasn't this guy the pro-Putin guy?
Which guy?
Francis Hollanday.
Not sure. I don't recognize
Socialist
the name.
Party.
National, so the blue, navy blue is National Rally. So like a dark blue. And they're the nationalists. That's Le Pen, conservatives.
But it's more, they got a more of a pink than a red.
Mm.
And I guess I can't go further back than that. The Wikipedia breaks after that.
Oh, Renaissance is Le Pen, is Macron's party, blue and yellow. Interesting. France is confusing.
Yeah, this guy was definitely. I'm pretty sure Francis Hollandaise. Yeah, France has been more of a pink than a red.
Interesting. A lot of parties, I guess.
It's funny because different parties will have the pink and the blue throughout the years.
Oh, you know what I found out recently? And I should have known this before, but I didn't know this, and it came up in that documentary, that Nazi documentary I watched.
Triumph of
The
Will?
No, it was a different one about the Nazi economy. Um, and they basically, when they were consolidating power, they got rid of trade unions in favor of a single centralized trade union, which
Anyway,
obviously controlled all the union labor and whatever through the state.
the fourth party system,
There's a
dominated
few
by the
countries that still
Republicans.
had that. In this early 1900s, yeah.
American history texts usually call this period the Progressive Era.
Did this include FDR, or was FDR the start of the next one?
He might have come in at the end.
Okay.
Teddy Roosevelt. I think it's technically after him. Like he comes in right after.
Yeah.
FDR is the next. Yeah, so fifth party system, known as the New Deal party system.
Yeah,
The
that.
era of American national politics that began with Roosevelt. And it's debated whether it starts in 1932 or 1964. The sixth party system, as with any periodization, offers differ from when the sixth party system may have begun, with suggested dates ranging from the 1960s to the Republican Revolution of 1994. Nonetheless, the agreement among scholars is that the six-party systems feature strong division between Democrat and Republican parties, which are rooted in socioeconomic, class, cultural, religious, educational, racial issues, and debates over the proper role of the government. This party system likely began as a result of the long-term realignment of the conservative Southern Democrats, particularly those in the Dixiecrat movement, into the Republican Party because of their disillusionment by previous realignment of progressives into the Democratic Party. So that's funny. So the progressives literally did come out of the progressives were able to come out because the Dixiecrats weren't fucking joining with them. So all the big racists didn't participate in the election, and that's what actually caused the party flip, where the Democrats became the liberals.
Interesting, because I know that it was. I mean, as you said, it was to do with the Dixiecrats and desegregation, wasn't it?
Well, the thing is,
what the party flip was.
The progressive era starts way before this.
Yeah.
Right. And
I'm saying that it ends
because these racist parties weren't participating and aligning with them. It caused the not racist, because like a lot of these early Democrats are black too.
Yes, they were. Yep. Very interesting learning about the party flip and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and it's just because they were in the South.
Yeah.
And then the seventh party system is a proposed era of American politics that began somewhere around the time of the 2010s or 2020s. Its periodization alongside the sixth party system is heavily debated due to the lack of overwhelming change in the hands of Congress since the end of the New Deal party system. Theories as to the beginning date of the seventh party system range from 2008 to 2020. As political scientists Mark D. Buer and L. Sandy Maisel describe, in the wake of Donald Trump's 2016 presidential victory, there is now strengthening debate as to whether the United States is entering a new party system as Trump fundamentally reshapes the Republican Party and the Democratic Party responds and evolves as well. It's going to be the Donald Trump party system in the future.
Yeah,
that's what they're going to call it.
Yeah, I would imagine. So have people been saying it's actually moved yet, or do you think we haven't quite seen the transition?
There's political scientists who are saying that we're in the seventh party system
already. Interesting.
I mean, they started saying that in 2010.
Oh. Okay. Well, I mean, that's
2016.
Yeah, I mean that's probably where where it'll be pegged back to, I imagine.
Pegging?
So I imagine that 2016 will be the year that they put as the start point, and like 2024 is probably the real like where it starts going. But I guess we'll see after the election what happens, or after the next term, and it'll be very interesting.
It was in MS-13. It is one, the clothing he was wearing at the time of his arrest, and then two, the testimony of a Maryland cop who was later suspended because he shared confidential information with a prostitute he was sleeping with. So this man is no longer a part of the force. So the fate of Abrego Garcia is resting on clothing choices, like sartorial choices, and then the word of a corrupt cop who claims a confidential informant said that Abrego Garcia was a member of a corrupt gang in a place where he never lived.
Acting like they all are.
Well, we should go to the next. Let's go to the next one. So Moran also pushed Trump on getting Abrego Garcia back from El Salvador. Let's listen.
You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk.
I could.
You could pick it up, and with all the power of the presidency, you could call up the president of El Salvador and say, send him back right now.
And if he were the gentleman that you say he is, I would do that.
But the court has ordered you to facilitate that.
I'm not the one making this decision. We have lawyers that don't want to do this.
But the buck stops in this.
I love this.
No.
You're the president shit.
You want me to follow the law?
Like him acting like I don't have the power. And remember, I want to remind you how everyone screeched whenever Biden says something like, "Oh, I shouldn't be doing that. They'll get mad at me," type stuff. Whenever Biden ceded that he was the ultimate authority, they started screeching that he was actually controlled. But with Trump, oh, it's fine.
Yeah, of course. Trump just knows what he's doing. You just have to trust the plan.
Do anything, I'd probably keep him
Part
right
of the
where he
deal.
is. Court says what the law is.
If I was able to do whatever I want, I would probably keep him right where he is, but I'm not.
What's the difference? I mean, John was saying before that he's more like Jackson than Reagan, but I
Yeah.
think
I think he's more Jackson than Reagan.
I think his
He wishes
economic
he was
policy,
Reagan.
yeah, I think his economic policy might echo Reagan more, but his actual actions are definitely more Jacksonian.
So I have to keep him right where he is, which I don't have to do. I could get him back at any moment. The court has ordered you to bring him back. Well, that's not up to me. Who the fuck is it up to?
What are you talking about? Yeah, I think Terry Moran's like, you could use that phone and get him back right now. Trump's like, yes, I could. That will appear in like in a court pretty soon. Like the lawyers for Rodrigo Garcia. Will be
He literally
presenting
said
that
I
as evidence
could, and
that the
then
administration
immediately said I don't have the power right after.
Literally talking through both sides of his mouth.
is not following the Supreme Court's order to facilitate the return of this man.
Yeah, it's pretty cut and dry because what the administration has said is the court has said that we are in charge of foreign policy, but we must facilitate his return. We interpret that to mean if he is sent back to the United States, we have to
Also,
keep him here, or some convoluted explanation for what.
Of the Trump admin right now.
Okay.
He even up-talks. Like, everything's a question.
I think we were making fun of him for it the other day, weren't we?
Yeah, so, like, more reason why he's the worst. But, like, he's the one who literally said the Supreme Court made their decision, let them enforce it.
Jackson shit.
Why they have no responsibility to try and get him back. The courts have said that, no, you have to facilitate this man's return. And then they say, well, we're not in charge of the El Salvador jail. He's not in our custody. If you think the U.S. courts can order a Salvadoran leader to do something, well, that's news to the Salvadoran leader and to the American Constitution. But now we know Trump is saying, I can bring him back. That is pretty clear. Then either you bring him back or you're violating the court order. It's not, you're right. It isn't up to you. The court has said you need to facilitate his return. Right. You now are admitting you can do that. It's a very big deal.
Yeah, the Supreme Court kind of gave him an out, which was to have Marco Rubio make a fake phone call down to El Salvador, say, hey, can we get this guy back? Bukele says no. And you're like, well, we tried. And now Trump is saying, oh, yeah, of course I can get it done in a second.
Yeah, the what is surprising throughout this whole Abreu Garcia fiasco is they have not been using that excuse. They've been saying they simply don't want to, or they don't have an obligation to. There was a story out in the Times. No, in the Oval, Bukele and Trump were on the same page, but what the Times...
It really is embarrassing for this country that our best journalist is a child.
Times basically had
this
was such a mess and so chaotic.
He's not a journalist.
I don't think it's gotten enough attention. People have talked about it.
What about you?
They were so
I don't focus on Australian politics.
Mm-hmm.
Other people do that. I got bigger things to worry about.
To El Salvador, they sent a group of women down there.
Yeah,
the prison doesn't.
Nothing like literally nothing of consequence happens in this fucking country. It's so far away from everything, and nobody gives a fuck. I want out.
Women, so they were turned around and sent back.
Fuck
so they
this
can
country.
get people back, but apparently, Bukele wanted more evidence as to what these people did to prove that they were a member of Tren de Aragua, and the Trump administration was scrambling to gather evidence, both for Bukele apparently, but for themselves, because they really hadn't done their due diligence, because part of this was just grabbing people that were in the vicinity, people who touched the immigration system, like Andres, who came for his appointment through the CPB-1 app, or that Uber Eats driver who happened to cross the wrong bridge. Some of this was just that people touched the immigration system on the wrong fucking weekend.
Yep. And yeah, there's another New York Times story that suggests the State Department called Bukele, asked for Abreu Garcia back. Bukele refused because Abreu Garcia is a citizen of El Salvador. He lived there until he was 16. But I do think it's worth noting that Abreu Garcia...
Holy shit. Controls on industry participants to favor small operators and exclude large corporations. They want to put
I just realized
cannabis into the hands of people. That's fucking
like
great.
A spectrum measurement. It's like a pie chart measurement, like an alignment measurement. For the longest time, you want to know what I actually thought it was?
A clown?
Nope.
Like that's actually such a fantastic policy for the legalization of cannabis, is to get it
I
out of
thought it
big
was
corporations.
some like
Fantastic.
shiny variant of this thing.
Oh, that's so funny. That's fucking hysterical.
Look, I put pool instead of pole.
I saw. Um, the second stage of the legalization from this party wants to make social clubs. They can assign their home to grow rights to cannabis social club. Fucking, that's cool. So you can basically buy a house for the club and grow inside the house, and then have a club for 100 people and just smoke that weed. That's fucking great. I'm fucking big fan of this party.
Garcia has not even been accused of committing a crime in El Salvador. So on what basis is Bukele holding him? Now, I'm not naive here. Like, I realize that Bukele declared what he calls a state of exception in 2022, and after that, he's just sweeping up men, throwing them in prison, not even accusing them of a crime. But we should just be honest about what we are complicit in here, which is just robbing this man of his due process, not even accusing him of doing it.
If anything,
there's another example that just came out in the
Trump
last
is
couple of
copying
days.
Bukele's policy.
Yeah.
I know, babies. I just got to do a few more work things, and then I'll give you stuff.
Mother was deported to Venezuela. The father is in the El Salvadoran prison. The daughter is in foster care, who's in the U.S. The immigration system, there is always like pain in it. It is like even a humane and just system involves, borders involve making hard decisions. But this is so cruel. It is so evil. And Trump, like, he doesn't even want to defend it. Yeah, he can't really defend it.
Well, luckily, love it. This interview ended on a more kind of warm and cordial note. Let's watch the conclusion. Second to last question.
I think we're a respected country again. We were laughed at all over the world. We had a president that couldn't.
He really is completely fucking unaware, isn't he? Like, everybody is laughing at America, laughing at Donald Trump, and he's like, we're so respected. No, you're fucking not. You've literally lost all your respect on the international world stage. It's a laughing stock.
Couldn't walk up a flight of stairs, couldn't walk down a flight of stairs, couldn't walk across a stage without falling. We had a president that was grossly incompetent. You knew it, I knew it, and everybody knew it, but you guys didn't want to write it because you're fake news.
All right. Thank you.
And by the way, ABC is one of the worst. I have to be honest with you.
Thank you for the opinion, but more importantly, thank you for having us here. I have one more question.
I love that. I love that. Thank you, sir. I so appreciate your opinion. I have one more question. What's funny about this, right, is like ABC, Disney, is one of the companies that caved to Trump. They did a $16 million settlement over a frivolous lawsuit because George Stephanopoulos, in a way that I think is like eminently defensible, referenced the fact that Trump had been found liable for sexual assault in New York. The technical statutory definition of rape is slightly different in New York, but the judge in that case said it would meet what the common definition of what rape is. Like, George Stephanopoulos made a completely reasonable summary of what took place. They claimed it was defamation, and Disney, a company with ferocious lawyers, decided they'd rather bend the knee and get this off their backs. Doesn't seem to have bought them very much goodwill, although I guess it did get Terry Moran into the Oval.
Got him the interview. The whole time Trump's like, I handpicked you. I didn't even know who the hell you were, but now you're in the Oval Office. Like, I kind of think you did know who he was. Anyway, it's so funny. Like, you suck, your network sucks. Thank you.
Yeah, it's also just thinking, like, Trump just saw Joe Biden at the Pope's funeral.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the 2 days before, a day before. Imagine just having a cordial conversation with somebody, and the next day you turn on ABC and he's like, this guy's a fucking zombie, a dead piece of shit.
Par for the course. All right, love it. That'll wrap things up for us. I think John and Dan are going to talk more about this on Friday's Pod Save America. But please subscribe to our YouTube channel if you like these YouTube exclusives. Democrats are losing badly to Republicans on YouTube. That is a huge problem because when people search for political news, they get Breitbart, they get the Daily Wire, they don't get good information. By subscribing, you help us grow. You help us get good information to people who want to learn more about politics, and that is half the battle.
Right. So I'm just looking at the Libertarian page for Australia. I would say this party is completely and utterly off the table because their New South Wales candidate is Craig Kelly, who is the second in charge for the United Australia Party, which is Fatty McFuckhead, what's his name? Clive Palmer, the billionaire guy. Clive Palmer's party. So instead of going to the Liberals, this fucking guy went to the Libertarians to grift. So I'm basically gonna have to talk about that. I sent you the Hasan, Ethan, Sam video if you wanted to watch that one.
I'll watch it when you're like back and at your desk.
Okay. Or do you want to take over now?
No, I will.
No.
I will in a second. Look at Trump and Zelensky. We didn't look at that.
Yes.
Do you see Trump said he wants to be the Pope?
Oh my God. They should make him the Pope and then get rid of him.
Kill him.
Yeah, do that.
Oh.
This looks shit. Let's go with this.
The papal funeral has doubled as a stage for diplomacy as world leaders gathered outside St. Peter's Basilica to mourn the pontiff. Inside, a potentially historic meeting was taking place. Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky had a face-to-face and seemingly cordial interaction as the fight for peace in Ukraine presses on.
In a quiet corner of St. Peter's Basilica, with no aides and few cameras, two leaders come face to face. Their first such meeting since that fiery Oval Office clash.
You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
This time a hushed but still intense conversation as Ukraine's president tries to revive faltering efforts to end Russia's war, which just last week saw the capital Kyiv pounded by missiles and drones.
I'd pound it.
Mr. President, how did the meeting with Trump go?
Did the meeting with Trump go?
Really had a productive meeting. I don't want to go to a lot of details.
On social media, he added that it was a very symbolic meeting that has potential to become historic if we achieve joint results. Only a day earlier, Donald Trump declared a ceasefire deal was very close. But as he left Rome, he can see
where are all the chatters?
Social, maybe Putin doesn't want to stop the war. He's just tapping me along.
Oh my God.
New sanctions on Russia.
Is that Trump saying that?
People are dying. Despite his
maybe Putin's having you on? Really, you fucking idiot.
Remember what I said about the context Ben Shapiro was dropping?
Yeah.
And how it's because they're realizing that Trump actually can't do this with Putin and that he's going to have to fucking change his position. They're literally manipulating the voter base ahead of time.
Amazing. And we fucking found it at the source. How good is that?
Did you post to Discord and Instagram?
Yep.
Okay.
That's why we have 10 viewers, I think. But we had 7 now. What's up?
But yeah, like I said. So it's if this continues and they keep restructuring it as Putin being naughty.
Yeah.
Watch how quickly the voter base adapts to be anti-Putin.
To be pro-Ukraine and then fund Ukraine?
We'll see about that.
Yeah. Random question. Do you have a tripod? like a camera tripod?
No.
No.
I don't
If
need
you were to
one.
get one, what brand would you get?
Manfrotto.
Monfranto.
The Italian. Yeah.
It's Italian? Interesting.
Yeah.
I think this is
Yeah, no,
Japanese. I think this one is Japanese, the Velbon.
Manfrotto, it might be.
Okay.
Manfrotto is what it is.
Because when I went to Japan, my tripod got broken and I needed a new head for it. And
yeah, these like don't break.
Yeah, and this lucky it was a Japanese brand because I was able to go to a local store and just like grab a piece for it, which is fucking great. And this is I think this was like $300, $200, something like that. Fantastic. One of the best things I ever purchased. And then on top of that, I also have that DJI phone gimbal thing, which also attaches to the top. So I can literally film with my phone on this tripod, which is great because it's the same thread.
Already captured, and
Which is
what
probably the
Ukraine
case for
and its
all of them.
allies are pushing for, a complete and unconditional ceasefire. President Zelensky seizing on this moment to rally support, meeting also with his French counterpart Emmanuel Macron and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, both outspoken backers of Ukraine, as well as other key figures in European efforts for peace, showing that even in mourning, diplomacy takes centre stage. Tallulah Thompson for 10 News First.
What did you say about the camera lenses when it only has a white square on it?
It depends if it's Canon or not.
It is a Canon.
Yeah, so like it's the mounting ring on the camera itself, the body.
Okay.
The white square is not like the pro lenses.
Okay, that explains why
top
this one.
ones.
That's why this one has a white square and is the basic lens.
Mm-hmm. They're
I have
the
a-
consumer.
Yeah.
The white lenses also don't have as much tension on them. They're like not as well
Oh.
designed.
Oh, fair. You can feel that while you're actually using it, to be completely honest.
Yeah, they're slippy.
Yeah.
You can't really like
You can literally
can't really,
you can literally pull the lens out itself. Like you don't even need to use the ring.
yeah, which is only gonna fucking
Which is not
make
good.
it slip worse. But yeah, no, like if you point them down, the lens will start coming out.
Yes. Yeah, that kind of thing. That's why I'm looking for my Sigma lens, because even though it's old, it's better. Well, I guess that video finished. 1 second.
This tripod right here is like standard. Everyone uses it.
We know that around 170 foreign dignitaries were invited to the funeral stash, and we saw many of the more famous state leaders.
It didn't work. The link broke.
Certainly, Donald Trump, the US
I
president,
sent you
in the
Australian
front row
specific links to their
of
website
mourners
too.
at the service. And what did you make of
it was
the
just the last
possibility
one.
to bring some of these figures together?
Yeah, that might not work in your country.
I mean, I think, you know, it's testament to the papacy's like enduring
Okay.
moral authority as.
Oh, you know what? I didn't copy the whole
the
thing.
Pope being someone who can bridge.
Oh, damn,
divides,
they
who's
have a
obviously not
gimbal,
seen
too.
As a political actor who's siding with one side
Damn,
or
that
another,
looks
but someone
like
who
a
can
hectic
speak
tripod.
with authority on issues like Pope Francis
No,
did,
not
things
really.
that he made dear to his papacy, such as climate
They're pretty
change
simple.
and the way that it affects. You know, it's something that affects all of
Right,
humanity.
and then,
This
like,
doesn't stop at political divides, and I think that
The
that
step down
kind of
from
moral
that is
authority
this one.
that Pope
But
Francis,
it's really
you know,
the first one I sent,
embodied
because
is
you
part
can
of the
see,
reason
like,
we saw so many of these
the spacer
leaders making the trip
on it. You
to
can
the
drop that
Vatican
to the
here
floor
today,
as well.
warranting a lot of high
Oh,
security.
So if
Oh,
you're
for
on
extra
flat
stability.
ground,
to make sure
if
that,
you're on
you
flat
know,
ground,
more
you
people
drop the
hear it.
spacer to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And then also on the first one, the one that's like $700, the feet itself, they have they have like locks on it where you can put out spikes for terrain.
Damn. Okay. That's pretty cool. I don't know where the fuck I would have put these.
And the tension is better on it.
Yeah.
Like the cheaper one, it's just like a push button tension type thing.
Yeah.
Where you push the button and the tripod expands.
Yeah, I don't like that.
There's like, it's like literally like latches, you know? But like the more expensive one, they're actual knobs. You have to increase and decrease the tension on the legs. So like while it's extremely expensive, like unless you're like throwing your tripod everywhere, it's not gonna break.
Yeah.
But you know, like it's like as expensive as like
no, $350
a full camera.
Yeah. No, it is
like
rather
you can
expensive.
get a decent camera for the same price, which is why I use the Manfrotto monopod instead.
Yeah.
Also because the tripod is just it's too much. It takes up so much space. And like the setup and breakdown, like I actually had a quick release on my monopod, so like I can immediately detach the camera and just like drop the pod if I need to.
Yeah, so my tripod, I can pull the camera off with a little thing that attaches into it. I just screw that onto the bottom.
The only reason why you'd get a tripod is because you need to be in front of the camera to do stand up.
That's why I got it.
And I don't do that.
No, that's fair. How the fuck? I genuinely don't know where I put this.
Like in the where the tripod screw mount is on the bottom of the camera, you just take one of those screws.
Yeah.
And tie a string to it, and you step on the string to give yourself the tension.
Oh, that's funny. Damn, these fucking boxes.
Safe. I think, obviously, Donald Trump being one of the kind of headliners, if you can put it that way, his meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine, in St. Peter's Basilica before the funeral, I think was just another extraordinary moment, given the negotiations between those two and Vladimir Putin, the President of Russia, to end the war in Ukraine. White House describing this discussion that you're seeing on your screen now between Trump and Zelensky as very productive. I think that the Pope, would have been heartened if someone who spoke out consistently against the war in Ukraine, also the war in Gaza, to see efforts to sort of bring this conflict to a close. It was not just Trump and Zelensky, however. We were among, the dignitaries who are not perhaps in the reserved seating on the stage. We also came across famous dissident Julian Assange, who was in prison, or rather kept in some form of detention or another for 14 years in the UK. Someone who Pope Francis had a connection with. He sent him a letter, in fact, in 2021, while Julian Assange was in the UK's Belmarsh prison. Stella Assange, Julian Assange's wife, they were married by a Catholic chaplain in Belmarsh prison, later met Pope Francis in 2023 and described
that was the whole point.
As, represents Pope's concern for Assange.
I've been finding putting typos in is like a real solid way to bait people.
Interesting. The grammar in your title, yes. What Sam Seder makes Ethan Klein? Oh, I did actually make a typo as well. That's funny.
Keep it.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it that way. He's above people like Hasan. Yes. I wanted to keep it that way because I haven't watched the video. I'm kind of curious how Sam Seder deals with Ethan, because we've been talking about how Ethan has this problem where he like is able to identify the information narratives but doesn't know what it is. So he's running in circles, stressing himself out when the answer is so obvious. So I'm kind of curious whether Sam, with his ability to communicate, is able to communicate to Ethan that he is above these people, and
Ethan
shouldn't respond.
is actually being targeted by not like that's a big thing too. Is like these people target him and stuff. Sam Seder doesn't really experience that. Like,
no,
the right wing is literally afraid of him.
Yeah, they literally run from it anytime he turns up.
Like the fact that Tim Pool is brave enough to bring him on is honestly like
surprising.
Props to Tim Pool. PBD as well but he has to bring him on and ambush him.
Yeah.
With 20 other guys in the room. By the way, I'm not sure if you fucking saw Terryology. What's his name?
Fucking Terrence Howard.
Yeah, so he was on PBD.
Mm-hmm.
And PBD, like, Howard must be paying him or something, because PBD
was blazing him, was he?
Just sitting there being like, wow, you're so smart.
Amazing. That's truly amazing.
And like
he really is the dumbest man I've ever heard talk. Like, Terrence Howard is not a smart person.
No, not at all. There's this episode of Always Sunny called Flowers for Charlie, where it's like you know the book Flowers for Algernon. Do you know what that's about?
No.
Okay, so basically, it's kind of similar to the new Planet of the Apes movies.
Okay.
They start human trials on a drug that's supposed to increase intelligence.
Yeah.
So he's mentally handicapped, and this mouse Algernon got the treatment, right?
Okay.
And so like he's making all this progress with intelligence, and they think it's going well, and then Algernon actually like starts having negative reactions and dies. And so he's intelligent enough to realize that he's going to be reverted back to being mentally incompetent and die.
Yeah. Okay.
And so it's about him coping with it as he like
loses his intelligence,
deteriorates and stuff.
Well, it seems like it might be an analogy for Alzheimer's or something.
Well, that's in the Planet of the Apes movie. That's the reason why he makes the monkeys intelligent.
Yes.
Is for Alzheimer's.
His father's Alzheimer's, yeah.
In the episode Flowers for Charlie, these guys basically get Charlie in a college experiment to test like a drug to raise his intelligence.
Okay.
And like he's like speaking Mandarin and stuff through the whole episode.
Yeah.
And then at the end they're like, oh, the patient thinks he has grown more intelligent. And then he starts speaking Mandarin because the guy's like Chinese who's doing it. And he's like, again, this is gibberish. We've just been humoring him.
That's honestly very funny.
And then at the end he goes, those stupid science bitches couldn't even make brain more smarter.
I genuinely have no idea where this fucking lens is. I'll come back and play the video.
I think it's really been a remarkable show of, all of these people who've come to the Vatican from different religions, as you say. We have Catholics, we have Protestants, we have Muslims, people from all kinds of backgrounds coming here and just showing the enduring power that the papacy has as a moral authority for the rest of the world.
And we know that Pope Francis didn't always see eye to eye with US President Donald Trump, for example. certainly Pope Francis, somebody that was known for representing the needs of asylum seekers and migrants, understanding the pressures they were under to try and change their lives for the better, not always seen that way by many world leaders in the debate about how many people fleeing violent situations in their homeland should be received in other countries, at a time when Donald Trump was famously trying to build a wall between the US and Mexico, and Pope Francis was talking about building bridges rather than erecting barriers. And yet, we're seeing again these extraordinary still images of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and US President Donald Trump hunched over, clearly given a couple of chairs by some officials within the Vatican so they could have this impromptu gathering. And at the time, Stash, we were a bit curious as to why we'd seen video
what
of
kind
Donald
of creature
Trump
do you think
paying
Trump
his respects
is
next to the coffin of Pope Francis, and yet he was one
Why
of the
are you
last
yelling?
leaders to come out into the sunshine and take his seat in St. Peter's Square itself. And this now explains it. Emmanuel Macron, the French president,
What creature
and
is
also
Trump?
the British Prime Minister
Yeah,
Keir
you know,
Starmer, seen in one
remember
of the
how
photos
I used to just
next to Zelensky
give
and
people
Trump,
creature
trying
archetypes
to encourage those talks
and what kind of brains they have?
because
troll.
the timing is so crucial.
No.
No?
He can't be a troll. No. Because there's
what's a character that disguises himself?
Listen. Hang on. Let me tell you why he can't be a troll. Could you see Trump coming up with a riddle on his own?
No.
Exactly.
Okay. An orc.
So, what kind of
An orc.
what kind of monster is Clayface?
Clayface.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. We could just simplify it and call Trump an orc because he's stupid and thinks he's smart and is obsessed with race.
I don't think orcs think they're smart. I think they just go, me orc. Me do what daddy tell me. Yes, daddy Putin.
Well, maybe that would be Trump's
die in
supporters
Buzzsaw.
then. Who was the leader of the orcs in Warcraft?
In Warcraft? Well, the orcs are the leader of the orcs.
Okay, so it's not like
There's in Lord of the Rings,
there's the
it's
shamans,
Saruman.
right? The shamans have control over the orcs, no? And they're
No,
smarter?
the shamans are so like.
I don't know
in
Warcraft lore, I'm just going off vibes.
That's the thing it's like, in Warcraft there are like more intelligent orcs, and then the peons who are your workers are the ones who are like really stupid.
Okay,
But
well
orcs,
maybe
the orcs are multi-faction. Like the shamans are their own
yes,
thing.
they are.
They're just in an alliance with the orcs. They also have goblins too.
Okay.
And the humans
maybe-
have dwarves and elves.
Well,
Not all the
maybe
elves,
Trump would be
But
one of
high
the
elves
shamans.
they have.
Maybe Trump would be a shaman orc, and then his supporters would be the regular. What'd you call them? Peons?
No, he's like a glob man, like Clayface. You know?
Glob man.
Yeah, like a melting man, you know?
Yeah, he's just thinking.
Well, he's just constantly like melting and like trying to like absorb essence.
It's like Sandman when he gets wet.
Exactly. That's the same. Sandman is like Clayface. They're the same archetype.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well,
I
we
don't
can
know
go
what
with
you
that.
would call that demon though.
No.
Like the Transformer.
Well,
'Cause
that's exactly what I was thinking, was like somebody who puts on a face but is deceptive about it. Right? He's like, "Oh, I'm going to help Americans," but really he's going to help himself. Did you know Trump doubled his net worth during the first 5 months of his presidency? Isn't that cool?
Good for him. Please clap.
With everything on a knife edge in terms of the Russia-Ukraine conflict.
Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out also a sort of quirk of the nature of this event and how it was organized. We learned yesterday or a couple of days ago from the Vatican spokesman, Matteo Bruni, about how the leaders would be seated, that it would be alphabetical, so you might expect the leaders of the United States and Ukraine to be seated one next to one another, or rather close to one another, but it would be alphabetical in French, so that the United States as Etats-Unis would not be beginning with an
not
E,
a real language.
would be far from Ukraine. So I think there was, a lot of speculation before this event about whether or not there would be this kind of meeting between the leaders of the United States and Ukraine, given the tensions that obviously exist between them, given after the disastrous, I think it's fair to describe it, meeting in the Oval Office between Zelensky and Vice President J.D. Vance and President Trump, that meeting would take place here, and there could be some kind of another breakthrough perhaps in these ongoing talks. So I think, yeah, certainly a remarkable and in some ways unexpected moment today.
Yeah, and we've been told, haven't we, repeatedly in recent days, the United States is suggesting it may have to walk away from the talks if a resolution can't be found, and the discussion is certainly about potentially how much territory Ukraine might have to concede to Russia in an effort to bring peace, something that's clearly a difficult thing for Volodymyr Zelensky to agree to, and we know how hard him and his country people have fought after that Russian invasion. Interestingly, President Zelensky, again, not wearing a suit, not wearing a tie, all formal in black. But of course, that was one of the argument points when he had that infamous visit to President Trump in the United States recently that you alluded to, Stat.
What happened? Weird cutoff.
Oh. Yeah, that was a weird cutoff, wasn't it? Bloody French. Shit. He's got the usually
now, one of the extraordinary things about this papal funeral that's finished in St. Peter's Square, but the Pope's coffin is now being taken in, I guess, kind of hearse version of the Pope mobile, slowly through the streets of Rome towards the Church of Santa Maria Maggiore in the center of the Italian capital, where he will be laid to rest. That was his favorite church. He used to go there to pray before and after every foreign trip that he made, and he actually prayed there just a few days before he died. And the last pope to be buried outside the walls of the Vatican City was over a century ago. Anyway, one of the other things about the funeral is that, of course, Donald Trump, who has been at the funeral with his wife Melania, has not been able to send any text messages or any, we think. He's not been fiddling with his phone. He's not been posting on social media, and therefore the world has gone relatively quiet for a bit. But there was this very poignant photograph, which has just been released, of Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, meeting Donald Trump, the president of the United States, and the last time they met, it didn't go so well in the Oval Office, meeting by themselves around a small coffee table, a round table, sitting on two sort of conference room chairs in a very grand marble hall.
Well, he was always saying
so
that
they did have
there was an era of faggotry.
We don't know what was said. I'm sure we'll find out a little
probably
bit later
just talking about how they weren't getting laid enough.
Is up for us in Washington, D.C. Good morning, Simon.
Morning, Matt.
There's a lot of stuff going on, isn't there, with Ukraine and Russia and Trump, and I find it quite difficult to decipher where exactly we are, because every time Trump says a deal is in the offing, we're almost there. I'm going to save all these lives, 5,000 lives a week. I'm going to save them all, slightly exaggerating the numbers as usual. But where exactly are we when it comes to Ukraine and the US and Russia?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I mean, he talked it up yesterday as he was leaving.
Nice. Nope. Just don't.
He's just gonna go film.
Yeah, I'm just finishing off some research on the parties, and then I'm gonna go film some stuff for this video, and hopefully have it out by tomorrow. Hopefully, so we'll figure out. So I'm just here, sort of writing and doing whatever.
And then when he gets back from filming, we're gonna watch the Ethan Klein stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Leaving the White House, Donald Trump, with the First Lady, and boarding the chopper that would take him to Air Force One that would then convey him to Rome, he said that he thought that they were pretty close to a deal. I mean, I think that the overarching situation is that it's absolutely apparent that the United States is trying to strong-arm Volodymyr Zelensky into accepting a deal that very, very heavily favors Russia. I mean, the United States would give up, on Ukraine's behalf, claim claims to Crimea, Luhansk, the other parts of eastern Ukraine that the Russians have occupied. I mean, this is the dismemberment of Ukraine that I think we all anticipated that Donald Trump was going to pursue. They would also absolutely give up American sanctions on Russia. Sanctions on Russia resulting from this conflict since 2014 will be removed, says the text of the full US proposal, as Reuters, the news agency, released it yesterday. A huge win there for Donald Trump, for Vladimir Putin. But for Donald Trump, clearly there is a need to persuade Volodymyr Zelensky in person to accept the terms of an agreement that he absolutely doesn't want to.
Did you see the AI that somebody made of Zelensky just left, right, good nighting Trump? Just getting up.
They make that every
uppercutting
time.
him. It's fucking great. It's the first time I've seen it. I'm sure that they do. Yeah. No, that was something. It's like people confused why Asadists aren't liked. It's very weird.
To accept, and if you look at that picture.
But I tagged you in that guy's comment because he was like, he seemed kind of on the fence about it and like, I don't understand. I just want to make a movement. So I'm like, go fudge, get him. And I'm like, I meant you to like convince him to come watch the stream and join the Discord and shit.
Should have said that.
What?
That's what you wanted.
I mean, that's not what I didn't say that in like on Twitter. I'm saying that that's what I meant here. Doesn't matter.
That you referred to there, that the Vatican is.
Because I think I replied to him anyway and was like, hey, you should come check out our stream. You might like it. So, yeah, whatever.
You might learn something. Actually, also, I'm gonna post the fucking tweet in the chat so y'all can go retweet it, because it doesn't matter if anyone sees it from you. It just boosting engagement helps. If we paid for Twitter, it would fucking skyrocket us.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't want to pay for Twitter.
Has put out of the two men locked in conversation. There's a couple of different angles on that picture, and in one you can.
If we unlocked payments for Substack, we could justify Twitter. But I don't want to open the Substack payments while we're not producing content. But there's also there's a guy that I've seen on Threads who I think, I haven't messaged him, but I think is just some dude in Norway posting really high quality, well-researched information just on Threads. So
well,
I might message him.
Is like, you know, that's why, like, when I was really active on Instagram and had the time to be like researching, that's why I was able to pull in Ace.
Yeah.
If I had the time like we used to, I would probably be able to find someone else again. But it's so.
But I'm gonna message
being on social media as well.
Yeah, I understand. Like, neither do I. But I'm not as savvy with it as you. I just don't care.
That's why I'm gonna gaslight Moon into being our social media person.
But I'll message this guy, because if he's already writing, he has a Substack.
For something, but I don't know what it was, so I'm putting it back down.
He has a Substack, and he only launched it a month ago. Right? So I'm gonna message him and see why he does this, what his deal is, and see if he wouldn't want to come in on this, and see if he wants to help, or even write other things, do a show, whatever. Could be literally anything, but I'm gonna message him and see what's up with him, and sort of get I guess vibe check him. If you wanna call it that. Kind of like the PSL chick did with us.
see in the background a car. There's just the two of them in this marbled hall.
Bring people in and let them cook.
Way with a cardinal in the background who appears to be rearranging a chair, and it looks like.
I mean, that's also something. Actually, that's actually a good idea. I might. Interesting.
That cardinal may well have brought their two chairs together so they had a place to sit. There's nothing else, just the two men, two chairs, and this marbled hallway. And they are absolutely locked in what looks like an intense conversation. The White House says it lasted 15 minutes and was very productive. This is the first encounter since Volodymyr Zelensky was on the receiving end of that very public drubbing in the White House. I think
I miss the ability to place markers in the stream, so we could mark important spots. Like, Restream has a recording function, right? Maybe I'll message their team and be like, "Hey, you should steal this feature from StreamYard."
Mugging orchestrated by Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance.
Maybe.
He's being asked to give up
you'll have to
basically everything. And it's not clear in the text of this proposal that the United States has put forward what sort of security guarantees. Still not clear what security guarantees the United States is going to offer. It says Ukraine will receive robust security guarantees. But what does that mean in practical terms? And what does it mean for Sir Keir Starmer and any plans to deploy British forces, whether in the air, in the skies, in the ocean, or potentially even on the ground to try and enforce the peace?
Well, there's been very little talk of those troops, partly because the Russians have said absolutely no way. They will be seen as NATO forces and there will be fair game for our artillery, and also because Donald Trump thinks it's a bad idea.
I heard it too.
But
fair game.
The thing that
who's aiming at them?
Haunting me, and we're all rummaging around the kind of treasury chest of history to come up with any examples in the 1930s.
Bloody British.
Are mentioned a lot when it comes to the
You can't say that.
authoritarian bent of Donald Trump and so on. But the other date that I think haunts me is 1919, the year of the Versailles Treaty, because if you impose on the Ukrainians, who haven't lost this war, they've not won it, but they've not lost it, an unjust peace of which results a truncated, a carved up Ukraine with no real viable sovereignty, and all their mineral rights have been extorted.
As interesting a comparison as that is, implying that Ukraine may become fascist with the arms that they have and gain power with a military-industrial complex is fucking crazy.
No, but I've been saying this from the start, that this is actually
a worry that's
dilemma.
A worry that's always been there.
Is that the most radical forces need to die in the war. Because
for prosperity afterwards.
Yes. And so, and like Putin would just kill opposition, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But he can't do that because he's trying to create a democracy that's EU worthy.
So I call it his dilemma, and
it is a dilemma.
The reason why I highlight it is because this actually goes into the arms transfer policy, and then the other big thing is what I've said is that while my biggest criticism is the lack, like we actually could have ended the war day one, so to speak, being hyperbole, Like, if you really wanted to prevent the war, imagine them having Abrams tanks before Russia even comes in.
Yeah.
At least they had the fucking javelins and shit. But if the real assets were dumped in there, like already, Ukraine is the strongest military in Europe.
Yeah.
And they're not NATO.
In Europe, you reckon?
They are now, yes.
That's wild.
Look at like Ukrainian military power versus EU. So that's another thing, is because they're not
crazy
a NATO member. Like, they're lucky Poland is one of the countries on their border.
Yeah.
Because, like, if it was Germany, for example, oh my god, bro. Can you imagine them whining about stuff? But the thing is that if Ukraine was given the resources to actually, like this happened, to actually take Russian ground, that has been the issue from the start, is that in our policy is we have to give them enough that's only for defense. They can't actually make offenses into Russian territory. That's been the whole defining feature of the arms transfer policy to Ukraine. But if they did go in there and they did steamroll Russia, right, then you have an extremely powerful army full of nationalists, because this would be at the beginning, right? Full of nationalists, and they're not a NATO member, and they're on the border with NATO.
And they have 1 million reserves.
So,
Dan, they have a lot of
in this regard, I think even like holding lines, like not like what's stupid is recognizing Crimea, like not giving it back and not recognizing it are two different things. You know what I mean? And a lot of people are focused on the Crimea component. Like Trump even told Putin he would recognize it, but
60 Bushmasters, baby.
So
Australia being puffing up those armored fighting vehicles.
Because a lot of the most radical nationalists are dead, and they preserved their young people fairly well.
The Nazis or Ukraine?
No, Ukraine.
Okay.
Like the young people, you know, like these people, like came up in the like following the revolution, you know, like they were teens and stuff, and it was going on. So the spirit of Euromaidan was a pro-EU westernization thing. The right sector and stuff, as much as Russia wants to frame it as that's what it was about, they were literally isolated from the protest. They weren't even allowed in the same hotel. Like, they had to actually stay in a hotel like just outside their like zone of control. And then they ended up getting kicked out of that hotel even because they were so fucking, because it was, the right sector was just, you know, a lot of bad guys, a lot of Georgian guys too. And
okay, the EU would flatten Ukraine.
Yeah, but I think there's no individual army in the EU.
No, not by the looks of it, no.
So
because in total,
their
they
percentage compared to the EU, it's a fucking decent percentage, which is why you need an EU army now as well. This is another reason.
And if they include Canada in that as well. But also if they rope in the Nordic states as well, that could be interesting too, because that would be Europe proper, or not proper because that's continental Europe, but Europe, greater Europe, I guess, if you want to use that terminology. You could incorporate greater Europe and
anyway,
and have a massive unified
the reason why
army.
I think the ceasefire with the current, like, you know, control lines, like as close as possible without
World Series of Poker,
even Crimea or anything like that, like that not even be on the table. Just a extended ceasefire that will be uneasy and continually broken. I see that as an actual good thing, because the next generation that would be like up for the draft and all that stuff, like they're, you know, kind of like a better generation. Like they're more liberal, you know, and since all the fascists in that generation have basically died, the military that would then be formed in that ceasefire would be a much better military than what we would have ended with if we dumped a bunch of supplies in from the beginning. Yeah, right sector got kicked out of their hotel because they were so hostile and clearly autocratic. They're schizo Nazis that nobody likes. I mean, I don't know if are they disbanded by now? I think they might not even be a thing anymore. Like, there's probably like people who still say they're right sector, but I don't know the last time I've seen their flag even. I'm just saying that there's gonna be another war, regardless of what the ceasefire is. And I think the next army that, like, both sides are gonna rebuild their forces. That's what ceasefires are for. They're for rebuilding your forces, by the way. They're not for peace. Like, the longer it goes on, the stronger Ukraine's gonna get, which is why Russia will break it early and first.
Of course, Russia will break it first.
The thing is, if Zelensky just folded and basically did not whatever to get the ceasefire, but exactly this from the start, he was fine with freezing the lines where they are, which he actually is. He has said from the beginning that he's okay with the 30-day non-conditional ceasefire. So you just take that and extend it. It might not be very politically popular, and that's another thing. Is like, it doesn't matter if he's going to be up for election or not. He's not the issue there because, like, his time is up when the war is up, most likely. And the thing is that if he folds easily and just really just gives up too easy in the negotiations to, you know, extend that ceasefire, it could be politically unpopular, and then there could be some instability from more radical parties gaining ground again. And these are things that I don't think a lot of people think about. Like, it's bigger than just the conflict itself. There's a whole political dynamic going on in the background. Understanding, like NATO understanding that they don't want negotiations to go forward in a certain capacity because it could be politically unpopular for the current admin in Ukraine. Like, these are factors that nobody is going to fucking talk about. Just like how they wanted to pretend like this minerals deal that they're doing, they wanted to pretend like that wasn't happening under Biden and stuff. That's backroom shit.
By the Americans, that is really bad news for, you know, for future Ukrainian generations, and also in terms of binding Ukraine into a democratic Europe.
Totally. Not even just the mineral rights. I mean, this text also foresees the United States overseeing, controlling and administering the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, because this is part of Donald Trump's very transactional goal here. He wants the U.S. energy sector to be involved in Ukraine's
they didn't really let me interact with right sector, but obviously, like, when people were getting shot and pulled in, there was right sector guys there.
Alongside those,
I wish I was able to talk to him at the time.
Some would say expropriate the country's rare earth minerals. And so for European leaders, including our own Prime Minister, this is going now to be an absolutely massive challenge.
It's funny.
No one looking at this document,
looking back with the current knowledge, I wish that. But, like, at the time, I was not equipped for it. Like, I really had no fucking clue what was actually going on.
To see this as anything other than a massive gift for Vladimir Putin. The alternative to this document,
like, the only
according
thing
to Marco
that's,
Rubio and JD
like,
Vance,
really been beneficial. Yeah, when I stream, I do rice and chicken. They're just like these little, like India meals. They all basically taste the same, but it's just rice and chicken with different sauces on them, and I just microwave them for 5 minutes, basically. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, like, at the time, not understanding anything, like, the only benefit that Euromaidan has actually had is that when people try to like come at me, like, oh, you're an expert, did you know this? I can be like, yeah, I was there. I didn't see shit. You know, it really doesn't matter. I was there. I did not see anything. I learned about everything after the fact.
And then you look back and then you realize.
Yeah, so like with the knowledge I have now, I would fucking love to have had access to them.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the United States simply walks away from
I
the
also
peace
wasn't
process.
calling them
That's a massive
ultra-nationalists,
gift for
I can tell you
Vladimir
that.
Putin, because no
Yeah.
one imagines
I was always
that
against
Donald
calling
Trump
them
will
that.
continue offering Volodymyr Zelensky and the Ukrainians any continuing military assistance. I mean, they would basically be leaving Ukraine to Russia's territorial
everyone else,
ambitions without
basically, when you're an
continuing
intern,
support.
everyone's
So
your
totally
boss.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and I would say, oh, the fascists and stuff, and they're like, they're ultra-nationalists, because they have to fucking, you know, it's all about what the fucking editor decides the language is, you know, whether it's Gulf of America or Gulf of Mexico.
What do you think the Australian Libertarians' policy on women is? Have a
They
wild
belong
guess.
in the kitchen.
No, worse. What do you think their policy on women is?
They shouldn't vote.
No, think trans stuff. It's only about trans stuff.
It's only women's
It's
sports
only trans stuff. Their policy on women. It has nothing to do with women in education. It has nothing to do with advancing women. It has nothing to do with the domestic violence problem. Just trans shit. Isn't that fucking insane? Insane. Not a single mention of anything to do with domestic violence. Nothing to do with women in like education. Nothing.
Well, isn't
Useless.
the whole like, that's funny, because isn't the whole domestic violence thing a main like political
A
trigger
major
word right
issue
now?
in Australia? Yes.
Like, I'm not saying like about the issue. What I'm saying specifically is that it's a term, housing crisis. You know, when people say, "What are your issues?" You know, and for us it'll be like economy, immigration. You know, like that is a term that is in the political lexicon. That is a standard issue people have. Healthcare, you know, but like in Australia, domestic violence has to be in the top 10. Like things that people would be pulled as why they're voting a certain way.
Selling the country down the river. So they think they've got Ukraine over a barrel. But the real question is, how is Europe going to respond to all of this? Because it is in Europe where we will next see the following chapter in Vladimir Putin's territorial aspirations. And there's nothing in this text that is going to lead Putin to conclude anything other than that he's won in Ukraine and that he can continue threatening Ukraine, and that he can start thinking about threatening other parts of the continent.
There's a broader discussion to be had, isn't there, also about Donald Trump retreating to some extent on a whole number of fronts. Let's talk about tariffs. So again, the picture is very confusing. The markets are still spooked, although they've, caught their breath a little bit. Where are we on tariffs? Where are we on Liberation Day and its aftermath?
Well, Donald Trump this week has moved away completely from any suggestion
that was going around which said like woman, adult human female, and I literally thought it was like a pro-trans shirt.
Oh, that's funny.
And it was like the intent was anti-trans.
It is.
And I'm just like, y'all have like zero awareness.
Yeah.
are here to stay permanently, although he was once again at the beginning of the week waxing lyrical about the idea of taking all these tariff revenues and one day maybe using them entirely to fund the government so that you could scrap federal income tax. He claimed that there are 200 separate conversations underway with countries all over the world, more conversations than in fact there are countries, to try and negotiate away the worst impacts of these tariffs. We know, of course, that Rachel Reeves met Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent yesterday. A pretty opaque readout of that meeting came from the Treasury Department, didn't suggest an enormous amount of progress had been made. Trump claims constantly that there are talks underway, direct talks about tariffs between the United States and China. China says that is a lie, that they are not going to engage in any negotiations with the United States until all of Trump's unilateral tariffs on Chinese exports are dropped. But it's absolutely apparent that the markets are not going to put up with this for very much longer. And indeed, the Treasury Secretary isn't, because he last week disclosed that he didn't view this trade war as being sustainable. And the longer this goes on, the more delays are going to be created in the supply chain that will inevitably see prices very, very quickly rising very substantially for American consumers. And that's a huge risk for Donald Trump, because we're already seeing his numbers in the opinion polls as he hurtles towards his 100th day in office, cratering, down 8% over the course of the last month in some polls. And so it's all about, at the moment, who is the last person to have the president's ear. If it's Scott Bessent, he's in the mood for negotiations. If it's his trade advisor, Peter Navarro, he's waxing lyrical about the idea of tariffs replacing income tax. Very, very hard to divine what his actual economic strategy is.
It's, before we get on to the next question, I just want to say that the papal hearse is just passing the Colosseum in Rome. It's just driven past the Roman Forum. On the Fori Imperiali, the access road built by Mussolini between the Colosseum and the Piazza Venezia. Thousands of people are greeting the cavalcade. Interesting enough, they were driving at a fair old clip. I was told that he was going to drive at walking pace. This is running, sprinting pace. I wonder why they're taking, so little time and why they're in such a hurry.
Shut up.
Interesting. Anyway, there we go. A little bit of a picture. Just so my question, final one to you, Simon, is, and briefly, if you don't mind, on one level he seems to be retreating. On another level, he's defied the Supreme Court on deportations. He's picking fights with the universities. Where is War Trump with his own country?
Well, we saw a massive move yesterday, a judge being arrested in Milwaukee. 2 judges have now been taken into custody by the FBI, accused of harboring immigrants, which is far from clear that they were engaged in doing. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, yesterday promulgated new advice to the Department of Justice, making it absolutely clear that the next fight is going to be against journalists here, particularly those engaged in investigative journalistic activities. And yet, simultaneously, they've backed down on their threat to deport over 1,500 students who have been studying here in the face of a series of courtroom losses. So they're ignoring some court orders. They're very, very hard line on other issues, continuing to take the country down an authoritarian path. Where that balance ends up getting struck is really going to be the future story of the Trump administration past the 100-day mark.
Boring British.
7 dwarves as her emergency contacts. Dana Perino, The 5.
Now this is more like it.
Jesse and Dana are in D.C., thank God. And they're not doing a 12-hour sit-in with Spartacus. We'll tell you what they're up to later.
What?
But first, to President Trump, he's getting a head start in the next 100 days by showing
Spartacus?
America how the sausage is made. DJT hosting a 2-hour-long cabinet meeting.
Core GDP.
I guess.
And this is, you probably
Spartacus was still relevant for.
And I have to start off by saying that's Biden. That's not Trump, because we came in on January.
Of who watches this crap.
Well, Mr. President, I don't think I have ever worked so hard to try to fire myself.
Did you see this?
They say I wear a lot of hats.
Did you? Oh my God. Did you see Linda McMahon with A1?
No, I did not.
Okay, I'm gonna pull that up, but real quick, let's hear this epic meme from Elon again.
Myself.
They say I wear a lot of hats.
We all want to thank you for your help, too.
Cringe.
You really have sacrificed a lot. Been treated very unfairly. You're invited to stay as long as you want. At some point, I guess.
I heard, I think it was a letter or a report that I heard this morning. I wish I could remember the source, but that there is a school system that's going to start making sure that first graders or even pre-Ks have A1 teaching, every year starting that far down in the grades, and that's a wonderful thing. Kids are sponges. They just absorb everything, and so it wasn't all that long ago that we're going to have internet in our schools. Now, okay, let's see A1 and how can that be helpful? How can it be helpful in one-on-one instruction?
Like the milk?
How can it be helpful in absorbing
Or is that
more
A2?
information for those fast learners? It can be more one-on-one directed, and those are the kinds of things and innovations that I want to see continue to develop. I heard, I think it was a letter or a report that I heard this morning. I wish I could remember the source, but that there is a school system that's going to start making sure.
The key context there is when she says, it wasn't long ago when we had internet in our schools. She's talking about AI.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
That's why everyone there is just staring at her like, what is this lady talking about?
Wow.
Tonight's Fact or Fiction is brought to you by America's Finest Carpet.
Tonight we're mixed up
America's
AI
finest carpet.
with A1 steak sauce. And it's
Oh my
true.
God.
It happened right here in San Diego. McMahon made
She
the
didn't.
gaffe yesterday
No, that
while
is not
appearing at an
true. She did
education
not mix it up with steak sauce. She just saw the report on A1
And thought it was a
thought,
one.
oh, that instead of thinking AI, she's like, oh, that's A1. That must mean high-level schooling. But then she says, it's like you would have had that excuse with like, oh, she was just mixing it up, thinking A1 was like a different thing. Like she was just talking about we're gonna have the best schooling or something. But then she starts talking about how we didn't have the internet that long ago, and you realize, oh no, she literally thinks AI has been called A1 this whole time.
put on by Silicon Valley investors. McMahon said that she had heard about a school system that's going to start making sure that the youngest students have, quote, A1 teaching every year. When she went on to make the mistake again. Well, not surprisingly, A1 steak sauce pounced on the blunder, posting on X, agree, best to start them early. If you would like to submit a question to us, go to CNews.com, click on
back to the real comedians.
He wants to get back home to his car.
Please clap.
Trump also celebrating 100 days of kicking the left's butt, Jessica, by going back on the rally circuit, doing his signature dance in Michigan while basking in the glow
the parents
of the
are like,
MAGA
oh, he's
maniacs.
triggering the libs.
And it wouldn't be vintage Trump if he wasn't smacking the liberal media.
Y'all see that shit?
I'll give you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay.
You think Vladimir Putin wants peace?
I think he does, yes.
Do you trust him? Do you trust him?
I don't trust you. I don't trust a lot of people. I don't trust you. Look at you. You come in all shooting for bear. You're so happy to do the interview.
I am
And
happy.
then you start hitting me with fake questions. We had a president that was grossly incompetent. You knew it, I knew it, and everybody knew it, but you guys didn't want to write it because you're fake news.
All right. Thank you.
And by the way, ABC is one of the worst. I have to be honest with you.
So, Dana, you look lovely
Why would y'all show that?
outside.
Thank you.
That's great. Okay, enough phony stuff. I want to start with that interview right there. I think, like, after the Biden cover-up, it's not Trump that's being tested. It's the media that has to be tested. He has nothing to prove. They do, and I think that's how he structures these interviews. He has nothing left to say to them. They have to prove to him that he's unbiased.
Well, I think that it does say something about President Trump. He is literally willing to talk to anybody. And they've had an incredible push for their 100 days. And I know it's a media construct, but you know what? Use what you have. Use the tools at your disposal. And so that's the one that they tried with this one. ABC News, interesting choice. He didn't go with David Muir or Lindsay, who did the debate, if you'll remember that one. but I do think I admire him for wanting to get out there, being willing to take the interview. It's interesting to me that Terry Moran said yes, right? Because you know going in that this is a possibility, and I think we got something out of it. But on the Biden point in particular, ABC News was the chosen entity for all sorts of news from the Biden administration.
Right.
Listen to their podcast called Start Here. They were always having Mayor Pete. He would go on to talk about something specific coming on. If you had something from the Department of Energy, then they would have that guy come or that woman come on. It was always ABC News who got the story. But the question is, Greg, to your point, like, how did they miss the story? And then everybody acted like it was a surprise on June 27th, 2024, when Biden and Trump debated. So, yes, they have a hole of their own to crawl out of when it comes to numbers. I remember one time being at the White House years ago, and a reporter said, your numbers are terrible. Your poll numbers are terrible. What is President Bush going to do? And I was able to say there's only 2 entities in Washington with lower approval numbers than us, Congress and the media. And it's only gotten worse.
Well said. You know,
Hey.
Jesse, Trump keeps rolling.
I wonder if all those things had something to do with each other. Bush's low approval rating, Congress's low approval rating, and the media's low approval rating. I wonder if there's something that happened to weaken the trust in those 3 institutions, specifically during the Bush admin. You know when she's talking about, I can tell you exactly what time she is talking about. It's when Collateral Murder came out. And they were debating whether this was treason and shit.
Hey, tell me if this sounds like pro-pedophilia privacy stuff. They want to abolish digital identity laws. They want to end social media segregation. They want to abolish the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner, abolish surveillance laws, and stop collection of metadata. Does that sound like that would protect pedophiles?
Social media segregation?
I have no fucking clue. It sure sounds like they want to help pedophiles distribute child porn, though.
Are they libertarian?
Yep.
Oh, then they do. It's that easy, folks.
Rolling along. To him, 100 days is just a number, like Pritzker's weight or your IQ. Do you think he pays attention to this stuff?
Yeah, that's why he had a rally, a sit-down with ABC, and a cabinet meeting. I mean, he did more in one day than Biden did in 100. But I just want to know where the bad hombre mugshots are behind Dana. Did you do something, Dana, with the mugshots?
I literally just got through security. I didn't have time to do anything.
Okay, good. So, yeah, he's busy. There's no lids. There's no doctor checking to see if he has Alzheimer's. The vice president's not lining up judges to swear in case the president drops dead. The vice president's doing what he should be doing, trying to steal Greenland. And so right now we're in a really good place. He's crushing it on culture, he's crushing it on the border, and he's crushing it on waste, fraud, and abuse. And the rest of the agenda, we're waiting on deals. Peace deals, trade deals, tax deals. And I wouldn't doubt that these deals are going to get done because he's already done a lot. He's already done a deal with Panama to kick China out. He's done deals with big law firms. They're now like funding him to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. We did a deal with Boeing to get new fighter jets. We got deals galore. This is what he loves to do. And you're right. He talks to anyone, Greg. Bill Maher. He even talks to you. He even did exclamation point. Now, ABC's in trouble. That was the worst thing I've ever seen. They couldn't do it with Muir because his fact checks all backfired at the debate. They couldn't do it with Stephanopoulos because he couldn't keep his mouth shut, and he caught the brass $15 million, and now it's funding the presidential library. So they went with a third stringer.
He said it's the worst thing he's ever seen. Do you think he actually watched the whole thing?
Trump does his best when he's confronted, and he just steamrolled this guy. You know what I would have done if I was ABC? I would have had Stephen A. do it. He's a Disney guy. He's an ABC guy. Put Stephen A. in there, and that's a great interview.
Interesting point, Jesse. I'm lying. Judge, There's criticism from the media that these cabinet meetings are too deferential. What do they expect to happen in a meeting with the president? Are they supposed to throw punches?
Yeah, they're supposed to say, you know, Mr. President, we don't like you. We don't want this job.
I don't get how people watch
look,
this.
The
Well, it's
amazing part of
hilarious.
the cabinet meetings is that this cabinet,
You understand that
they
this is
really
actually
like
political
each other.
satire.
You could tell, and they say it. They talk to each
You
other
just don't get
all
it.
the time, if not several times a day. They are totally in sync. They are working together toward one agenda. They are following through on the president's promises that he promised America that he would make sure that the border would be closed,
again.
that he would turn the economy back. And as we watch with Biden,
And
as
she's not.
industries crumbled, and there was
It's 5
unfair
o'clock somewhere.
trade, and there was cashless bail, and all of these crazy things that were happening that caused prices to go up. This president comes in and he's got a team behind him of people who want to support him, whether it's politically or economically or in terms of trade or in terms of education, civil rights. They're all on the same page. And you know what? For all of the criticism that he has taken over these 100 days, you know, with Doge, it's going to be terrible. Name one person who didn't get their Social Security check. One person who got thrown off of Medicaid. I mean, it's all scare by the Democrats to try to make
I'm
sure
sure
that
there's plenty.
people don't accept anything that the president's doing. And by the way, consumer spending is up 1.8%. Business investment is up 21.9%. When Biden left it down by 5.6%, which makes it a 28% increase. Disposable personal income is up. So you've got this president who has done things in 3 months that the Democrats caused the problems for, and he's just trying to come back. But be rest assured, firm convictions, he's not backing down. It's what he ran on, and he's not going to slow down.
Oh, my God.
Jessica, you get the remaining 20 seconds to respond. What do you make of
Come
the
on.
judge's analysis?
She's
I
the
don't
only
see any
reason to
holes in
watch.
it.
I see a few. It's like, is it Swiss cheese? That's the holiest of all the cheeses. She's looking at me and smiling at me. We just have to keep looking ahead. So those of you at home know
No,
we're
please
still
remove
friends.
everybody who's
I
smiling right
heard
now.
he has nothing to prove. The cabinet's totally in sync, and he's crushing it. And if any of that were true, he wouldn't be out there lying about everything from election results to how his first 100 days has been. It is the worst first 100 days for a president in 70 years.
That's not true.
And it's objectively true, actually.
No, it's not objectively true.
And we can't
It's your
interrupt when we're
opinion.
in. No, it's
It's your
based on
opinion.
the data on approval rating. That's what it's based on. The approval ratings for all of the presidents, and his being the lowest.
You only gave her
The
20
GDP
seconds,
number
and you're going to
today
interrupt her.
Was
It's crazy she's lasted
negative
this long.
0.3%. It was 2.4%
Is that the
in
lib
Biden's
girl?
last quarter.
Yeah.
That's why he was out there today
She's been-
freaking out. That's
they've
why he's
been
posting
more
about the
mad at
stock
her
market
lately.
and saying this is Biden's stock
Now that
market.
Trump's in
When he
office,
took responsibility
because
for
it was
on
easy to
January
have the
29th,
lib
and he
with the
said,
Biden
"Oh, this
admin.
is
There's
my
plenty
stock
to
market."
criticize
now
there.
He doesn't want it anymore. And to quote the philosopher king,
And plenty
Dave
to
Portnoy,
praise as well.
Don't piss down my back.
But
and
now
tell me
that
it's
God
raining.
Emperor is back,
This is Donald Trump's stock market. This is his economy. And the tariffs that he's implementing are destroying the economy. He could have just come in and continued on the course that we were and made some modifications. You want to put more tariffs on China? Probably get a lot of Democratic support for that. But coming in and doing these blanket tariffs and blowing up our system, we have ports that are empty as a result, waiting for those ships to come in. They can't come here. We're going to have shelving problems by the end of May. I guess his platform is, I'm kind of the Grinch. Did you hear him talking about Christmas
I'm
time and
kind
how
of
many
the
dolls
Grinch?
you're going
That's
to
a
get?
good
So the little girl,
archetype.
she was going to get $30, but now she's only going to get $2. The man who brought back Christmas isn't going to deliver for little Cindy Lou Who.
Well, you know what? This is like we're not getting Social Security. You're not getting
There
your
was a
Medicaid.
man in
And
Seattle
by
who
the
didn't
way-
get his Social Security, by the
Joe
way.
Biden, in 2 consecutive quarters, had a decline of 1.6 and 0.9. Okay, we're talking about 0.3. Give the man a chance to
0.3
remedy
from
the economy.
2.4% in 3
remedy
years.
the economy.
The
Look, the
economy is
Democrats are the ones who are willing to give everyone the money. They for AID and USAID, Green Energy, NGOs, all the scams. Trump is putting an end to it. And you
Fight,
know what?
fight,
Everything's
fight,
gonna be
fight,
a golden age, Jessica, and you know
man,
it.
if they let Jessica talk more, this show
Back in the
might
boxes,
put Piers
just like old
Morgan up
times.
for his money.
Up next, Democrats are holding slumber parties to stop Trump.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling.
I'm already subscribed, Jesse. That was definitely a liked video there. What a great video.
That 2-year-old was here with an illegal alien.
Think that it does. I'm sad that I finally got to go when it was no longer relevant. You mentioned there was no comedian.
Is Jack talking to us? Does he realize he's
very
muted?
much a joke. It was very strange for me to be there. I have to admit, the program started a few minutes in.
You might as well go downstairs because you're not going to have enough time to shoot and come back now.
Basically applauding themselves, patting themselves on the back for admitting that they missed the story of Biden's cognitive decline and will never make that same mistake again. Meanwhile, I'm remembering how many times I was attacked.
Yeah, the parties at the end have been a lot of fucking
completely unaffiliated
dumb policies that I need to talk about.
And now I'm watching journalists, which are supposed to be responsible for bringing that information to the people and actually holding the White House accountable.
Not to come back, no, but I'll get it all filmed today.
And the fact is, these journalists were very much
that's what I'm saying. Is just go downstairs now.
They were supposed to do. They made a really tiny mistake.
Downstairs?
They promised to never make it again, and they should still have all the trust and all the faith of the American people. I thought it was very strange. I didn't expect any of it. But I can only imagine if Donald Trump was in the room.
I meant getting your normal setup to a regular show.
For me, I don't think Thompson's admission meant very
I
much.
have to write everything. I'm still writing.
It's hypocritical to sit in there and watch all these people support their own work, their own mistakes, and the fact that they themselves are responsible for the fact that trust and faith in the media is at an all-time low.
Really interesting perspective. Tim Miller, I saw you raising your eyebrow there, but there is a truth there, because it was a bizarre spectacle of a liberal-skewed mainstream media basically openly admitting we dropped the ball massively on Biden's ability to be president of the United States. But many would argue, particularly on the left, I would think, well, it was entirely self-defeating, this ball dropping, and probably deliberate. You didn't give it the same attention you would have given it if it had been, say, Trump. And the consequence of not holding Biden to proper account was that actually Donald Trump got re-elected, which nobody would have expected. So there was a real-time consequence to this ball dropping. Do you think, though, that the mainstream media have learned any lessons from this or not?
Yeah, I don't know. And I think this is the one area maybe where I can agree with you and the co-panelist is I think that this dinner is pretty stupid. I think the last thing that we need is a self-congratulatory ball for political journalists. You couldn't have paid me to go this weekend. I was at Jazz Fest instead. And so I agree that it's kind of silly. I do, though, bristle a little bit at, like, I'm not speaking about you, Piers, per se, but at right-wing commentators talking about how they think that the mainstream media is biased and unfair. And, you know, if you go to Fox or Steve Bannon's podcast or the Daily Wire, I mean, you see like North Korea-esque coverage of what's happening with the president of the United States as he's single-handedly tanking our economy for no good reason, just because he likes the word tariffs, I guess. He inherited an economy that was getting better, that was improving, that wasn't perfect, but that was, you know, on the right path. And in 3 months, he has put us on the brink of recession. And so, I think that the coverage on Fox and on other right-wing media outlets is, if anything, worse than the mainstream media's coverage of Democrats, which is not perfect by any means. And so, you know, I just don't know if the right-wing media folks have a lot of great credibility when it comes to demanding unbiased coverage.
All right, Vinny, two things there. First of all, let's talk about the admission at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And by the way, I agree. If the president
Vinny is already turning red. I know.
There is no
You can see his forehead sweating,
it's
too.
pure navel-gazing by the journalists. I went. It used to be the convention that if you were a news anchor, and I was at CNN for 4 years, you got to go with a celebrity. I got taken by Goldie Hawn to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We ended up partying at the Vanity Fair party. That is glamour, ladies and gentlemen. I had a great time.
Nobody
and
asked.
Gerard Butler on a mandate the year after. So those days are clearly long gone. So I think the event has probably had its time. But the admission, Vinny, and welcome back to Uncensored. Always great to have you. The admission that the media dropped the ball on Joe Biden.
That was fucking
one
weird.
of the award winners on the night saying, me included, many will say, well, why did you drop the ball? Was it an accidental dropping of the ball, or was it a quite deliberate ignoring of the obvious fact that he was incompetent because they didn't want to help Trump in any way? And ironically, by not doing their job with Biden, many might argue that's how Trump got elected. If you're always on the move, as I am, you probably find it difficult to get all of the fruits and vegetables.
How many days did it took Pierce for him to actually address the nation?
I can't wait for
Cat
to destroy
They hid him during COVID. They put him in a basement to keep him away from everybody. Okay, we're not even going to get into that election. They kept him in the basement. Every time he spoke in front of a camera, it was a meme. It was a joke. Everybody knew Pierce, but they were told to shut up and they were told to play ball. Okay, because they had to do it because he was put in there to do whatever the hell that the left, Chuck
I don't know.
Schumer,
Right now she's got a deadlights thing going on.
Which they did destroy the country,
just
Pierce.
staring
I made
through
a list,
it.
Trump, Pierce, of his first 100 days since we're going to talk crap. Border secure, mass deportation, the tariffs, which that gentleman doesn't like. I think the adjustment's going to happen and we're going to kick butt. Sign the, you said this, protect the women in sports. Energy dependence, they're trying to drill. Cut DEI and CRT.
This is going to be one of the most cooked things I've ever read from a political party. So it was only in 2015 that evidence was found of a connection between Earth's tilt and the movement of a low-pressure band of clouds. Right? This research suggests severe drought and flooding can be caused by changes in the Earth's tilt. And that's one of their claims to denying climate change. Good fucking Lord. This is that red-headed woman, by the way. The one that makes that animated shit that we haven't shown yet.
Like, we literally...
Like, wow.
We literally have had climate change quickly be solved when it came to issues like acid rain and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But now suddenly we can't influence weather events and shit.
Yeah.
And climate cult funding, designated the cartel terrorists. Pierce, the list goes on and on, but the fact that the left-wing media is up there patting themselves on the back, and all of them, Pierce, they're all making the adjustment. From Chris Cuomo to Stephen A. Smith, everybody now is like, oh, we messed up. Guys, we're not like the left. They're exactly like the left, Pierce. I'm not going to give them any leeway. They all knew, but they kept their mouth shut because it's not Trump. And Pierce, no matter what Trump does, they're going to complain. If Trump with the help of Elon Musk...
Let me jump in. So I don't disagree with some of what you said there. Here's just playing devil's advocate, though. What would you be saying if Joe Biden had suddenly unleashed a tariff war on the world that nobody had ever seen anything on this scale before, and the immediate consequence was a massive tanking of stock markets and the US economy? Wouldn't you be raging about it? Now, I happen to think that this will play out probably in a way that's nowhere near as alarming as it currently seems, but that remains to be seen. As things stand, there is no doubt that
still got
it's
the
caused
deadlights
enormous
thing going.
short-term damage and volatility to the US economy and stock markets. Wouldn't you be the first raging about this if it was Biden?
No. Well, yeah, Piers, you know why? Because Biden is not Donald Trump. He's not a master negotiator. You can't even put two in the same breath, Piers. What does Joe Biden or what, Janet Yellen or any of those people know about anything with business and power moves, okay? I would be tripping out because I'd be like, who the hell is telling him? Donald Trump knows exactly what the hell he's doing. And Piers, all that fear-mongering of April was the worst month the stock market saw since the Great Depression. We had the biggest bounce back, but nobody from the left said shit. Sorry for my language, Piers. I would be astonished because I'd be like, where'd this come from Biden? Trump knows what he's doing, Piers. And like you said, it's 3 months, Piers. Everybody needs to calm the hell down. Everything is happening. The adjustment needs to happen. We're going to be fine, Piers. Give it a year. Give it 2 years. We are kicking ass. The rocket is taking off, Piers, but everybody's worried because it's shaking on the way up. Everybody needs to stop. And the last point I was trying to make, Piers, is no matter what he does, they're going to complain. If Trump, with the help of Elon Musk, stopped an asteroid that was about to hit Earth, the next day CNN and all these leftists would complain that he's polluting the world with asteroid debris. He can't win. He can't freaking win.
Okay.
So, Piers, I'm tired of hearing all these soft people. I'm just tired.
That's-
It's over. Nobody gives a shit anymore. And why would you go
if
to a
anything-
dinner where you know the left is all going to talk shit about you?
anything,
Well,
if he
that-
did
that-
something
that-
like that,
that part is certainly
you know,
absolutely true. Kat,
immediately after,
we're nearly 100 days in. It'll be 100 days
somehow,
on Wednesday.
the MAGA crowd would find a way to blame it on the Democrats. You know, like Trump is responsible for warp speed. Like he started the lockdowns and fucking got the vaccine in development, right? Like, and instead of taking credit for it, they started saying that it was a Democrat vaccine. So, if anything, people would be like, oh yeah, well, Trump did come up with this. And then everyone who is like pro-Trump would talk about how it's the liberals' fault for something. Like it's fucking wild.
What is your overview of,
you know why?
The Trump
literally can't be a hero. He literally can't be a hero to them. He always has to be a victim as well. Without the victim complex, then they don't actually like him. So they always have to make him the victim. He's being persecuted by the media and all this shit.
3-month reign so far. And people call it a reign because they think he's behaving like a
which is also a fucking Jacobin type thing. Revolutionary, like authoritarian type thing. It's always the outsiders that they talk about. Oh, we could be doing all this stuff. Our vision is actually beautiful and we're geniuses and we know everything and we would be able to have the perfect government, but there's still those fucking people out there that are stopping us. And so, if anything, this is a very revolutionary mindset. They are in the mindset that the revolution must go on forever. They can never be satisfied or happy with the power that they have.
monarch, which I'd have no problem with, but obviously Americans don't like that.
I mean, yeah, that's part of the reason that we're not a part of England anymore. I would say that it's been disastrous. I mean, yesterday I was at a veterans rally for people who had been laid off from their jobs because of Musk's Doge, for people that aren't able to get health care, who are exposed to tar pits overseas when they were serving, for people who are struggling with the care at the VA as Musk and Trump cut it. And this is in the only red part in the district that I'm running in. I talk to so many older people who are like, I don't have a 401k anymore. And as much as Vinny wants to say, like, wait a year, wait 2 years, people can't wait a year or 2 years right now because most Americans can't afford an emergency $1,000 expense. And this isn't only limited to blue areas. This is also in red ones.
He's very fucking red,
Our allies
isn't he?
can't trust us. We
That's
seem
how he is.
volatile. We seem weird. And we seem extreme. Just on the economic front. And that's not even counting how many people in this country are terrified for their very existence, for the existence of due process. I mean, you can say, well, criminals don't deserve due process. Well, due process is how we decide whether or not you're a criminal. We absolutely need it. And the answer is deporting
I want your
people to
opinion. So
concentration
I'm up to the third last party. So Shooterfish's Farmers Party. It's pretty self-explanatory, but they're kind of an interesting party because they're a green conservative, pro-conservation, pro-hunting, pro-gun sort of right-wing party. So they're actually a really interesting party. Should I dive into it a bit more? Do you think people would want to know about a party like that more? Or do you think it's one that I can just be like, it's pretty self-explanatory and just give an overview?
I don't know.
Great.
camps overseas.
Okay, do you see any successes for Trump so far?
Ooh, good question. I mean, he seems to be
Gulf
doing
of
his
America.
vision as he wants.
He renamed a body of
Gulf
water.
of America seems like a really big win for him.
good.
I'm sure that he
No,
sees
it's a
these as
serious
wins.
question.
I personally don't.
I just want to know whether
I
I want to know whether you can genuinely bring it into yourself to say, yes, he's done this really well.
I am genuinely thinking about this. I think that there is something to be said of, I personally don't like Project 2025, but they are accomplishing the goals in there. And I don't mean that in a snarky way. If that is what you want to do, then they are doing that well.
I mean, what's extraordinary to me, see, I would take everything you say a lot more seriously. If you said, you know what, Piers, what is indisputable is that on the southern border, there's been a 95% drop in the number of people coming over illegally. That is clearly, demonstrably,
it's called a chilling effect,
inarguably, and non-partisan, inarguably, a fact. And he should be celebrated and acknowledged for that. But it's being completely ignored by many on the mainstream media. And I get, this is my problem with it, is that the anti-Trump sentiment is always so intense that no one can even bring it upon themselves to give him credit for an obvious win for America. That is an obvious win for the United States. There are many other things you could quibble with and question or feel enraged by. But you can't say that, Kat? You can't say on the southern border that's a big success?
No, I think that the way that Trump is treating immigrants, this is a country that's built by immigrants. My dad is an immigrant.
These are people pouring in illegally in their millions over the southern border.
There are people that are seeking asylum, and we need
Well, they're not all
to have...
speaking asylum. You know that, Kat.
No,
Come on. You don't
bullshit.
think... You genuinely think...
We
10
literally just
well, hang on, just to be
deported
clear,
men
you
who
genuinely think
claimed
nearly 10
asylum
million...
in El Salvador
Hang on,
being
Kat.
shipped to a concentration in El Salvador.
Kat, we're not talking about the ones being shipped to prisons in El Salvador. We're talking about the reportedly 10 million people who came over the southern border in the Biden administration. You think they're all genuine asylum seekers?
I think that we don't have a good enough asylum process, and there are plenty that are claiming asylum, and it doesn't matter whether someone is claiming asylum or not. Trump is treating them all the same. I mean, he just deported a 2-year-old U.S. citizen back to Honduras who was being treated for cancer. And that's the problem here, is when it comes to our border issues, we are focusing on, it's treated so broadly and so angrily, so hatefully, and there's no difference between these people. The way that this administration is treating them is inhumane.
Okay, Tim, you wanted to jump in there. Hang on, Vinny. Hang on.
Go ahead, Vinny. I'll follow up, Vinny.
Yeah,
Go
Tim,
for it, bro.
Tim, and I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, and I appreciate it. First of all, that 2-year-old was here with an illegal alien mother, and if the mother gets deported, Piers, the kids go with the mother. So stop
she
that
is a
rhetoric.
2-year-old being treated for
Excuse me.
cancer.
Excuse me. I let you speak. Please let me finish, okay? And you're talking about, well, you're talking about, first of all, let me back up.
He literally said,
Americans can't afford
I'm
$1,000
speaking.
and they're struggling. That's because of the last administration. Trump just got here. That's number one. And
Why are you yelling?
Genuinely talking about illegal? You're talking about illegal immigrants, illegals that are here, that are in freaking gangs. That to join the gang, they have to kill people, that sell drugs, that beat the shit out of his wife. We get rid of him. Is that who you're sticking up for? Are you honestly going to sit here
really
and say
funny.
Trump is just doing a broad, any illegal? No,
this
it's going
fucking guy
after the illegal.
My response to this, when he says, "Is that who you're actually sticking up for?" I would literally redirect and start talking about how Guantanamo Bay is also wrong.
You know what the domestic is?
That's actually
It's the people that flood this country
good
with
pivot,
illegals.
actually.
They don't give a shit about law. They weaponize the justice
I
system.
love that now
they try to kill our freaking
he cares
president.
about kids.
And then when he tries to kick these people out, he's the mean one. I'm sorry. This is an argument that you are not going to win. Okay, there's absolutely no.
It would have
He's
been
talking about
funny if she was like,
gang members, and you're sticking.
she did the I'm speaking thing to him, but he's going to match her sassiness. It's just going to happen. It just has to happen.
Bro's just so angry.
That's
what I'm
angry.
talking about. I thought you were winning. I thought you were. He's tired of winning. That's right.
Must be.
But that's literally what it is.
Tired of winning.
They literally are tired with winning. They must be victims.
Yeah, now they're desperate to get it.
So they always have to be victimized. It's the whole TDS. It's the easiest way to just be like, you're all against Trump.
Well,
you're irrational.
It's the fascist
I'm
shit.
the one yelling, but you're irrational.
It's the strong and the weak shit, right? We are both strong and weak. The enemy is both strong and weak. Like it's this whole fascist MO. Like it's so easy to identify, but nobody does. It's just one of the tenets, but it's still an important thing to point out.
You know, because you go to Guantanamo and you say, you remember when ISIS was sending us. Piers, you probably got sent a video when you worked at wherever you were working at the time of ISIS executions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why they had those prisoners in red jumpsuits? And talk about how the Guantanamo policy is directly linked to to terrorist propaganda.
Yeah.
When we have a perfectly good Supermax prison where the Boston bomber is being held.
Love a Supermax. Nothing like Crime and Punishment,
the
baby.
The Supermax is not better than Guantanamo or worse than Guantanamo. The only issue with Guantanamo is that the facility is deteriorating.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the things that go on there are not necessarily any worse than that happen in a Supermax facility.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know how the Supermax facility does the forced feeding and stuff like that, but you think the average prison guard is going to treat these guys better than they were treated in Guantanamo? You think the average prison guard isn't going to, like, spit on the Quran and shit? To KSM?
Oh, is that what they were doing in Guantanamo?
So the reason why the hunger strike started was literally because, like, guards threw Qurans in toilets and stuff.
That's disgusting. Like,
So,
why? What is the point?
That's what Abby Martin and shit leaves out. Some of them are protesting the wrongful detention. Others were doing... That's why they changed it to hunger strike to long-term intermittent fasting.
It's amazing.
Because they said it's more accurate because the protests are being done for religious reasons.
Okay. Over the Quran.
It was stuff like that, though.
Yeah.
Like disrespecting the Quran and that type of shit. You know? And also with Guantanamo, not everyone in there is guilty.
No, I mean,
there's
never
only
had
one
trials,
guy who's
right?
not guilty now. But you know what I mean? It's like these guys who are being deported also aren't getting trials. It's the same Guantanamo policy.
Yeah.
This is why I argued against it decades ago. It's the same thing. It's just now going after people on our own soil, putting them in a foreign gulag. Because technically, Guantanamo is a foreign gulag. We just control it.
What do they say? Fascism is colonialism pointed inwards or something?
Well, it's also the first they came for them.
Yeah. Well, that's what I keep saying is like, how are you watching this and not being like, maybe we should not stand for this because what if they turn it on us? Like, I don't understand how that isn't the mentality.
Really surprised that nobody is like pointing to Guantanamo.
Yeah.
And saying like, this is what happened.
Yeah. Doggo.
Like, a majority of people in Guantanamo were released without trial.
Yes.
Oftentimes they were handed over and imprisoned in a different country, though.
Yeah. Like Jordan?
Like, Hasan Gall.
Yeah.
He was handed over to Pakistan. And when he was in Pakistani custody, I believe is when he also gave one of the courier names to the CIA.
Yeah.
Like in Zero Dark 30, when they bring him in Pakistan.
Yeah.
And then later, Hasan Gall, I don't know if he went back to like militancy or anything like that, but I can tell you that he was killed by a drone strike after he got out of prison.
Hell yeah.
So that's the thing too, is as a lot of these guys that they released from Guantanamo are also dead now.
Okay. Good for them.
Because it would be unacceptable to kill them in Guantanamo. Then it's a controversy like those 3 guys that killed themselves, right? But if you just release them and then kill them in the foreign country, nobody cares.
That's true. Maybe we draw some viewers in with the dog.
Up for MS-13 members. Have you ever encountered an MS-13 member? Have you ever spoken to one of them?
Well, I think the problem,
Vinny,
the problem, Vinny,
hang on. I'm
going to come to Tim. We are conflating several different issues here because the issue of people being deported, many of whom are already on the deportation list and are convicted criminals, some of them for murder, rape, and so on. I don't think many Americans have any sympathy with, I assume, with those on a deportation list who've had the due process but haven't yet been deported, now being deported. There is an issue about whether they should be put in prisons in El Salvador. I get that. But that's not to do with what's happened on the southern border. That's a different issue altogether. So, Tim, let me ask you the same question. You wouldn't naturally race to praise Trump for anything, but can you find it in yourself to say that what's happened on the southern border is a good thing? Now, I may be about to shock you with this, but tallow isn't...
Shut up. And here's why, and I was happy to let my cousin Vinny over there go. I thought he was going to explode. He might have had a heart attack over there if we didn't give him a chance to talk.
Get it?
But
I'm good.
Here's the thing.
Get it?
He said, my cousin Vinny.
I believe that, you know, look, I used to be a Reagan Republican, all right? I believed that we were a shining city on a hill. I believed that we were a place where people should want to come if they're fleeing oppression. If we're talking about these Venezuelans in particular, they're in a communist country where they are being persecuted by a communist dictator. And I think that we should have an orderly process where people should be able to come from Venezuela to this country to be refugees like so many have before, like all of us have who came to America. That is what is
Not
unique
all of us.
about America. That's what makes makes America special. Is that
many were very
everyone,
privileged,
except for the Native Americans, came here because they were looking for opportunity, because they were fleeing someplace else. And
no,
we
you're
created
forgetting
a
that people were
system
brought
was
here in
obviously
chains,
totally out
sir.
of control. And so bringing some control to that system is fine. But that doesn't mean zero people come in. I'm not happy about that. I want Venezuelans freeing communists.
You know, it's like the beginning of the Titanic where he's like, I can see the Statue of Liberty already. You know, like this like America, land of opportunity. Yeah, bro.
So much.
No. Like even today, they're not coming here because they want to because they like see this nationalist romantic vision about like how you can have a fucking white picket fence and have opportunity here. They come here because their families will starve if they don't, and they need to work. Okay? They are modern slaves. Don't give me that shit, bro.
And be able to come here. We need to create a system where people can come here. And you're saying that these people who are coming illegally, we actually know for sure
there was a good app
that at least a couple of the Venezuelans that were sent to El Salvador came through the legal process. You might not like that process, but they used the CB1 app. They said that they were refugees.
I mean, you just missed the
oppression.
rant I went on where this guy was saying that everyone is an immigrant and they came here for opportunity. And I said, bro, you're forgetting the people who came in chains. Like the erasure that these romantic nationalists have, the fact that like, bro, what do you mean? Everyone, he literally said everyone chose to come here except the Native Americans.
They went to a third country. In one case, a guy went to Colombia.
Someone chose for them.
Just like you're supposed to. And then he was brought to Florida. And that man has been sent to El Salvador. Maybe he's a trend to Aragua. We don't know because there wasn't a court hearing. I've talked a lot about the gay makeup artist Andre. I'm sorry, Piers, but so I want people to come.
I hear you. Again, like even with Gitmo, it's not necessarily my issue being Gitmo. It's the lack of due process involved.
Yeah,
that's my like number one thing. Like, cause I've said, like obviously I don't support fucking waterboarding KSM 250 times. But like if there was one person who deserves to be there, it's him. But the dude still needs to have a fucking trial.
Yeah. I mean, South Carolina, entire economy was slavery. Like, it's very similar. Go.
Like, honestly, like, you know, like, I'm also anti-death penalty, but, like, we can just put a round in the back of KSM's head, but he still needs the due process, you know what I mean? And even these guys that they released just to drone strike later never got that either. Like, if they were in custody, they deserve a trial.
It's not good to be zero. We're America.
Tim, I agree with you.
We're not China.
Listen, I don't disagree with you about the due process issue. And Elizabeth, what I would say, I think, against the pro-Trump argument is that if you start to play loose with due process, what happens, as Donald Trump is now realizing,
like how he did with Gitmo,
is that the stories become the stories which are about due process, not what's happened on the southern border. There is a clear, demonstrable, big success on the southern border, but I'm not reading or seeing anything about that. All I'm hearing about are these one or two isolated people who have not been afforded due process and where it looks unfair. And my point about that is that it's almost handing a victory to the jaws
It's just
of
my
defeat
bare minimum.
if you abandon due process.
Like, if that bare minimum was achieved, I'd start bitching about other things, obviously.
What do you think of that argument?
I mean, I have a lot to say in general, but can I just ask you, Pierce, do you genuinely believe that the mainstream media that we've talked a bit about now for the last 15 minutes would have given Donald Trump the win and actually written about the victory at the border, regardless of what else was happening in the country? Do you believe that?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I think that's part of the problem. I think part of the problem with Donald Trump, part of the problem with Donald Trump from day one, in terms of the way the media have treated him, is that they have failed to understand why he got elected. He got elected because he's not a conventional politician. He doesn't behave like a conventional politician.
Again,
so the Trump hysteria
yet these
away
people
for 4
don't give
years
him
the first
credit
time.
for the vaccines
This
and
time
shit.
around, we were told it's going to be different. Everyone's learned their lessons, and they haven't. The hysteria has blown up again about absolutely everything. Not just being in America.
When have you heard Trump supporters talk about, like, his elimination of ISIS, his fucking, like, killing of Qasem Soleimani? Because if they embrace that, oh my God, can you imagine how much Iranian propaganda could be pumped into the liberals if they actually embrace that and never fucking let it go?
Yeah.
They literally can't hold on to his wins. I don't know what it is. They have to only focus on wins that aren't real, where they make up numbers.
Mm-hmm. Like Doge.
Exactly. Like, he will say it sometimes, where he's like, everyone tried to kill Qasem. I was the only one who got it done.
Yeah.
But normally when he starts being criticized, he starts going into how he's persecuted with Russia, and the very fine people hoax. He always goes back to his persecution instead of actually standing on his shit and saying what he's accomplished and his victory. Like, he's a bitch. Bitch made bitch.
America for a month. It's sort of every morning's like a jungle of everyone going bonkers about everything Trump says and does. When actually, as with all things Trump, it's better to take a bit of time and see how things play out, because I think that's what he does. I think he throws stuff up against the wall.
Trump posting kill cams. Literally, one of them is like on civilians
and so on. But the problem with the kind of controlled chaos.
Did you see his little heads on spikes shit?
That he does allow
and
his opponents.
A lot of them were
enemies,
sexual assault.
Quite a lot of people in the media.
Isn't that ironic?
Who really do want to.
Oh yeah, where he put the pictures out.
It gives
Isn't that
them
ironic?
a chance and an excuse to do that. And it takes
like,
away
bro,
from the
you're a rapist.
They'll never see it.
But
the difference is he's an American rapist. It's okay when we do it.
Big argument and don't disagree with it. It's the way he's gone about this. He has to get some wins on the board, because otherwise, if in 6 months' time or a year's time, or as you head towards the midterms, the U.S. economy is still in the doldrums and the stock market is still tanking, then you're going to lose the House in the midterms. And the environment will change completely. So
he's going to lose the House regardless.
He's playing with fire here with this stuff, where he's got to get wins on the board. Do you accept that?
I accept that, but I would argue that Donald Trump, obviously, as you know, is fully aware.
You know how many times I've complained about rushing the withdrawal of Afghanistan, so it was done on a year where there wasn't elections.
A couple weeks before the midterms to try to score
instead of waiting a year,
for example, right? Maybe that's not what Donald Trump is trying to do. I think
nobody voted in those midterms on those elections.
That's why I brought up the dinner
to
begin with, and the fact
it
that
really
they
matters
sat there
what
and
happens.
Themselves and lied again.
You know, next year.
My fellow panelist here said that
and if he fucking tries to actually stand on some shit, which he won't.
Steve Bannon goes out and says, I am a Trump supporter.
Do you think
no
he's
one at
gonna go for a
NBC
third
or
term?
Axios or Politico or anywhere else goes out and says I'm a Biden supporter. I saw Jake Tapper a few weeks ago say I'm not on the left.
I'm sure.
And I sat there with my jaw on the ground. The fact
There's
is,
going to
they
be
believe
people.
that they are actually.
I'm sure it's already been done. Have
Oh,
they
there's already
introduced
merch for
fucking
it.
bills in Congress and stuff?
There's
yeah,
already
there's
merch
going to
for
be
it.
his little minions who do it. It's not going to gain any weight, though.
Yeah, okay. Well, we fucking hope not.
Because, like, him being in office is not necessarily good for the Republicans electorally.
Moderates. They believe they're telling the American people the truth, and they believe they're getting away with murder because they continue to throw their own bias into everything else that they
when the Republicans controlled the Congress during Obama, like, there's still plenty of guys in there that miss those days.
Yeah.
And with Trump in office, they're not going to necessarily get that. They have to sit here, even though they have control, they literally have to do the Democrat shit now where they fucking drag their feet and get nothing done while they have control. Because they don't want to fucking cede this type of shit away.
Yeah.
report. The American people are not stupid. What is sad is that the journalists in our country believe that they are. They believe they can tell them how to vote and how to feel, and they will not be able to do the research for themselves. Donald Trump is not worried about victories in the media because he knows the American people not only elected him to do what he's doing, but can figure out what he's doing
20%
without
of the American
reading through a
people,
couple of
actually.
headlines in the mainstream media. So no, I don't think he's worried about scoring a few wins because he believes
Less,
he's scoring
actually.
the exact wins he was
It's like
elected.
15% of the voting population.
The interesting sort of sideshow at the moment to all this is the battle for the heart and soul of the Democrat Party, who have got record low polling at the moment.
Like
You're seeing a number of people like Gavin Newsom,
Yeah,
Governor
like,
of California.
Can you bring up this comment? He does have wins on the board. So, this is something that I talk about a lot, is the fucking Lena Khan shit Biden constantly took credit for.
Yes.
Like, these are his wins. It's in his admin. The biggest wins that Biden always bragged about were done by Lena Khan, not him.
Mm-hmm.
There's no excuse for him not claiming the wins. He's just a bad politician. But at the time, he's also a good politician because he can constantly have this fucking persecution complex. And that's what that's what these people want. They got their crosses on so they can be persecuted like Jesus. It's a fucking complex that they have.
Steaming very fast to the middle ground, abandoning a lot of the more progressive woke ideology as he goes, pretending he had nothing to do with it. You're also seeing people like AOC who are out there getting more and more support, but of course belong entirely to the progressive left. You've also got people like David Hogg, who says we've got to get rid of all these old timers. We've got to ripple up and get some new, young, fresh blood and
I don't
thinking
disagree
into
with
the
that,
party,
though.
which I would completely concur with. You know, when you see the likes of
That's what I'm
Nancy
saying.
Pelosi and
It's
Chuck Schumer and these
like-
others, you just think you've got to move on now, and you've got to find a new,
David Hogg does not bother
coherent
me in the
voice that's
slightest.
going to get people to vote for it and have a view for America. But it can't be the progressive left.
I
can
do
it?
think
Haven't
that
we
he
just seen
did.
with the last election.
Like, he was always
an
going to
utter
be in politics.
repudiation
That was his goal.
of a lot of what the progressive
But I
left
do think
stands for.
he
So if you end up with
definitely
AOC
grifted off the
as
incident
the standard bearer going
to build
forward,
himself.
I think you end up losing again.
You know, I don't think he's
Frankly, I
genuine like
disagree.
Greta
I mean, Harris,
Thunberg.
especially after the DNC, was campaigning with Liz Cheney, trying to present herself as like this moderate Nikki Haley, Kamala Harris voter that obviously didn't really exist.
You know
or
how
at
I know
least
he's not
in
genuine?
Huge numbers.
Go on.
I think
He's
what
a
lot of us call
politician.
progressivism is really just common sense. I mean, my big vision for the world is that every American should afford housing, groceries, and healthcare with money left over to save and spend. And that doesn't seem like a very high bar, and it's not for
Literally
any of our peer
same shit
countries,
Biden
but
would
it
say.
is here. And neither party is truly messaging on that. I mean, you have on the right now, having tax
Well,
cuts that benefit the super rich,
the
but
Doge
not
stuff
the average American, and these tariffs will
Didn't
cost
do
the average
anything because they were just misreading spreadsheets because they're
Yeah.
12-year-olds.
It was so funny.
Like, that's literally all they did. They aimed for like 800
American.
billion, didn't take any of Elon's subsidies. Mentioned nothing of it. Funny, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's if they're wanting to get cut waste, that's where you do it.
You do it in
notice
defense
how quickly
policies.
they abandoned this. Elon got kicked out because they don't get along and he's unpopular narrative.
I think about $4,000 every
Like,
year.
people are so ready to actually forget him.
And as for Democrats, there are a lot of them that are more interested in their, corporate donors and trying to always cater to this very like milquetoast vision when both parties should be going towards that idea. Housing, groceries, and healthcare with money left over to save and take your kid to the zoo or go to the movies.
But you know the
I don't think
reason,
anyone here would disagree.
the reason people don't focus on those things or talk about them is that on the progressive left, you'll also have people at high levels of the party.
Honestly, the
come out
socialists
and
might
say
be a
with
better
straight
vote than the
face, We
Greens.
think biological men should be in women's sport. And the moment most average Americans hear that, they do what you just did. They roll their eyes and go, "You lot are insane." And you're doing it for a different reason. You're doing it because you think, I'm insane for saying that. But I can tell you, as somebody who's always been pretty liberal, I think that strategy was completely insane. The idea that you would let your leaders go out and propagate such bullshit, which most Americans with any vein of common sense, as you call it, know is bullshit, that then allows exactly what happened. The Republicans to run with that and say, look at these people, they're nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the Democratic Party has a messaging issue, but I think this is less about the Democratic Party and more about right-wing media, which I watch and analyze for a living, or at least before I started running for Congress. There's been plenty of research talking about when people transition, how it doesn't really impact their effects in sports. This is a very, very, very tiny percent of the
No, it's
population.
complete bullshit. I'm sorry.
Can I please
by
finish
the way,
this?
I'm not right-wing media in any shape
I'm
or
not
form.
saying Shut him you down, are. Kat.
No, but I'm
saying-
just telling you, I'm not, and I
Shut
think
him
it's
down,
bullshit.
Kat.
The idea that it's a small thing, it's not. You're seeing it more and more and more and more and more. There are millions of people, young people in America identifying as trans. This problem is going to get
Millions?
worse and worse and
There's
worse.
1.2
And the
million of
issue
them,
is
you
about
fucking
women's
moron.
rights to equality and to fairness and to safety. Nothing more than that. It's not about
The amount of trans people
I want
in
the same,
sports
but
in the first
just to be
place
clear,
is
I want the same.
minuscule.
Hang on, Kat. I want the same for trans people,
Oh my God.
but
Please
not at the expense
annihilate
of
him.
women's rights. That's what it's about. And if you can't have a Democrat Party that stands up completely rock solid for women's rights, because it's far too concerned with promoting a trans agenda where it erodes women's rights, you're never going to get re-elected as a party.
Where?
Ever.
Okay, this is the thing. Trans people's existence and even like the 40 people that are in sports
Does
isn't
nothing
the
to
big
impact-
issue with women's rights.
Thank you.
It isn't a women's rights issue.
But it
at
becomes
all. We need
one
to be-
when you
Can I
support
please finish?
obvious
Oh my God, shut up,
unfairness.
Piers.
That's the point.
Can I please finish?
Sure.
Thank you. The thing here is you have
love
Republicans
it.
right now in the state at
I
the
hope she
federal
wins her
level that are
race.
saying we need to check children's genitals
Well, the
to make sure
person
that the
she
right
was
ones before they
primarying,
play.
I think,
That's
isn't
a
seeking
harm to
re-election.
children and women.
Fantastic.
The SAVE Act, which is going to
So,
stop millions of married women from being
I'm
able to vote
so
if they don't
excited
have their birth certificate
if they
and
do
proof of their name
debates.
change. That's an actual harm to women. Trans people existing, and in like one state that did a law against trans kids being in sports, there was literally one trans child that was in any sport who was supported by their own team. This is lawmakers at the state level, people that are being paid, that are full-ass adults, that are bullying children.
So just to be
for
clear,
no
okay,
reason.
so just
she's
to
a
be
bit
clear,
libbed up,
You would
but
you would
she's great.
personally like it to continue. You think it's perfectly
She'd be
okay
cooler if
for
she did our
biological
show.
men to compete in women's
Yeah.
sport. Is that your position?
Maybe we should email
Yes.
her campaign.
I don't mind trans women being in sports.
Okay,
I
then,
have been,
then
I
this
don't
is the problem.
kickball
Then, Kat, with
trans
respect
women,
to you,
and I
with,
beat them.
Kat, with great respect to you, I'm very glad you're not running this issue in America because it is grotesquely unfair to women.
I really
Vinny, final
hope they
word to
bring
you,
up
then I'll come
Riley
to Tim,
Gaines.
for his
and
Bro
she
just
drops
used the word
Wait,
grotesque.
wait,
Well, she just
did.
said
Well,
I don't
talking about
you're
trans
spitting out
issues.
these numbers. If one
Grotesque.
man
Yeah.
tries to take away a scholarship from
my
a
God.
female, that's anti-woman, and for you to sit there and act like it's not a freaking problem.
Cope.
it's-
I love that
it's
they're
happening
suddenly-
more and more like Pierce
Now
said
they care.
Oh,
every
so-
single day, and
oh,
that's
so
the
now
problem
you're
with
woke?
This low number talk.
Now
If
you're woke
one-
and you love women,
one
huh?
girl is being affected, and if there's men in women's bathrooms,
So
you
you
guys
want,
make it seem like this is just we're just
You know what I
putting
say?
this in there. And that's the
He wants
problem
affirmative
here
action.
with the
Vinny for
Scratch a
affirmative action.
transphobe and a racist bleeds.
Democratic Party. You heard it here first. No vision, no plan. They're totally fine with a male with testicles beating the shit out of women, spiking
You're
volleyballs
so
in their freaking
obsessed with
faces,
people's
sending them to the
jobs.
hospital. It's no. It's unbelievable that I'm happy you're exposing yourself because he nailed it. This is why your party is going to keep losing over and over and over because you guys are standing on issues that it's so common sense. Men should play with men. Women should play with women. And if you don't think it's affecting women, go ask all these girls that are losing
literally
scholarships to men
it's all
with freaking
recycled
testicles that
gay
are beating the
panic
shit out of
shit.
them in sports.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable that you think like that.
Okay, Tim, I mean, I think, Tim, the wider point, I don't want to, relitigate the whole trans thing, but I think the point is, as the Democrats try and find a new voice, a new way to compete, and a new way to win.
Did you put the new ones that I
feel they have to go down the Gavin Newsom route.
No,
of
I can do that now,
abandoning,
though.
Just propagating all this progressive, far left stuff. Otherwise, they're just unelectable.
Vinny, stop
Yeah,
talking.
so just two thoughts on this.
That would have been
really quick on the
that would have
moral
been so much
bankruptcy
funnier
of
if
Vinny's
the
position.
show was
just-
right at
look,
the start.
have a
I
more
wish
nuanced
she
view
said
of that.
genitals
Show me
instead of
your
genitals.
genitals in
When she
sports.
said-
But the
I
idea
wish she
that
said you're so
having
obsessed
one
with people's
trans
genitals.
woman in a swimming meet is unacceptable.
Yes.
But I don't care.
Riley
if I
Gaines,
wrongly
5th
sent-
place,
but-
baby.
Okay, but I
Right
don't
wing
care.
give
You don't
grift
care,
off 5th
apparently.
place.
We wrongly sent one person to a concentration camp in Venice.
Imagine getting mad over getting a participation trophy.
I love this point from the Reagan Republican here.
Uh-huh.
You care about one person losing a trophy in swimming, but not about one person wrongly being sent to a concentration camp. That's such a good pivot.
Oh, is this for the
I
show
respect.
me your genitals?
Look at, she's literally biting her lip here.
I know.
Because she doesn't
holding
like
back.
the point she's making either. Which is why I respect her for, like, actually standing up. Like, the thing is that you supporting trans rights in a debate is a victory to chuds. Right? So
how does that work?
That's just because then then you're like, then they can say, haha, you're pro pedophile stuff. It like just basically proves their point.
Okay.
In their own head. The same way they're like, oh, you're going to stick up for these criminals being deported. They're rapists.
Yeah,
it's the same shit. But this guy, because he can just fucking pivot on that shit, like in a debate setting, which isn't real and does not matter, it's I think it's a better approach than what she did, even though I respect her more for actually standing up for trans people instead of pivoting away.
Yeah, so I'm not 100% on this, and I've mostly seen around the same. It's my and most of the time I come to the conclusion of like, if the chick says yes to the fight in like combat sports, she knows who she's fighting.
I'm just
right.
Where's
like,
the trans title holder?
Exactly, right? The trans person that won the swimming meet didn't even win. Came third or something, I think. And Riley Gaines
like
came
Kat
fifth.
said, she beats them in kickball.
But like it's New Zealand had an Olympic trans lifter. Failed. Right? There's like, you can have a physical advantage for being like developing as a male, sure, but once you start taking estrogen, it degrades quickly. And you might still retain some of the
and normally
the mass, but it doesn't
and
have the
normally
strength
like
that it does.
You are
Yeah.
going to have higher estrogen and lower testosterone than the people who are top competitors in that women's sports. So it's not, you know, also, were these people good athletes before they started transitioning?
Generally, no.
What?
Generally, they weren't, no.
Good athletes?
Yeah.
Before
Like-
they transitioned.
Yeah, so then this is a lot of the thing that they use to be like, look, they're gaining an advantage, but like, sure, like if you're like, let's say football, for example, right? If you were to transition into the women's AFL, and I think there is a trans player in the AFL, but if you were to transition from playing footy as a man, transition, and then joining the women's AFL, I would imagine that you would have some kind of physical stature advantage. But the game's a skill game. Like, it's still a skill game. Like, it's still... your accuracy of a kick isn't affected by your estrogen or testosterone levels. Like, sure, and this is why I just generally land on the side of, I don't give a fuck. If you don't like it, join another team. Like, it's that simple. You have the freedom to leave as well. They have the freedom to join. Get over it. It's like any other group. Are you gonna poo-poo trans people for joining a gun club? For joining a bouldering club? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? You know what I mean? Like, get the fuck over it. As she said, and she didn't exactly say it, but I'll say it here. Their existence does nothing to your life. Shut the fuck up. Like, literally does not impact you. Go on.
Don't care about due process.
Concentration camp.
Wrongly? No. You said you don't care about due process.
Two different points. You're conflating two different points.
No, I'm not.
Two different points.
This
Let me
is a
guess.
moral
And you're using the
issue.
word concentration camp. Tim, you're using the word concentration camp.
What do you mean?
You're one of those people that's like, Trump is Hitler. Again, your dumbass party has watered down the name Hitler.
yelling.
The name Hitler isn't even strong anymore.
He's a Republican, bro.
He's so red.
Look at Vinny's face right now. Your dumbass party. Bro, you're literally talking to a Republican.
Same party.
Because you know what? You compare him to Trump, people go, oh, if Hitler's like Trump, then he's not bad. Stop saying that, guys. That's stupid rhetoric. Concentration camp. You're an illegal gang member. Get the fuck out of my country. Period. You don't belong here. You have deportation orders.
Well,
You're not supposed to be here. You beat your wife.
Okay,
Bye.
Listen.
How do you prove they're illegal gang members?
Exactly. Oh,
Vinny?
you look at
How do you prove that?
knuckle tattoos with MS-13 on it, of course.
Yeah. Make sure that they literally write it out.
We have to wrap it up. All I would say is, Tim, in relation to your point, Tim, I actually think it is wrong to deport people to prisons in El Salvador without proper due process.
It's a much more
Don't be in a gang, Piers. Don't be in a gang.
Well, Vinny, I have not seen yet enough evidence for my
Don't wear a
liking
skirt.
that this guy was a member of that gang.
If there is,
why would you?
Hang on. If there
Why
is,
do they have to show you?
if there is,
Why do
put
they
it
have to
out
show
there.
you?
If there is, put it out there, and then I may change my mind. But until I see it, I'm afraid I'm not satisfied. And I also think the trans issue
you guys think
is
that they're
important.
lying?
Well, let's wait and see.
Are they lying, Piers?
Let's wait and see.
They're not, you
Initially,
guys think they're lying.
Well, no, Vinny, but initially, and just to be clear, the initial, the administration initially said it was a mistake. Their words, not mine. Anyway, we've got to leave it there. Yep. Great panel. Thank you all very much. I greatly appreciate it. We're going to move on to other subjects.
Take a breath, Vinny.
Who are you people?
Who are you calling you people?
Senator Alyssa Slotkin had told Bernie Sanders and AOC to stop using the word oligarchy because they're confusing our simple little American public. Bernie Sanders was asked about that.
The gang member part isn't even required. No, it's not. Is this in relation to this? What did you mean by this? Was that in relation to what I was saying or what they were saying in the video? Don't know why they even make the argument. It's because they try and convince themselves. They know that they're lying, but they're just trying to convince themselves. Or they don't know and they're just dumb. It does. It literally does. It's just shitting on people who are trying to get a better life. And it's like they're all for it, right? When it comes to South Africa. But only white South Africans.
I've never met a nice South African. You know?
Like, you notice that they're deporting South Americans, but they're like, hey, South Africans, the white farmers that have been, targeted by the government, they're allowed to come. How interesting. I wonder how much being white has to do with that. Did they offer any refuge to the Sudanese who have half the population of Australia displaced within their country? No, none of that? How about the Congo?
Well, I mean, come
Any
on.
refugee programs for the Congo?
We already did that for the Syrians. Now we have to do it for Africans?
Yeah. I mean, you know, if you're throwing out programs, why not?
On Meet the Press.
The socialists want to get rid of ASIO.
Democrats should stop using the term oligarchy because it's a phrase that doesn't resonate with all Americans. Are you missing a chance to speak to a wider audience, Senator?
Well, geez, we had 36,000 people out in Los Angeles, 34,000 people in Colorado. We had 30,000 people in Folsom, California, which is kind of a rural area. I think the American people are not quite as dumb as Ms. Lockton thinks they are. I think they understand very well when the top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 90%.
The socialists have impressed me. Now, this is just their policies, but it says, reject war and imperialist aggression against China, while also expressing solidarity with labor and democratic rights campaigns and victims of human rights abuses, including the Uyghurs, Tibetans, and other ethnic minorities. I'm very, very surprised.
Principal anti-imperialism, you say?
Crazy. They do oppose AUKUS.
Of course.
Kurdish mention.
Oh, speaking about AUKUS.
Kurdish mention is wild.
I don't know how much information we have publicly on it, but China apparently has made really good strides with thorium reactors.
Yes, a commercialized reactor. We knew about this months ago.
No, I mean, like, just recently they may have opened one.
They connected it to the grid. They actually finally finished the commercialization process, and now everybody's saying
which is
China's
good because
world first.
Because if they advance thorium technology,
yes,
that could even be beneficial to Australia.
100%, 100%. And this is what I've been trying to get across to people, because obviously China is going to be using this for information narratives, and it's already coming out. And I'm
also
trying
Belt
to
and Road, because if the thorium is much safer and can't be weaponized.
Yes. They're also
then
pebble
why
bed
can't
reactors.
Ghana get one?
They're meltdown proof. Like
supposedly.
Theoretically, the molten salt should prevent a meltdown.
If anything, we should be glad China's the one who came up with it first. Am I right?
Because the one thing I've been seeing about this is they've been misrepresenting it as the first instance of a thorium reactor, when the first instance was in like the 60s. But this is what I've been trying to get across to them, is that this is the first commercial non-uranium reactor available. That's why this is significant. But to represent it like China as the first is disingenuous, and similar to how they're trying to gaslight people into being like, we're going to be the first people to land people on the moon, which is such a crazy fucking narrative to try and push. And people are buying it too. Crazy shit.
When big money interests are able to control both political parties, they are living in an oligarchy. And these are precisely the issues that have got to be talked about. Are you living in a democracy when Mr. Musk can spend $270 million to elect Trump and then becomes the most important person in government? Or AIPAC and other super PACs have enormous power over Democratic candidates? Those are issues that we have got to talk about. That is the reality of American society today. The very rich getting richer, working class people are struggling, 800,000 people sleeping out on the streets. If we don't address that issue, the American people will continue to turn their backs on democracy, because they're looking around them and they're saying, does anybody understand what I am going through?
AOC's response, we can put up D2 here, was simply to put up the dictionary definition of oligarchy for anybody who need it. Although surveys showed that actually people don't need it, that people were asked if they could define it, and they basically could. It's not that complicated word.
The
like
survey is very interesting. I hope Brian actually shows what it is. But one of the parts of the survey was like asked if they knew what it was, and a lot of people said no. Like 20 or 30% said they didn't know what it was. And then the survey said, if you had to guess, what would it be? And of that percentage, almost all of them were in the ballpark.
Yes.
Of what it is. Some getting the exact definition, and some getting an authority. They'll like concentrating power into the hands of the few is what was the most common one. But then even out of the ones who didn't know what it means, a lot of them picked specifically like the wealthy like that.
Slotkin, many pointed out, had no problem using the word oligarchy when she was applying it to Russia.
Oh, yes.
There are all sorts of posts that are talking about Russian
they
oligarchs.
They want to take PKK.
That's a good point.
Hold on, pause.
It's only when it's being applied here at home.
They also want to take the PKK off Australia's terror list. Literally mentioned in their policies is removing the PKK from the terror list. That's pretty fucking crazy. From a political
a lot of
party.
these minor parties would probably be easy to interview as well.
I'm kind of interested in the Fusion Party, and now I'm kind of interested in these guys. So maybe we can after the election.
Home
and talk
that
about their
the former
results.
CIA spook has a problem with it. So
I'm always on the lookout for the left adopting some faculty lounge language that might be kind of off-putting. I don't think that's what's happening here, but I'm curious for your take. But for me, if it works in two different ways, because it works for independents who feel like the system is rigged and is kind of controlled by billionaires. It works for people on the left who buy into the entire thing. But it also works with kind of resistance libs who have been really energized around defending democracy. And the left and some others kind of scoff at that, this whole, democracy, that's not real, it's a distraction from, fighting for the working class and for improving people's material conditions. But oligarchy is a frame that
of course
that
the
covers
USA
that.
right.
Like if you are somebody who is worried about our democracy eroding, who's the one doing? Who's the one
I'm sure
eroding?
Saudi Arabia
It's the
could
oligarchs.
also fucking
So
build
you
thorium
capture
reactors
everybody
pretty
under
easily,
that
even though they
that
don't
umbrella.
Have access to nuclear
I think that's
tech.
really well put, and the proof is in the pudding. Like, we know who is turning up to those Bernie AOC rallies. It's not just, quote unquote, Bernie bros from 2016 and 2020. It is a lot, and we talked to Dave Weigel about this, it is a lot of normie Democrats, which is why AOC is shooting up in the polls in terms of who is the leader of the Democratic Party. And so, I think it's an incredibly helpful frame. As you said when we were talking about this on Friday, I think voters actually appreciate being treated as adults who are capable of understanding concepts that, like oligarchy, which
so I can get out
I think we are all getting
a
rapid lesson in how that takes shape and what it means for all of us. So, political consultants have been trying to come up with this sort of focus grouped language about how do we connect the fight for democracy with people's, with the price of eggs or whatever. And usually that ends up in a very tortured direction where you're not really making a good case either about the material circumstances or about the genuine threats to democracy. And I think the framing of oligarchy really does serve those ends incredibly effectively, Like, you can see no one else in the Democratic Party has garnered the level of energy, attention, and excitement as AOC and Bernie have. I guess next I would put Chris Van Hollen taking a genuinely, I would say, courageous action, going down to El Salvador, actually doing something out in the real world. I will say a lot of liberals are very excited about Cory Booker's speech. That one didn't speak to me personally as much, but I do want to say a lot of people were really excited about that because it at least showed some sort of a fight. But, viewing what is happening in the Trump administration through this lens of oligarchy, I think really does unify the left, the liberals, and creates this sort of powerful coalition that is also somewhat oppositional to the think tank driven abundance conversation that Alyssa Slotkin, I don't know if she like calls herself like an abundance person, but she would be more in line with that. And the last thing I'll say about it is AOC, and you could speak to this better than anyone, she has really positioned herself previously as wanting to work within the boundaries of the Democratic Party and not wanting to get too crosswise with leadership, et cetera. The fact that she and Bernie are both taking a much more directly adversarial position vis-a-vis Alyssa Slotkin firing back, I think is also kind of a sign of the times and a sign they feel that the public is on their side.
Yeah, because a lot of times in the past, the party establishment or Slotkin types would fire at
if anything,
Bernie or AOC.
Trump's election showed that people are fucking done with the Democratic
Take the
establishment.
arrows and be like, we're being part of a team, not as well. What kind of team is this that's just constantly shooting at you? But now they're feeling better. Like they're feeling their oats and they're ready to fire back. And on that front, we have news out this morning that Justice Democrats is making its first endorsement, not just of the 2026 cycle, but even of the 2024 cycle.
Yeah, after
this, not that they didn't endorse anybody in the 2024 cycle, but they didn't recruit anybody to challenge sitting incumbents because they put all of their energy into protecting the squad. 4 of whom they, survived. 2 of whom, famously, Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman, after tens of millions.
Make sure you vote in the poll.
Did not. So this is the first time that they're going back on offense.
Hey, hydrogen mentioned.
And it's Donovan McKinney, who is a state rep
in the policy?
Detroit, who's running against Sri Thanadar, who we'll talk about in a moment, and is quite a fun guy to kind of.
He's a character.
He's quite a character.
Hydrogen
so
means
this
nuclear.
would give you 2 Justice Democrats in Detroit, because Rashida Tlaib is there as well. He's a former climate activist. Grew up working class in Detroit, and he talks about that in his biography. Which let's roll his launch video, which is rolling out this morning, just to get a sense of where kind of the Justice Democrats left is in thinking about their positioning against an incumbent Democrat. So let's roll this opening ad.
People across this country and even
Why
the world
do
know
environmental
Detroit,
parties,
or they think they do,
always buy into
They know our
anti-nuclear
music,
propaganda?
our sports,
I don't
our
understand.
struggle. But what people always forget is none of this is possible without our people. This district is one of the poorest places in America, but the mighty 13th knows hard work better than anyone. It's the people who clock in.
Probably because
generation
their
after
base is
generation,
the same type
shift
of
after
fucking
shift, that get forgotten
anti-vaxxer
first.
idiot.
Somewhere along the way, we got convinced we should settle for less from the people we elect to represent us. I'm running for Congress because we deserve better. We deserve a Democratic Party that leads the fight against the billionaires robbing us blind, that stands up to corporate PACs. Our country and our children can afford nothing less. People like our Congressman, Sri Thanadar, are the problem. A multi-millionaire who spent millions to buy a seat of Congress, who has more in common with Donald Trump and Elon Musk than people like us. I was born next to smokestacks. We moved 13 times as a kid. Sometimes it was an apartment, sometimes it was a family member's house, sometimes it was even our own car. But wherever it was, my mom and grandma made sure it felt like home. I spent my life trying to give back to help the place and people I love. I've never forgotten my roots or the true purpose of why I serve. So always put the people first. When things are darkest, it's when you fight the hardest. I'm running for my wife, mother, and grandmother, and all women who deserve a Congress that fights for their rights. I'm running for my baby boys, because the block you live on should determine how far you'll go. I'm running for you, because like all of you, I know we deserve better.
Who's this guy?
This is my home. This is our community. This is our future. And the choice is ours. I'm Donovan McKinney, and I'm running for Congress to take back this seat for us, always with the people.
So what do you make of that messaging? I mean, the touch, the vocabulary, Green New Deal, Medicare for all, like that type of stuff that was stock in 2018 wasn't really in there, but the what'd you think of the messaging?
Yeah, it's a class framing. This guy's out of touch. She's in there. He has more in touch with Donald Trump and Elon Musk than he does with you and me. I'm gonna, I'm connected to this community, and I'm gonna be the one who's there to actually fight for you.
Now, the funny thing is who he's running against. You just can't make this guy up. So we roll the next element. Zed Jelani busted this guy in absolutely hilarious fashion in 2018 when he was running for governor of Michigan. He was actually the front runner for governor ahead of Whitmer when Zed wrote this story, and the story was that he met with a bunch of consultants ahead of the race, both Republican and Democratic, and they asked him, like, tell us about yourself. Like, if we're gonna represent you, what party are you gonna run as? Like, are you a Republican, you Democrat? He's like, you tell me.
Oh my God.
It's like, I want to be governor. Tell me what I need.
What's the lane?
What's the lane, and tell me what I need to say. Like, he was like confused. Like, wait a minute, I'm gonna tell you this? You're the consultant.
Oh my God.
You tell me what I think. And the one thing that was consistent in his conversations with these consultants was that he had a visceral disdain for Bernie. But Bernie was hot then, so he ended up running as Bernie. He was going to do Medicare for all for Michigan, and like he did a whole Bernie campaign and was spending his own money. And as a result, was at the very top. And then this came out as like, and then other things. Like he's just a complete mess. So then, in 2022.
So the Bernie branding initially actually was.
It was working. It was actually working for him, and then he faded, and Whitmer wins. Then in 2022, he runs for Congress and spends millions of his own money as a leftist again. First, I guess it was 2020, he wins like a state rep seat or something. So he buys a house in the legislature.
Okay.
Then he runs for Congress. When he was in the legislature, he signed on to resolutions that called Israel an apartheid state and said that it should not get any U.S. funding. So, because it's a common, popular position in Detroit. So he runs for Congress saying similar things. AIPAC spent like $4 or $5 million in 2022 trying to beat him. And he overcame it because he spent so much of his own money. So he's then elected to Congress. After he's elected to Congress, AIPAC takes him and his family on a trip to Israel, and he comes back.
He's reformed.
Does a complete 180.
Oh my God.
So then in 2024, activists in Detroit recruit somebody to run against him, and AIPAC spends millions defending Sri Thanadar because now he's a full-on pro-Israel guy.
That's so funny.
I don't care. I want to hear about Bernie.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What?
So I click on Clive Palmer's party to look at their policies. The first policy on their policy list. Doge. I want to push these people off a very tall building.
50th anniversary of Vietnamese liberation. I'm actually going to look at that video comparing the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese Liberation Front, like the different militancies from North Vietnam and their similarities to resistance against the state of Israel and Western imperialism. So, because
okay, I can tell you right now, do not compare the IRGC factions to the North Vietnamese. Like, do not fucking compare these people to Uncle Ho, who might have been the most principled and successful actual communist leader who stuck to communist values and wasn't a fucking moron.
Yeah.
Like Mao and all these people who are fucking idiots. Right? Like, do not compare these people. Like, there's plenty of Palestine movements that you could. I would compare them more to the PKK. Like, people will write stories about the Viet Cong in, like, Iraq, in northern Iraq, and like, you know, for school and stuff. They'll write stuff like, you know, you do a creative writing class, you'll write about the Viet Cong, and it's all code for the PKK.
Ah,
Because you
interesting.
can't fucking write about the PKK in your fucking class in Northern Iraq, you know?
Yeah.
There's a lot of similarities. There's a video from a channel, I forget what it's called.
Why'd you leave that in the beginning?
That was perhaps one
Editors.
of the
I forget where it's
most
called. You
swagged
should
out
have
white boys
edited
of
that
all
part out.
time. Scottish singer Ewan McCall and his ballad for Uncle Ho Chi Minh. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is April 30th, 50th anniversary of the Reunification Day, Liberation
All right,
Day.
I already hate this. I already can't stand him. Hang on. Let's go to Luna Oi because she's probably more watchable than Hasan on this. See if she did something. She did not. Bummer. I was like already like, I wanna die.
Hello. If you look online, you will probably find about 1 bajillion people talking about the military's most expensive and fancy weapon systems. I don't blame them. They're cool, flashy, and make for good content. But what about the cheapest? I think that deserves some love too. Today, we're going to talk about the humble concertina wire spool. We'll talk about how it's used, what makes it so damn effective, and how it manages to stop everything from scared privates to full-on main battle tanks, all with some cheap pointy metal bits. Then, at the end, I'll tell you how to defeat it. Triple strand the like and subscribe button, and let's talk about it. Now, before I get too far into it, I know what you're thinking. Hey, retard, that's not the cheapest, because rocks are free, reusable, and you can throw them. Your video title sucks. And to that I say, please stop. You're hurting my feelings. I don't know anything about geology, and this isn't a channel about calculating a cosine or memorizing the capital cities in Europe, so we're just going to keep talking about C-wire. Concertina wire, or C-wire as most people call it, are rolls of double-coil helical razor wire made from galvanized steel. Now, worth noting, C-wire isn't the same as barbed wire that farmers use to keep cows from escaping. That wire pokes you. C-wire slices into you and snags you up. It is nasty. C-wire comes in strands that, when extended, stretch out 50 feet in length and have a diameter of 30 inches. Depending on market costs, each strand costs the DoD somewhere between $30 and $75 per, about half the cost of a Minecraft meal if you ordered it on Uber Eats. Also, fun fact, the Wikipedia page on the subject also connects you to the Slinky Wikipedia page. And now I want to see pushing a spool of C-wire down a hill like a slinky could be used as a new defensive tactic. But a single strand of C-wire ain't gonna do much. Mostly because, 1, if it's just 50 feet, you can probably just walk around it unless your enemy has the pathfinding skills of an ant. And 2, because all it takes to defeat a single strand, if you can't go around it, is to cut it. And if you do it right, you don't even need special tools. You can just use the pliers on a multi-tool. If you're tall enough, you can literally just step over it. And if you're a short king, just find something to throw on top of it and walk over that. That is obviously if the wire is installed correctly. In order to actually install C-wire, you have to anchor it down with stakes and secure it with barbed wire strands. People like to joke about losing their hearing from doing cool things like shooting rockets and being inside of tanks, but no one wants to really admit the majority of their hearing loss was from slamming posts into the ground. If C-wire isn't installed correctly, you can literally just grab it and move it out of the way, which does no one any good. But grabbing it, in general, is something you should still be careful with. Whenever you get a thing of C-wire, it usually comes with these specialized leather gloves with bits of metal attached that look like giant staples. Officially called wire gauntlets, which is a cool name for a piece of PPE, these gloves have so little dexterity that it makes you feel like you now have Lego claw hands. But it's better than getting military-grade tetanus on a Thursday afternoon. Now, given time and resource constraints, you might only be able to throw up a single strand of sea wire, which won't do much except briefly slow down whoever it is you're going up against. But it can still be dangerous if done correctly, and directly in the field of fire of a couple bubbas armed with machine guns. But it's not going to be enough to actually stop anyone. No, the real magic is when you start getting into double and ideally triple strand sea wire. Which is exactly what it sounds like, being 3 strands combined into a single wall. The Army calls these kinds of things obstacles. Things like barbed wire, tank ditches, booby traps, mines, they're all considered obstacles. Specifically, they are reinforcing obstacles, because their job is to, quote, disrupt, fix, turn, or block movement. In layman's terms, that means that they slow down, trap, force them to go into a different direction, or stop them from continuing to advance forward. Sea wire, when employed directly, is going to focus on the last 2 on that list. What that means is that it's going to physically stop someone from getting to a place, or force them to take a different route to get there. In this scenario, I'm imagining trying to prevent a platoon of Uzbek Special Forces from reaching my beloved cache of tactical body pillows. You also don't need a full perimeter of sea wire. If you're trying to overlook a field, you can just have a few lines of barbed wire strewn across it. It will allow enemy troops to pass through, but disrupt their movement formation. Splitting up formations is a good way to make sure that it's a lot harder for them to mass fires on you, and just make controlling said formation a lot harder.
It's the pinned
now you might look
thing
at
at
a
the top
video
of
or
chat.
picture of sea wire and not think too much of it, but they can and do have psychological effects on soldiers. If you are moving towards an objective and you run into some sea wire, you know that the enemy knows that you are coming. They might not know you're there at that very moment, but they're
That's a
probably
good
going
point.
to have something ready to try to fight you off, and that they've had time to create defenses and wargame it a bit. Because they're often installed with some kind of anti-personnel mines with them, it adds another layer of mindfuckery on top of that. Is the left side of the wire rigged with a claymore, or the right? Or both? Probably the simplest mind trick that goes along with this is that wire fucking hurts. It is literally just a giant spool of miniature knives. Your lizard brain knows that if it runs into it, you're going to get stuck, which is bad, and it's going to slice into you, which is also bad. Lizard brain no likey pointy metal circle. A second part which might seem counterintuitive is that it does allow an enemy force to physically get to you. But what sea wire does is make an enemy force go where you want them to. If you completely block off an entire position, it becomes equally likely that they'll try to breach it at any given point. That makes planning a defense difficult. If you create a path of least resistance for them, it becomes a lot likelier that they'll attack at that point, and that's where you can focus your defenses. Now you might think, oh, I'll just drive over the wire with an IFV or something, flatten it out, and then drop my troops on the far side. But it will absolutely grind whatever your vehicle in to a halt. There are dedicated anti-vehicle emplacements called concertina roadblocks, which are typically 10 meters deep of wire. But even one strand run over is going to be enough to at least fuck something up. What you are seeing on screen is known doctrinally as a really bad fucking day. Now, if you are the least valuable person in a platoon, or your leadership has a decent sense of humor, you might be asked to conduct what's called a body breach. Breach, meaning you got to get through that wire, and body, because that is what you're using to create said breach. Obviously, this is a last resort most times, and can come with some injuries from being trampled by a platoon of soldiers in full kit, but it does get the job done. Insert totally random shot change. You want to know what is basically the exact opposite of lying on top of a pile of concertina wire, lying on top of one of Brooklyn Bedding's incredible mattresses. Sleep and I have an abusive relationship. I love her, she ignores me, just like an actual woman. Having a good mattress has always been a high priority of mine. Obstacles really got their start in the First World War, where miles of barbed wire were strewn about under the cover of darkness. Eventually, what started as repurposed fences, meant to keep cattle in, turned into one of the most prolific pieces of military gear across the world. And there's a lot you can do with wire than just stack it on top of itself. There's the low wire entanglement, the high wire entanglement, the double apron fence, tanglefoot if you really want to make someone miserable, and the Danish tangle, which sounds like it'd be one of those physiologically impossible sex positions on Urban Dictionary, but it's really just when you throw around barbed wire randomly. I'm not sure what Denmark has to do with this, but we appreciate their contribution. And of course, you have the true Cadillac of wire obstacles, the 11-row double apron fence. If you absolutely do not want someone to get to where you are, this is what you use. On top of all of these, if you have the resources, you're best off adding mines to them, creating what's called a mined wire obstacle. If I need to explain to you why adding mines to a wire obstacle creates a mined wire obstacle, then I probably accidentally hit the 4 kids button on the upload option for this video. One of the best things about C-Wire is that it's so easy to emplace. A trained engineer squad, according to Doctrine, lay about 1 kilometer of triple-strand wire in about 4 hours. Consider you'd have multiple squads working at the same time, you could get a platoon's worth of engineers chugging along at 1 kilometer an hour, pending caffeine consumption and whether or not they were told they could go home when they were done or not. Defeating said wire obstacle can go from fairly easy on one end of the spectrum to bitch and a half on the other. We'll start with the simple ones and then build up to the more complex, scary ones. The simplest and smallest that you'll probably run into is a platoon-level wired obstacle. Ideally, you sneak up undetected, cut the wire, proof the lane for explosives, and then keep sneaking on through. But that's boring. Let's assume you have to get through that obstacle while under fire, and you're going to do that using the good old Battle Drill 8. Breach a mined wire obstacle. Now typically, if you're conducting this, it's going to be via a platoon of about 40 dudes, and you might have a squad of sappers attached to you to help with things. This also only really applies to something up to a triple strand wire. If you're a platoon and come across some seriously gnarly looking emplacements, odds are you're going up against something bigger than another platoon, and if you're going up against something bigger than a platoon, things have gone hilariously wrong in your plan, and your spouse is about to be $500,000 richer. Battle Drill 8 boils down to a simple little acronym called SOSRA, or Suppress, Obscure, Secure, Reduce, and Assault. Now SOSRA is a video all on its own. Coincidentally, it's a video no one would watch. I would need to spend 10 minutes just talking about how to deconflict your actual support by fire with your local support by fire using terrain-based TRPs. So I'm just going to be going down the list of the acronym to keep things simple. First, you pin down, aka suppress, whoever is on the other side of that wire that is shooting at you, and not plussed up on the fact that you're trying to kill them. Ideally, you're going to be doing this with some kind of machine gun team. If you're not, I'm sure you have your reasons, but they're probably not good reasons. Once that's done, you're going to obscure, which is a fancy way of saying you're going to chuck about half a dozen smoke grenades until you can't see shit, the enemy can't see shit, and you're praying to God that you remembered those little tiny spoon things on the end, because you have to turn that in to prove you didn't keister a smoke grenade to bring home and show off to the boys. Once that's done, you then secure, which is when you get to your breach point and have it locked down with additional gunfire.
It's like when you had to bring
because
the
at this
hands
point,
back
the original
to show
guys
you used your
suppressing
bullets.
probably had to shift fire so they don't accidentally Pat Tillman you. Next is reduce, aka make a hole in said wire. If you have sappers, this is where they come in. They might try to cut through it with giant wire pliers. That's the simplest way, but creates the smallest hole to get through. The downside is the smaller the hole, the fewer people can get through it at one time, meaning you're vulnerable for longer. Sappers often bring in your mother as a consultant on how to get a lot of men through a small hole very quickly. Sometimes, rather than going to the wire, you bring the wire to you, hence the occasional use of grappling hooks to snag onto it. This lets you pull the wire closer to you and increases the tension on it, which makes it easier to cut. But sappers, being sappers, will usually go with the more explosive option if they can. Makes for better video content anyway. Finally, you have assault, which is the word the army chose to describe run through said hole you made, once the engineers said it was clear enough to move through it at least. But what about obstacles that you absolutely have to blow up if you intend to get through it in less than one business day? Enter the Bangalore Torpedo, essentially a tube filled with explosives that takes out the wire and causes sympathetic explosions of any mines that would be rigged to it.
It's crazy how
I
long
just
the
like that they're
Bangalore
called
has been
torpedoes.
around.
Yeah. I just think it's a fun, playful name. And using the transitive property, that means that sappers occasionally take on the role of nuclear-powered submarines. And I like that. Sometimes, though, you don't have an actual Bangalore, so you'll see improvised ones made by sticking C4 into a wire post, using C-wire parts to blow up C-wire. I'm sure there's some metaphor in there about the human condition or something. But even if you don't make a dedicated Bangalore-style thing, there are about 10,000 different combinations of objects to shove C4
You know, the
explosives
Bangalores,
into,
like from that
hence
Stephen
why
King
the spicy
movie.
Play-Doh was so popular. But what if you come up against one of those Cadillac 11 deep double apron fence wire obstacles? You would experience the heat death of the universe before you manage to cut through this thing, and you'd need so many Bangalores that the army would run out of fence posts before you were done. That's when you bring out the APOBs, or Anti-Personnel Obstacle Breaching System. Designed to take out both large wire obstacles and small minefields, it is, in short, 2 backpacks filled with C4 charges wrapped in a rope that gets fired out via a little rocket. Rocket shoots over the wire and mines, C4 rope lands on everything, kaboom. But sometimes, even that's not enough. If you were a big boy unit like a battalion or brigade going up against another big boy battalion or brigade, the wire that you're going to have to be breaching isn't measured in yards, it's going to be measured in miles. When that happens, you have yourself what's known as a combined arms breach, one of the most difficult and dangerous missions that modern militaries can actually perform, second only to something like a contested beach landing. In those cases, you bring out the ABVs, assault breacher vehicles. These are essentially Abrams with no gun, some extra armor, and 2 Mikliks on the back, aka mine-clearing lane charges. These are the bigger, older brothers of the APOB, and it's their job to clear a path big enough for entire brigades to push through. Their job is so dangerous that if you look in doctrine and the use of the ABV, every step of the process of deploying them starts out with, if the ABV is still alive. That's not even a joke. But that's what makes wire such a damn good piece of military equipment. With $1,000 worth of pointy metal coils and half a day of pounding posts into the ground, you can hold up an enemy force multiple times your size, force them to deplete limited, expensive breaching resources, and use that as a chance to inflict a disproportionately high level of casualties against them. In short, razor wire is a lot of bang for your buck. And on that note, thank you for watching. I hope you liked the video. Please subscribe, and I will see you in the next one.
All right.
In recent events in Syria, there have been shocking reports of women, kids,
I can't use my
children.
Okay, calm down.
Damn.
We gotta do the Ethan Klein stuff now. It's the main event.
Alright. I'm here, I am listening, but I am finishing off the script now. So I will be writing, but I'm listening.
Nightmare. How have you been?
Just pause.
So we were debating. I'll do it. Okay. I didn't want to, but I'll do it.
You don't want to watch
so
the
apparently,
Hasan one?
Ian reached.
No. Do
Okay,
I want to be here all day?
Fair enough. So for the intro, I'm basically just going to introduce myself and what 5th Gen is. And then I'll go on and straight into the parties. Or do you want me to do a little more than that?
I don't know. I'm focused on my current thing. I don't know.
Reached out to Tectone, which everybody was like, that's very weird, considering their moralistic stand to have to make a content cop on me. But then, people were like, I don't know, it sounds like a troll because it's too insane. But now, apparently it's come out that he reached out to Ice Poseidon to box. Now, does this, Dan, you were one of the skeptics. Does this change your thinking on it?
I mean, I have never been an Ice Poseidon watcher, so I don't know. He is kind of known as a troll too, right? Is it possible that he's also trolling?
No. What? Okay. Oh, come on. Everybody's trolling?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not familiar with these creators, really.
Well,
I know that Ice Poseidon is very controversial and has been like banned off of everything. So I know, just if it is true, I know that that's like kind of nuts for them to ask him. But
Let's watch the clip.
I got invited to box iDubbbz in his boxing event for Creator Clash, but I had to decline that because if I were to...
I can't. This girl's distracting me. She's just staring into my soul. She won't look away from me.
She's probably reading chat on screen.
She's not blind or something, is she?
No. Okay. That's his girlfriend. That would be unfortunate.
Watch her. Well, just look at the way she's just staring into your
I got you.
being.
I got invited to box iDubbbz in his event.
She blinks once, as far as I can
Creator
tell.
Clash, but I had to decline that because
This sustained eye contact.
if I were to lose iDubbbz, I would be upset.
Is she Mormon?
I don't think so.
I'm getting glazed.
Interesting.
I bet you watch. We're gonna find out she's a Mormon.
I've never.
Mormondar is crazy. Anywho, here's we're supposed to be listening to Ice Poseidon. Let's do that.
Event for Creator Clash, but I had to decline that because if I were to lose iDubbbz, I would be
Look at chat.
extremely embarrassed.
Vote in this poll.
And I'm not very good
Click
at
that
boxing,
link, vote in the poll.
I was like, no, I can't do that.
You guys have the same stats though.
I know he has 2 losses, I have 2 losses. That's what I'm saying. If I lose to him, there's no coming back from that. Because he's like a skinny dude.
I think you'd win.
I mean,
And I think everyone would be wanting you to win too.
yeah, but I have no training at all.
He has 2 fights with no training. What was he fighting for? Homeless fights?
Bum
What's that shit
fights?
used to call bum fights?
That was
the thing.
Probably I know one of it those was. Misfits fights or something. I occasionally will get a message to be in like an Aiden Ross boxing event or Misfits, but it's like the fight's in 2 weeks. You're gonna go against this guy who's 10 times bigger than you. I'm like, nah, I'm good.
No training, no preparation.
Yeah.
This guy, he's a seasoned fighter. He
Yeah.
weighs 300 pounds.
We need a fall guy.
He's an Olympic boxer. Will
Very
you fight
soon.
him?
So I would gas out in 5 seconds, and then I'd be fucked.
It does not sound like he's trolling. I mean, he's getting pretty detailed about like why he said no.
Yeah, it definitely does seem real, but he could be joking. Who the fuck?
Oh, I can't believe you guys.
I'm
How can
hedging.
it be that they're both trolling?
I don't think they're both trolling.
All right, and who cares about Ice Poseidon? Sam is here. Let's talk to him.
All right, give me a moment. I will set up the Zoom call here.
We have Crowder ready.
Stand by.
The biggest thing is that iDubbbz hasn't denied it. You know what I mean? I feel like it'd be an easy thing to just deny.
I feel like it's real for sure.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the show. Mr. Sam
Do I
Seder.
sound okay? Oh my God, it's Sam Seder. What a nightmare.
Oh no, Sam Seder! What a fucking nightmare!
How have you been, Sam, since we ruined Steven Crowder's life together? Nice to see you
I've
again.
been feeling very badly for him.
Yes,
over
we're
the years.
all. It's a tragic loss of a great career and so much potential.
Yes, it is. Hey, are we live now?
We are live on the H3 channel. Yes.
I want to just start by sort of apologizing in that I sent you a DM on Twitter 6 months ago or something. I was just
yeah.
going through to find out, and then I just realized you're no longer on Twitter.
Ah, yeah.
So that
He
explains
say what,
why I
Dan?
didn't hear back.
He may no. Yeah, I didn't see it. I wish I would have, but honestly, I don't know what to do because like I want to get off Twitter, but also it's
How
kind
many
of
words for a
because
10-minute
Twitter is
video?
The way that like I would reach out and speak to most people, but I also don't want to be on a platform that's like owned and perpetuates
I
basically
mean-
like Nazi shit. So
Yeah, this was yes.
Instead
I
of worrying
understand
about that, just
but I just wanted you to know I did reach out.
write your most important details at the top,
Okay.
and then as you go down for each point, also like each party, you know, like put the weakest parts towards the end
The
of that,
bottom.
and then when you go to edit and you look at how long the project is, you just trim it for length. You just where do I want to lose a sentence? Here, and you can just trim seconds off at a time. That's normally what I do.
Okay.
Because I never
Well,
use I'm normally never using a script. I'm doing interviews that I have to cut to size.
Yeah. Okay. So do you want me to time code it where I want them cut or will I leave that to you?
Well, you would probably go through and do the mastering, and then I can edit your video. Like, you'll go through, upload your footage into the timeline, and then just, like, make sure it's trimmed to, like, have your cuts. Like, when you fuck up and start a new take, you should cut that part out.
Yeah.
So I can just look at the project and easily assemble it together.
Okay, so do you want me to put it together in a timeline, or do you want the individual videos?
No, you should put it in a timeline, but
okay,
you could also upload the raws.
Okay.
For the videos, but if you're doing individual videos, I would need to know, like, you need to have like an outline and stuff.
Well, I can send you the
and
script.
Like, that's what I was gonna say. Is if I edit to a script, it's much easier as well. That's standard with news. I would always be editing to a script.
Well, I'll send you the
I
script.
would literally have the voiceover already perfectly done.
Yeah. And you want audio through the camera, as well as.
Yeah,
I might
well,
just
you're
use
gonna
the
want the
headphones.
audio through the camera. You're
Yeah,
gonna want
I might just
two-
use the AirPods.
At
but-
least 2 audio tracks.
Yeah. Because I might just record using the voice recording feature on my phone. Because I can't
Also,
find
if you set it up
the
like a
Zoom
standard
now.
news story, then you don't have to put a lot of priority on the stand-up. And you can think about what would work better on a mic in a studio as a voiceover.
Yes. Okay.
But if you want to do standing the whole time, it just depends
Well,
on
that's
what
what I
you
was
wanna do.
thinking. Just to try and keep people's attention, and then
See, I
what
think
I'll
that
do.
I'm always of the opinion that B-roll and cutting in graphics keeps attention than talking heads.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you
But
what.
it doesn't matter. It's whatever gets it done.
Yeah, because I did. I will do a couple things where while I'm talking, I'll like point. Can you like add in party logos and stuff like
Yes,
that?
if I have
Nothing
the assets,
super crazy.
It's pretty easy.
Okay, so nothing like super crazy, but you'll see me like point, or I'll say something and do an action, and that'll be
We can
a
also
cue for you to edit something in.
We can also edit it together. It won't. If it's
true.
trimmed up, it won't take long for me to assemble. If it's a 10-minute video.
Yeah, well, I don't know how long it's going to be. That's why I asked how long a 10-minute video would be word-wise.
Yeah, I think I'm always of the over-prepare than under-prepare. Like, I'll shoot 3 times what I need a lot of times. Anyway, I was checking the Creator Clash website and to see if iDubbbz is even fighting, and he's not.
Oh. Was he fighting Harley?
No. No, he's not big enough to fight Harley. Harley is fucking 6'6".
Is he really?
Yeah, dude is a
Jesus
giant.
Christ.
And it was on me not to realize that.
What, are you hitting on me?
I
You
just
guys have
assumed you
nice
didn't
hair.
want
Thank
to
you.
respond.
That's Sam
but
Seder,
Okay,
though.
well,
was on me,
that's nice
not
to
on
know
him.
that you
It's too
reached
long.
out. I appreciate that. And the reason, I mean, obviously, people have been pushing for this conversation. I don't know if you know, like, the whole lore of it, the background of it.
My name is
I
Vegeta.
don't. I mean,
I
this
was
is
looking at the card. Freddie Wong is in there for Creator Clash 3.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know? Well, doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It's like, that's like before iDubbbz was relevant, you know? Like, he was the first YouTube creator to kind of like start integrating into Hollywood and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, he was like the big official studio on early YouTube.
all I know is that Hasan reached out to me sometime. I mean, I got in touch with you October 24th.
Right.
And
My
I
laptop
said
was
that I
audio.
was meaning to reach out for a couple of weeks.
why
So I
can't I
assume
hear
it
it?
was sometime in early October. And I thought we were just going to do this off air, but my understanding is that you and he were getting into it, and you felt like because he wasn't Jewish, you didn't have a perspective on this, and that's why he suggested that you speak to me. I don't speak for all Jews, just to be clear.
Right.
I speak for only myself as in any form.
Well,
whatsoever,
Sam,
so.
allow me to speak for all Jews, if I may, today.
Please.
No, but actually, I mean, that's a total mischaracterization, which is kind of my problem with Hasan, which we can get into if you want. We don't even have to talk about Hasan. But basically, what I told him was that I was citing polling data that shows that about 70 to 80% of diaspora Jews have some kind of positive feelings towards the state of Israel. And he was disagreeing with that.
Wow, it's almost like
this
Israel
is available
planned it that
by
way.
polls, readily available by Pew Research just last month, showing that, and I have, I don't know if you agree with that or not, I can pull it up, but 72% of diaspora Jews have some type of at least positive feelings about the state of Israel. I was stating that fact to him, and he was saying that I was wrong. And I said, who are you to talk about this? I did not say that I only listen to Jewish people.
Who are Jew to talk about this?
No, I don't think that's not what I took him to say. But yeah, I mean, Hasan is that's irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that
I
haven't seen
love that
that poll.
Sam
I've seen
Seder
ones
is
that-
just avoiding getting into the Hasan thing, which is honestly, like, if he really actually cared about doing a debate instead of being a good person here, he would lean into the Hasan shit to derail
That is true.
Ethan.
I
Like,
kind of wish he
Ethan was
did.
joking around and stuff, but you can already tell, like, Sam Seder, like, actually cares.
Like he's here out of genuine care.
Yeah, he's here like, I'm here to hopefully help you. I'm going to be the one person who's going to be nice to you while they disagree. Other than your staff. Whoa,
True.
whoa.
You can't cancel me. I have no shame.
Turbo boosted. Bring up that link about Freddie Wong in the chat so you can see who it is.
I can't. I have to go to Twitch. Actually, no, I just do it on my laptop. My laptop.
Make sure you vote in the poll.
Laptop.
Look, here's the link for it.
Laptop. 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 World Series of Video Games? Oh god. Oh my god, is this Guitar Hero?
Yeah.
I'm fucking obsessed. I love Guitar Hero.
He was a household name of early YouTube. You know,
Damn.
like when we're talking like equals 3. Remember
Really?
that guy? Like that era of YouTube. Freddie Wong and Rocket Jump were like in the top 10 back then.
I love this guy.
He's really fun. He's a funny guy. He like nobody says anything bad about him. But like it's just a name I haven't seen. Like the last time I saw him as a name was like sometimes he would show up on Rooster Teeth stuff.
Ah, okay.
Like as a guest on a podcast. No, Rocket Jump was totally in the Ray William Johnson era.
that have said that they have a connection, they feel a connection.
He's going
either
hard.
strong or,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
somewhat.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, different than positive per se.
So
but regardless, I mean, I
Yeah.
think if I don't know your upbringing at all, but I mean, certainly my
He's not
upbringing,
even- oh, he's
my
an expert.
Hebrew education was, I would say, 1/3
The
Holocaust.
showboating is my
and,
favorite part.
You know, I'm older, and so this was, you know, in the 70s. 1/3 into the 80s, 1/3 Holocaust, 1/3 Israel, 1/3 Hebrew, like Hebrew and Jewish culture. And I certainly feel a strong connection to Israel, but I wouldn't call it positive these days.
I saw someone say that Israelis have a
I guess-
positive claim
I think what the
to
poll
land rights over
attempts to
Israel.
is basically,
And I'm
if
just
you
like,
ask Hasan or
there were people I saw saying that Israelis, or Jews specifically, had a land claim, like an indigenous land claim to Israel. And I'm just thinking, like, aren't most of them from, like, Eastern Europe? Like, most of the ones in Israel? And they're, like, most of the descendants of the Holocaust?
Most are actually Arab. Jews
Really?
in Israel. Yeah.
Interesting.
The European ones were the ones that were white enough to come to America.
Ah.
So like
Okay. Interesting.
pre-Holocaust, it was a lot of Europeans going in. And then
Okay.
anyone who wasn't repatriated after the Holocaust. But like a third of the European Jews came to America, I think. Which is a lot.
That is a lot.
I mean, that's always been my issue, is that Europe never took these
Jews immigrating?
refugees, and they didn't let these people go back to their families in the countries
Yes.
that they were
Yeah,
from.
I mean, we've spoken about this before.
Yeah, it's like just basically saying Hitler was right.
Yeah, by expelling them still. Yeah. Oh,
So-
they didn't Holocaust them. Well, I guess that's
And
better,
then
right?
the issue is when the second iteration of Zionism comes. So we're talking about after the
American
Bolsheviks.
Zionism?
No, after the Bolsheviks, David Ben-Gurion and Ho Chi
Ah.
Minh type stuff.
Yeah.
Where it was Ho Chi Minh was still had still had relations with Israel at the time and stuff.
You can have a government in exile.
Before America actually likes Israel, at this
Mm.
time America is favoring Egypt
Yes, they were.
in the region, and Egypt is still a top 10 arms buyer. Like their relationship with
For
Egypt is
the
so
Suez,
slept
right?
on.
Suez,
Yeah, well,
right?
see, the Suez Crisis happens, and America sides with Egypt during that crisis, but that doesn't necessarily have to do with the Israel policy.
Yeah.
It has more to do with Israel being a British state, and post-war, we were also kind of anti-European while rebuilding them.
Okay.
So because Lebanon and Israel were like the British and French colonies in the region, we kind of didn't want anything to do with them. We took our imperial claims in Egypt and shit and told them to fuck off. So it's largely David Ben-Gurion founding the state of Israel, and then all these Arab states expelled their Jews.
Because they're like, go to Israel.
Yes. So they saw that Europe was allowed to do this to get rid of
So
Jews.
they did it.
So they did it too. It's basically, we're overgeneralizing here a lot of sensitive history.
Of course.
But
we're crash coursing.
I think sometimes too much context is also harmful.
Muddles it, yeah.
So a lot of a lot of these people who have been attacking Ethan, like Frogan, where she's like saying that Israelis aren't allowed to have hummus and shit, it's very silly because they're literally Arabs.
Yeah.
And to do the thing where you're not recognizing them as Arab is kind of why Israel ended up existing. You're like kind of proving like the ultra-nationalist Netanyahu assholes like point of having the state. You're kind of like working against your own cause.
A little bit.
But then like you look at like the IDF, right? The Arabs are the ones who are more likely to like extend their service in the IDF and stuff.
That's interesting. Why is that?
And then like when it comes to like leftism, like the people who are still like remembering the Bolshevik roots of Israel, like a lot of them are European.
Interesting.
So it might have something to do, like, I don't know, I've never been to Israel, so I couldn't tell you how, like, certain neighborhoods might have more Arab Jews than others or something like that. I don't know how integrated it is, but other countries, a lot of times this has to do with poverty and things like that. And maybe the people who came later haven't had as much time to build themselves up, and it's not so much a segregation of design. I don't know. I don't know enough about the state, so that's fair.
A lot of people on the left, I think an emotional attachment is the way to describe this. So it's like if you think
I
it's
certainly have an emotional attachment, and
the movie is secret because
it's not
because the studios hate it when you fucking be watching their movies without paying them directly $500 per view.
I wouldn't describe it as positive.
This isn't the one, is it, Dan? There's the one that shows 73% of diaspora Jews.
I hope I was sending the right one.
Anyway, it doesn't really matter, regardless. Basically, I want to flesh out my ideas,
the same thing here?
my thoughts, because I'm being characterized by Hasan and a lot of his cohorts as being, a Zionist, being pro-Israel, being a Israel apologist, being a genocide supporter, being a baby killer, being married to a baby killer, etc., right? My wife is Israeli. I don't know if you know that. So basically, I would like to just take the opportunity to explain my ideas, what I think about Israel, and you can tell me what you think, because apparently I will only listen to other Jewish people. So finally, I can speak to someone whose opinion matters to me. So thank you, as the official sanctioned Jewish.
You know what
man,
they say.
Sam Seder, everybody.
I wear many
100%
hats.
Ashkenazi.
Sam Seder is really. Ethan is really wearing down Sam, like, good faith with that shit. Like, you better watch yourself, man. Like, Sam's cutting back to Sam there, and he doesn't even want to look at Ethan while he's doing that shtick. Like, Sam's looking at him like, you are embarrassing yourself. He's just staring through him right now.
I'm Sephardic Jewish ancestry too, so I would mix.
That's good.
Vilnius and Hungary, I think.
Good for you. I think that's always a good thing. Hey, my friend, I'm 99.3%, so that's my.
All right,
that's where my authority comes from.
I'll take your word for it.
So at any rate, let me start here by showing you a little context.
Oh, let me also just say, I got about an hour.
Okay, great.
Get
Well, I'll just get into it then. Oh, here it is. Not that it matters, but
Sam will always give anyone an hour, basically.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
So let's start here.
We could probably get him.
Let's start with a little icebreaker.
The Vanguard.
I know we're both fans of Tim Pool. Okay. Let's just enjoy this image together.
Or even better,
Tim Pool recently had a wedding.
Partnership.
And can you see?
You think
see that?
he's showered with his hat on?
Well, I think he's attending a wedding.
Okay.
And he's very formally dressed, except he appears to be wearing a beanie.
I would.
Who is this blonde woman?
I'm aware of his beanie attachment.
Yeah.
He got himself a Pablo Bimbo.
This was a fine look for our good friend Tim Pool there. Very good.
Nice suit.
Yeah. So well, let me ask you this: what have you kind of like heard about me? Because I mean, I know that your colleagues have.
Didn't you just, Ethan? Didn't you just say you were going to tell him your views? Why don't you give him a summary of your feelings on the issue, and then let it go from there? What are you doing?
With you, I have not heard much.
The thing is, Ethan is more concerned about what people are saying about him behind his back to people. Sam doesn't care. Sam is literally like 50, 60? How old is he?
I think I have, like, you know, the only thing I really saw that came up in any of my mentions on Blue Sky, I'm also on Blue Sky, is just this issue about talking to me, and I had presumed that was it, but I don't, you know, like, look, from my perspective, I'm not, you know, and I know that there's been, you know, you mentioned in the email that there's been a lot of grief that you have taken, and I know that other people have also taken grief on all sides of this. And, you know, the personal aspects of this, and you know, I don't believe that people. I don't actively attempt to deplatform people. I don't think people should do that. I don't think people should be swatted, or tried to be fired, or whatever, or have CPS sicked on them, or any of that. I mean, I just don't think that's appropriate. I mean, I'm more interested in talking about my relationship to Zionism and my perspective on what Israel is doing, and what is happening in Gaza. And
I totally agree. Let's just talk about the facts. Let me start by showing you this clip. So I've been actually talking about my feelings on the Israel-Gaza Palestinian dispute situation for a long time. I lived in Israel for 5 years as well when I was with my wife early on. Here's my position right after October 7th, and you can tell me if you have any, if you have any comments on any of my positions here. But this was posted on, this was from our episode a few days after October 7th.
What works as a wind blocker that isn't a wind blocker?
Liars and bad faith weirdos.
Don't know.
So here's what I'll say about Israel. Okay?
I don't shoot in the wind.
Listen, this isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times.
That's what voiceovers are for.
The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a coalition of the most radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis.
It's not that many.
And they're hell-bent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building, the chances that you're killing children is pretty much 100%. Okay? It's fucking barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting. I've seen videos, I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead 5-year-old daughter. I mean, I don't need to watch this part because it just gets a little too emotional. But I mean, so that was my take right after October 7th, and obviously that was coming off the end of me being I'm an Israeli citizen. The morning of October 7th, me and my wife were up at 3 a.m. as families were calling into news stations from their safe houses, people being burned alive with their families being murdered while on the phone with news. So coming off of that emotional shock, right, was this was my reaction. Now, I don't know if there's something Zionist or pro-Israel I said there, but maybe I don't understand.
I mean,
Okay.
I might.
I might give you 3 audio tracks.
Much of what you said was true. I'm not sure.
I'll record
if
with the zoom,
what we've
the
seen
camera,
Israel
and
do in terms
the
of
AirPods.
Gaza is not broadly supported in
Should be
Israel.
fine.
I'm not seeing the body politic. I mean, I was doing a lot of interviews with Israeli reporters earlier in 2023 about the protests against what Netanyahu was doing with the judiciary. And there was a question as to whether Israelis would see that this autocracy that Netanyahu was attempting to sort of impose on the country wasn't an extension of what was happening in places like the West Bank and in Gaza in some fashion, and more so the West Bank at that time. And so I think it's hard to make an argument. And look, I would make it's not a perfect analogy as to what's happening in this country, but when you talk about the Israeli population not having a problem with what's going on in Gaza, I don't see a lot of evidence of that. There's certainly, I would imagine, a percentage of Israelis, and I know some of them who think that Israel should stop its assault there. But I don't think it's I don't see a lot of evidence that a year and a half later, after you said those things, that this is not the character of the vast majority of Israeli society. I mean, I'm not necessarily convinced that they are as aware. I mean, I've talked to people who have reported in the West Bank, and they said they would go from the West Bank into Israel, and the lack of awareness of what was happening in the West Bank by Israelis was shocking to them. So, you know, I can't say if the Israeli population had a full understanding of what was happening in Gaza, that they wouldn't change their mind. But I don't see a lot of evidence of it.
So, as you touched on, this was made basically before the war started. And I think that the unfortunate, really tragic outcome of the war is how much it's jaded and radicalized, I think, people in Israel. It's really, you know, I think people in Israel feel like isolated. They feel like, I mean, the sentiment in Israel is basically that the world wants, you know, the country to disappear. And and obviously, like, that's a much more nuanced conversation. But the feeling there has definitely radicalized a lot since the war started. It's gotten a lot worse.
And I think, I mean, I think that gets to it to some extent. I mean, you have this wholesale slaughter. You know, I was looking up, we killed in Iraq, you know, depending on what numbers you want to look at, but, you know, I think it's safe to say directly hundreds of thousands of people. But even like the number of children that we killed in Iraq, I think is
it's so funny still to this day. So many people called him out
and
for saying, a gross overestimate on that one video years ago.
And now he keeps
every time he brings up Iraq, he preferences depends on who you ask and stuff.
I think one of the things that I find shocking is that the sense and look, I experienced this with family members, where the sense that, you know, there's a victimization, for instance.
My big thing about not exaggerating the numbers with Iraq and being clear about, like, you know, the specific atrocities not representing the war and things like that is, like, these are your neighbors. Like, you need to actually understand and humanize, you know, the situation that they were in and why they were there. Maybe your neighbor's evil.
Maybe.
It's just one of those things where it's like, I think it's, you know, I mean, it's easier to do with Israel also just because of the scale of atrocity. But if Israel was, like, you know, on the same level of what was happening in Iraq, I think it would still be easier because it's easier to criticize something that's, like, not your country.
Yeah.
Let's say on college campus of Jewish students. And I think that to look at what's going on, the totality of what's going on, and to perceive the victims of what's happening here, to be the Israeli citizenry or you know, Jews in this country, I think it just blows my mind. I mean,
well, I mean, two people can care about two things at once. Why should people?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, people,
absolutely.
People who are uninvolved in the war, if they're being, like, victimized in a separate situation because of their Jewish identity, that's a problem, don't you think?
Oh, I do, but
and you can care about two things. You can't be like, oh, these people are ridiculous for caring about anti-Semitism on college campuses because the war's happening. I mean, you know, both we can care about two things.
100%.
And obviously one is way worse, right? One is way worse.
But that's the point. I mean, one is way worse. And what's happening in Gaza,
who should tolerate being discriminated against based on their identity? You know what I mean? Like, of course,
well,
who wouldn't react to that?
I don't think that people are. I don't think that people are being victimized. I mean, certainly, listen, anti-Semitism
someone
is
at a
real.
zoo.
It was real when I was a
Hey,
kid.
do you like my background?
There was many times I had pennies thrown at me
Is
growing
this
up and
democracy?
playing basketball. I mean, there was a lot of. I've experienced anti-Semitism, but put it in the context of like
click this link to choose a movie.
If my kid is going through something very difficult, it's obviously difficult for me, but it's more difficult for them. And it's a question of prioritizing these things. You can have two thoughts in your head at the same time, but to center oneself or to perceive that one's victimization is sufficient to ignore the
BG always looks
Well, I'm going to stop you because I don't think anyone. I don't know who's doing that.
Well, I mean, I just said like you just presented as the Israeli population feels like they're isolated and this and that.
There's two different separate conversations. There's like the American Jewry who's like, I have nothing to do with that place,
Jewry,
and then the
100%.
Israelis, right? So like when you're
but
talking
in
about
terms of the way that you characterized the Israeli feeling, was that they feel isolated, et cetera, and I can understand that, but to not have the first thought of like
Title'll still be working.
We are committing, like you say, genocidal acts.
Hey, you get it.
And if people want to call it genocide, I don't. Obviously, it's got to be
tuned in.
It's a legal term, but I think that it's colloquially speaking, at the very least, it is a genocide.
I hadn't watched a single
And
thing when I wrote the title.
To not recognize that as the fundamental issue, the first issue, I think is blinkered. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, it's a little gobsmacking to me.
Well, so I do agree with you that obviously in Israel, people, I think the problem, and just to say on a higher level, I agree with you. Like obviously the people in Israel compared to like what's on October 7th, they were victims. After everything that's happened, obviously whatever they've suffered pales in comparison to the mass destruction and like wanton death of civilians in Gaza and what's happening in the West Bank too. Lots of awful stuff. That being said, I think the problem
What happened
with
Friday?
Israel,
Hasan.
just to try to explain what's happening there, because I do agree with you, it's just
And,
like
like,
the
it's very
media
funny
apparatus
because, like-
and the feeling that they have.
Like Hasan is like saying shit like he could do the Stephen Crowder thing that him and Sam did to me, and bring on Destiny, and then I'll be banned from Twitch. And it's like, Hasan, it's gonna be okay. Like, you know what's gonna fundamentally change? Nothing.
Yeah, absolutely nothing.
Your audiences will not move.
Nope.
This, on the other hand, people who watch Sam Seder is a much larger variety of people.
Yeah, they have brains.
So, if you're just proximity online, all you see is how bad Ethan Klein is.
Yeah.
Because, like, the information network is just so focused on him. And obviously that does happen with Hasan as well, but I see way more glazing of Hasan.
Yeah.
Like, but that just might just be my feed. But, like,
Possibly.
with Sam Seder, people who might not watch Ethan and just assume things might watch this. Like, this has more, like, pressure for Ethan as far as, like, audience capture. When it comes to the Hasan thing, I'm sure it's going to get views.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, when it comes to core audiences, like, nothing's going to change.
There, it's like there's not a lot
I'm
of space
fully online.
emotionally, and like even the information that they're consuming, I think that would allow them to have that kind of like self-realization. And like you said, a lot of Israelis don't know what's happening
There are
necessarily.
some. I mean, you
There
know,
are some, yeah, of course, there's some.
Haaretz, you know, we what was it in the fall? You had the publisher of Haaretz, you know, speaking out about what was going on there, and the paper was essentially, you know, a cutout, or there was an attempt by the government to basically shut them down on to some extent. I mean, so.
Well, so what's your
yes, I
explanation
think that-
why Israelis don't care? It's not that they're evil, right?
Well, I think, look, there's, I'm sure that there is a a mass, sort of like a failure to deal with trauma. But I think some of it is, frankly, is a racism. I think, how can you explain, how can I explain how?
If you think I didn't say that it was going to be less impactful. I said that Ethan's audience isn't going to move and Hasan's audience isn't going to move, and that it will do major views. That's literally what I said.
This is also not really a debate.
Of people at a Trump rally chanting USA, USA, to
This is
watching
Sam
a
dad-moding
video
Ethan again.
of people being,
Just like you did to Tim.
taken into that
this is
prison
what I've been
in El
saying from the
Salvador,
start
and having their
of
head I don't.
all of this. It's
Yeah.
like, if somebody just actually sat down who was informed on this and had a conversation with Ethan, they'd be getting a lot more progress.
That's true. Hey, everyone on YouTube, you should come to Twitch. Not because YouTube's bad, but because we need numbers on Twitch.
I don't know how I can explain that. So I don't know how I could explain how
Post
the
the Twitch
Israelis
link.
are able to the extent that they can see what's going on in Gaza, have that reaction. But I know that it's wrong. And I think, some of it undoubtedly is a racism. Some of it is,
The
maybe
chats are
some
integrated
type of
anyway, so it doesn't
They are
really matter
integrated,
what platform
deal
you watch on.
with trauma.
You can
There's a
have
Twitch
one.
link if you guys want to come
I don't
over.
know all those things.
Yeah, it's up to you. You don't have
I
to.
think there's a
But
please, some of the makeup of
Pretty please?
immigrants to Israel over the past several decades. I'm sure all of that enters into it.
Feel free to
and
watch on both.
I'm not in a position
Yeah,
to
you
sort
could
of
even do that.
be able to psychoanalyze it beyond the sort of vague notions.
Sure.
But
Yeah, and I
from
agree.
my
yeah.
perspective, it's gobsmacking, and to me, it has shown, and I never
Gobsmack, like the
identified
the
myself
band.
as a Zionist as a kid, or through the years, and I never identified myself as an anti-Zionist. I don't think I think it wasn't really until someone heard me articulate my perspective on this that they referred to me as anti-Zionist, and I have, I don't really care one way or another how I'm labeled, but to me it shows a failure of that system of government that Israel has.
You'll never be good enough for either team.
It has failed both from a perspective of what I think some people had as a notion of Zionism in the
Gob is the ghoul at the bar.
19th century.
The radio is broken.
A failure
but it's not actually
of
to do with his radio. It
keeping
has to
Jews
do
safe,
with the actual
frankly.
antenna from Galaxy News. That's Gob.
It seems to me to have been a massive failure, and
you can tell
so
him to shut
I
up
can't
when you talk
operate
to him and smack him.
as
Shut
someone
your
who
gob.
lives in Israel, but I can
Shut
operate
your
as
gob.
someone who is an American in terms of what we support.
That's why
Real
blowjobs
nerds understand
in Australia
exactly what I'm
are
talking
called
about.
gobbies.
And as a Jew who sees my religion being used as what I perceive as a fig leaf
Love a
for
good gobby.
what Israelis or Zionists are doing, and so that's where I'm coming from with this. That I don't know if there is a psychological state that can justify this. In fact, I don't think there is. And so,
It's just an attempt to understand, not justify. Because it is what it is, right? Like it is the way that it is, and so that's for a reason. And it's just trying to explain it. That's all. I agree with everything you're saying. But actually, one thing I want to pivot to and ask you about.
Do you think that we should cut all aid to Israel?
I think that'd be justifiable. Yeah.
Seriously?
And
we're talking about military aid and stuff. Yeah,
Crazy.
Yeah, for sure. Israel. Israel can make their own bombs and shit.
Every
if they need, they don't need American military. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I think they do need it.
They sure are.
To do what they're doing, without a doubt. And
well, what I mean is they're not entitled to it. To say more accurately.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think military aid should be cut for sure until.
As a Jew, and obviously you have a different connection to Israel than I do, as through your family and whatnot, and through having lived there. But as a Jew, I take such offense to what is being done ostensibly to protect me and my family.
Just so you know, the zero state is different than the no state. The zero state is like wiping all the Palestinians out so they have zero state. I think. Maybe it's one or the other. That one's either the no state or zero state.
Family and my ancestors and my progeny and all of it. It is. I mean, I think
I wasn't
it's,
being serious at the zero state. Well, I mean,
I think the conflation of Zionism.
The idea that nobody gets a state is one of those things that's fine. Like, I mean, I'm not of the opinion of it, but like, wrong.
And Judaism.
It's not going to happen, so it doesn't really matter if somebody
safe,
believes that.
And is wrong at its core, and we can see what it's even doing in the context of this country, the way that it's enabled Trump and to attack universities and to attack law firms and whatever.
Zero state directed at
I
Italians.
don't
What
know.
about Sicilians?
And if you agree with that, great. If not, I'm happy to discuss it with you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. And part of the reason why, like, this chasm started between me and, Hasan is very influential. So when he decides that somebody is an enemy of the movement for criticizing him, which is what I perceive happened, then it kind of becomes reality. For example, one of my criticisms of his is him not supporting Kamala Harris. Now, would she have stopped the war and been like a perfect dove? I don't know. But I know she would have been better than Trump. I know that for sure. Trump's posting like this insane Riviera, Gaza, the Riviera with Trump hotels. I mean, that, and like he's sending the 20-pound bombs. He's telling Netanyahu, you have a blank check to do whatever you want. Now, like,
It just came out that Biden didn't, did nothing to. I mean, listen, I think.
Well, I'm talking about Kamala.
I suspect that. I suspect.
This is
that,
from Meta's
she would
AI.
have the same policies as Trump. But at the same time, I think that it was a massive failure, both on a real human level. Like it would have, I think, had she articulated anything even remotely close to what I would hope her difference would have been, I think it would have probably had implications in the election. But I think perhaps even more importantly, it would have maybe implicated the behavior of Israel. So, I mean, look,
seen the video of the orcas spitting
to
fish
support
out?
Harris because I perceive
No.
that
Like
there
in
is the lesser of
captivity,
two evils.
they'll spit the fish out so the birds will come and try and eat the fish and then grab the birds.
That's
great.
Yeah.
I can certainly understand how some people were just so repulsed by what was happening that it made it almost impossible for them to vote for Harris. I think,
I understand why they didn't. I totally understand the perspective. Like, I'm so disillusioned with this administration. I can't support Kamala. But at the same time, like, a hugely influential political streamer like Hasan, who has a huge influence on people, I think, and who's someone who who's very vocal about being pro-Palestine. I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to be like, I'm not voting for Kamala, or I'm not telling you who I voted for.
That looks very funny.
I suspect he voted for Jill Stein personally, but either way, he hasn't said it. He wouldn't endorse it. Now, like, if you're just like a random protester or whatever,
you're setting yourself up for the roundhouse kick from
I don't want to vote.
Sam now, Ethan. You're going off the rails. You're talking about Hasan.
And basically, you have the capacity to weigh like the lesser of two evils, and what that means. I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to not make that call.
Yeah, Ethan's been doing this thing where he knows that if he's gonna be clipped by haters, he's starting to dress nice.
Oh, that's funny.
Because he constantly is getting clipped, and when he's like, right after he did some joke haircut or something, is, he went
Yeah. Oh, internet's gone. All right, we're back.
Critical of people who, generally don't vote for the lesser of two. I think, in the run up to the 2016 league, that was my perspective.
Oh, it's John Gong. It's not my internet. Okay. Do we prefer this background? Do we like the Stalin background? This should bait in some people. Isn't it funny how similar that flag looks to the Nazi flag? Go figure, right? Definitely has no connection whatsoever. No.
That's interesting that it kept my screen share on even though it dropped my connection.
It came back first.
Interesting.
Who'd you watch? Ethan.
What does that say? Watch and during love. Who, Ethan? Yeah. I think there's certainly worse people to watch.
Yeah.
Hey, look at this poll. Pick a secret movie that we'll pirate and watch together.
What the Biden administration was doing was so horrific that her inability to signal that there would be any change, I think sometimes you have to take this at face value. And I think there would be certainly, definitely other things. You would not be assaulting the government like Trump is, but I think probably this is the first election in as long as I've been doing this, and I think it's been 5 elections now. I mean, I'm old. That I couldn't really condemn.
I think lately, Hasan has really dropped in quality. Around the same time he was being introduced by Eugene, he started really dropping in quality, in my opinion.
Maybe that has some connection.
I'm just saying. But, Hasan doesn't stop streaming, and I think it's
bad for his mental health.
The fact that people want to frame Ethan as the one who's, not in a good place mentally. He goes home to his kids and stuff at the end of the day.
He touches grass.
Hasan is
yeah.
Eat, sleep, breathe, stream.
Politics.
Well, it's the lack of grass touching. I think it's really starting to wear him down. And Ethan, on the other hand, lately he's been going back up because, after the CPS shit, of course, he was really angry about that stuff. But then, even before and after that happened, he was ceding a lot of the production back to crew elements and talking about celebrity gossip and stuff, depending on who did prep for that show.
Someone from taking that position based upon what we were seeing. I mean,
it's not just some random person. I do, and I'll tell you why. Kamala Harris wanted a ceasefire. She stated that. Trump said, "Finish them." I mean, let's be honest. For someone
Biden
like Hasan,
said, "I want a ceasefire."
I'm not voting for Biden. I'm not talking about Biden.
No, I understand, but we found out that Biden, in fact, did nothing to bring that about. So
this actually just broke.
You can talk about Biden. I'm talking about Kamala Harris. What she said.
I mean,
well, she's the vice president. I mean, at the end of the day,
are you talking about the button that he hit?
No. But I'm talking about the candidate. Biden, as a president, said he wanted a ceasefire. She, as a candidate, said, "I want a ceasefire."
Well, do you not? Even if you're I don't know how much I trust them. one's like,
Yeah,
I want a ceasefire, and the other one is like,
there's literally a specific clip narrative that's going around information channels. And what's funny is, like, I guess they even put out, like, because they can actually, they have, like, when they button, they have some of the archive, right? So when they do the clips and stuff, which end up being circulated more than, like, stuff that comes from the raw live show, they'll insert everything back in except for the part that they actually wanted to edit out. And so, like, this narrative that he's censoring his employees is just funny because they edited what they had to say in this specific clip back in for their fucking clip releases. Because they can't control the, like, length of the button. It's always 30 seconds. So it deletes... It's like, you know how phantoms work? The cameras, the slow-mo cameras?
No.
They're always recording, right? But you have, if you actually stop them, it takes the last 30 seconds and saves it. And so that's how it works, is that it doesn't matter. Like, whatever it cuts. So when you hit it after you say something dumb, it's going to be towards the end. And so there's times where somebody's about to talk and the button gets hit. And it's normally because the crew says something, Ethan makes a joke, nobody laughs, and he gets nervous and hits the button. And lately there's been these narratives of, like, taking those clips saying that he censors his crew.
it's like, finish them.
It's a good,
Well, listen, I think it was certainly obvious to me that Trump was going to be worse.
Side of history,
but
though,
I think, like, if you're trying to get the candidate,
he literally just did an interview where he said he didn't have a side in Ukraine.
So,
and he's also on China's side in Taiwan.
Some indication of this. You know, I can understand. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I would disagree with it. But
yeah, I get your point too. Like, ultimately, I understand why people wouldn't want to support them because of what they've seen
about
and,
Palestine
like,
and
it feels
Israel.
like, you know, it feels
over
like
Ethan Klein,
shows a tremendous
which
amount
is like
of just like electoral malfeasance on her part. I mean,
pretty low bar to
made
fucking
an
step
active
over.
Choice. And I think, you know, you could have put that Palestinian lawmaker from Georgia on stage. They made an active choice to signal to whomever they were signaling that they weren't going to do anything. Now, I happen to believe that she would have been better on this than Trump, but they were making an active choice to do that. I mean, it was really electoral malfeasance on her part, in my opinion. But you know, I don't know what the point of litigating this is per se, but
because Ethan's stance is
we're talking about
just comes down to
kind of my criticisms.
Like,
of his,
so Ethan is fundamentally brain rotted, where he believes that because Hasan is the biggest, like, political streamer on Twitch, right, that he has the most influence on this crowd, and it's actually his fault why Kamala lost. Like, he was literally, like, the day after election saying this, but nobody fucking clips that shit for some reason. It was really fucking funny how mad he was at Hasan specifically, and it's like, bro, like, why don't you blame the fucking candidate? Because his philosophy is just lesser of two evil shit. He's not like... That's always what it comes down to. He's like friendly Jordies. Whoa, I don't like what the fucking party I shill for is doing, but I'm gonna vote for them anyway. Or not friendly Jordies, it was Drew who said that about...
Yes, it was Drew.
Labor?
I'm sure Jordan has said it too.
Was it Labor? Liberals. Yes, Labors. He was like, yeah, I'm gonna pick the fucking liberals, but I'm not gonna be happy about it. And then I was laughing at him like, yeah. I'm sure they'll care. I'm sure they'll care that their guaranteed vote is voting unhappily.
I don't know what that means. AR? Marxist Leninist? What? I touch grass. No,
American Regions Mathematics League.
I would consider myself at least a social anarchist. But, like, I don't care. As long as you're against authoritarianism, you're cool in my book. It's pretty simple. Also, like, principally anti-imperialist helps too. I don't generally like people who defend imperialism when it's their team. Whether it's America, China, or Russia, or any number of whatever. Not cool, bro.
I'd vote for a socialist if the rest of their policy wasn't shit.
Yeah. I mean, as I was saying before, the socialist policy here is quite interesting.
And how this I'm sorry. Well, let me show you this.
I don't care.
Yeah,
about,
I know.
I honestly, I'm like,
Let me show you this. This is
I'm
more.
Not, I honestly. Like,
Yeah, you don't care. I know.
I don't care. I don't.
And why should you? I don't blame you. We talked about anti-Semitism, and you think that I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But you seem to have conveyed that, you know, compared to the destruction and everything happening, the genocide, the loss of life in Gaza, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, that obviously that's way more important. So let me show you an example of something. And again, I know you don't care about the drama. To me, this isn't drama. This is one of the biggest, most influential streamers spreading something that I think is really dangerous. And you can agree or disagree, but it's a short clip, but I'll show it to you, and you tell me what you think.
He literally said, "I don't want to do this."
But in a totally just world,
I don't care, Ethan. Too bad.
Regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting, if they've ever exhibited.
Now, here's the thing: is that because none of these people can agree what Zionist is, Ethan has bought into the fucking narrative that, like, and it commonly is, of course, but it's a strong Israeli push narrative that Zionist is just a substitute for Jew. And they're actually being fucking anti-Semitic. It's a strongly pushed narrative from Israel.
It really is dependent on who's talking.
So Ethan is showing this to Sam Seder, but Sam Seder also doesn't have the same framing as Ethan has, because in Ethan's mind, he sees Hasan as including too much in what counts as Zionism. So when he says any little piece of Zionism, he is interpreting this as Hasan saying, if you don't want to displace all the Jews from the river to the sea, then you're a Zionist, you know? And so he's interpreting this as, like, just because he doesn't want Jews to be displaced, because people, I mean, like, Bad Empanada is gonna, for example, you can have fucking it doesn't matter how moderate your position is gonna be to him, right? He's a perfect example.
Yeah.
Right? So Ethan is applying this thing where Hasan is now being, in Ethan's head, talking about him, even though he specifically, like, said, like, you know, even in this interview, that they shouldn't give weapons to Israel. The most radical Zionists are Christian fascists. I'm pretty sure Sam will make that point.
Fucking any sort of, like, positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, by the way, he didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it yesterday. He said, no, I agree. That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
I'll tell you, there's some hyperbole there, but
That's putting it mildly.
I mean, he says Zionism, and I'll tell you what I think is really.
Sorry, I gotta correct you. He says Zionism, and then he says if you had positive feelings about the state of Israel at any point in your life.
I gotta tell you, if you look at what's happening right now, and you have positive feelings about Israel,
He said at any point in your life, Sam. Just to be clear, about what he said.
Just to be clear,
would I have said at any point in his life, someone's life? But I just think this is such a petty, like the idea that we're going to police. Hold on, let me respond. You want me to respond this?
No,
I
go
don't.
ahead.
Like I say, I don't care about this. But if you're going to force me to respond to it, what Israel is doing right now is so far beyond the idea that someone says any time in your life or not or whatnot. He's talking about Zionism, and frankly, I think it's very difficult for me to understand how someone could have positive feelings at this time. Now, you want to say in the past and what? Okay.
Yeah.
Like I say, I will grant you at any time in your life that is too broad a step. But wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
But see. You go in and you're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about a poll that people had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore
and Sam is right here too.
And honestly,
he's pointing. See, Sam. Remember how we were saying Sam is able to identify narratives quickly.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't care about like where a lot of the strings lead. He just shuts that shit down.
Yeah.
Which is a perfectly effective way to deal with
absolutely
like information filtering and stuff.
Sure.
So he's literally like, Ethan, you are trying to string me along. You are trying to create a narrative by hopscotching between these things. And he is. Like, Ethan wanted to articulate this point to Sam here. When this was a mistake on Ethan's part. He was doing good when he just showed the clip of him on October 7th and stuff like that. If he just continued to focus on the state of Israel and just continually saying, you know, how he actually feels about it, more people are gonna watch this and get his opinion on it than all these fucking like live stream fail clips and shit that everyone else is using.
Yes.
Inflation, I think, is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I mean, I don't want to get too passionate about this, but I will tell you something. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times, call my father and ask him if I'm anti-Semitic. Now, this is just one, that is just an example, an illustration of conflating when he's clearly talking about Zionism. Was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe.
Now,
and this type of conflation,
what's going on in Ethan's head now is
far more.
Is the like, you know, the Chud Wojak, not the Chud Wojak, but the like triggered like billions must die Wojak is in Ethan's head right now. It's like, no, you don't understand. Hasan is evil. No, Ethan, Hasan is stupid.
I agree. Live stream fail clips are awful. It's kind of like it's almost a resurgence of like Gamergate era, like feminist cringe compilation shit. Like it's almost a resurgence of that kind of mentality, that kind of tribalism.
Hasan is stupid, bro.
Disturbing. No, he really
will tell
is
you
stupid.
himself that he's a himbo. It's okay.
Irresponsible.
It doesn't mean that Sam is the only intelligent one here. Ethan, moron. Hasan, moron. Sam, smart.
the idea that he said positive any time. I mean, look, you do a show
Sam,
4 hours a day. He does a show 5 or, as far as I could tell, 15 hours a day. And
15
and
hours a
focusing
day.
on that one tiny clause.
This is
of
not
that
one
sentence.
tiny clip, Sam.
Well,
you don't know.
wait
This is a
second.
totality of behavior.
But you.
I told you,
wait
see,
a second.
Ethan's
I
copy.
don't care about
He's
it.
doing that. No, Sam, you don't understand. He's evil.
No, I'm not hand waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying this
You're saying it doesn't.
conflation.
You're saying
this
actually
conflation-
I'm wrong
saying-
for caring
I'm
about
saying-
it.
No, yes. In fact, I'm saying this
Yeah.
conflation is incredibly dangerous. Disingenuous.
dangerous
Right now,
to
there is
ignore
there-
what's being described
no,
as
no,
evil.
That's the thing. Is like Sam has this ability where you're both talking over each other, where he's still listening to the person. And it's rare that I see that with a lot of people. But the fact that Sam was able to stop mid-sentence and be like, yes, I am doing that, actually. Like, that's so rare to see in somebody. Normally people are just waiting for their turn to talk.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of actually like, listening and
Yep.
processing things.
100% correct.
Demonizing violent language for American Jews that have
I'm
nothing to do
sorry.
with the
That
war.
is a complete mischaracterization of
It's
that.
it's
This
not.
Demi, he never
He's not
says the
fit to be a
word
dog
Jews.
walker.
He never
Now,
says the
now
word
we're
Jews.
getting
Says a
debating.
neo-
Listen, how many members of Kufi have positive feelings
Well,
towards Israel?
let me see.
Oh,
I
wait,
mean,
wait.
he-
How
he-
many millions of members of Kufi, the Christian organization, have positive feelings for
Hold on,
Jews?
pause it.
It is clearly not a function of their
He's doing it.
Judaism.
Boom, right there.
Okay.
Boom. He's immediately made it about Christians. See, Sam is easily identified that what Hasan is talking about is not Jews, it's Christians. Right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Sam is so on point here. Like, Ethan is making this all about him. Like I said he was going to.
You did say that.
Because I understand the psychology in his fucking head.
That's a fair point. All right, this question.
What?
Read the screen.
So when he said America deserved it, would deserve what it stood, was he stupid? Why do you think Al-Qaeda did it? Because they're very open about it.
Yeah,
It
like this
definitely
is a
wasn't revenge.
yeah,
and
like
I've
this is a
interviewed
question.
Al-Qaeda guys.
Yeah, like this is a question that I ask people all the time as like a litmus test. Is like, why did 9/11 happen? It's one of my favorite questions next to what do you think of Assad? And so what do you think? Why did 9/11 happen? Why did Al-Qaeda do it? Go for what? Wait, hold on. Was it a stupid take? Largely, yes. Is it blowback?
No.
No.
9/11 was not blowback.
Do you want to quickly explain that it was to provoke them?
It happened because of the systemic treatment of the global south. No, it didn't. Al-Qaeda is very open about this. If you want to read things that Al-Qaeda addresses to Americans, they might say stuff like that, like Osama's letter to America and stuff like that. But we literally took diaries from these people. Like, we have correspondence between the groups, and this is all public information. It's very accessible. Now, if anything, they might have been a little angry that we didn't kill Saddam Hussein in the Gulf War. But if you go back to Abdullah Azzam and why Mehdi al-Khademah gets formed before it forms into Al-Qaeda, they're very clear on their political stances, on what they believe. It's actually more focused on Kashmir than it is a lot of other things. You have a lot more focus on, especially because, this is the caravan is forming in Afghanistan. It's all roads leading to Afghanistan. But, like, this is all stuff that came, you have, like, the Black Decade. Nobody knows what that is. Jack, do you know what the Black Decade is?
going to assume Russian invasion?
No, it's the Algerian Civil War. And actual, like, Afghan Mujahideen and the caravan went to fight in this war.
Okay.
And it's actually very hard to find information about it. Like, they did really solid information blackouts and stuff like that. You look at the Egyptian Islamic Jihad, right? So before they unified with Al-Qaeda, they killed Sadat for why? Making peace with Israel. And that is something that is done out of blowback. Now, once EIJ, I think EIJ is also responsible for the Luxor massacre. But once EIJ moves in with Al-Qaeda, their whole vision begins to shift. And they start to realize a few things. So what's important to understand is that all jihadists' goals are not about destroying America or even Israel or anything like that.
Yeah.
Their goals are to form an Islamic state. That's the whole point. That's why they're Islamic fundamentalist. Who's in the way of forming Islamic state? Assad, Saddam, King of Jordan, King of Saudi Arabia. And that's why if you actually look at Al-Qaeda doctrine, they didn't even necessarily want to pull the Americans into Afghanistan. They actually clearly state that they want to pull them into Iraq, Jordan, and Syria and form a triangle between those states. And I'm not whitewashing it. I've literally interviewed Al-Qaeda. I've literally been to Syria and interviewed Al-Qaeda. And so you can look up these battle plans. It's a book called The Management of Savagery, not to be confused with the Max Blumenthal book, which was written specifically to take people's attention away from Al-Qaeda's doctrine. And they're very clear on how they want to form things and what their intentions are. They're actually more of an anti-monarchist group than anything. There's a reason why there was only those attacks, like ISIS is much more known for attacking the West because they kind of LARPed on the image that Al-Qaeda was trying to sell to the West. But as far as Al-Qaeda goes, you go and talk to these guys that are now HTS, right? And they mirror a lot of nationalist sentiment when you talk to them, specifically those types of guys. And it really depends. Like when you go to the Uzbeks, it's a totally different type of sentiment. They don't really talk about overthrowing the Uzbek government or stuff because the radical Uzbeks were, they've been expelled for a while. But, the Uzbek faction was big into the Al-Qaeda network, especially in the early days. I can hear it in your voice. I'm literally speaking fact to you. This is very public information that Al-Qaeda has. It's not hidden.
It is not a function of their Judaism, and so
But it
not
describes
specifically...
most Jews.
No.
Yes, it does, Sam.
It describes most Christian evangelicals, too.
It may do them, too, but it also describes 73%
so
of
that
Jews.
is not anti-Semitism. That is about
I don't know. What do you call it when somebody's discriminating against the vast majority of a racial or religious group, Sam?
I have been specifically working with Islamic fundamentalism for almost a decade now. This is literally my field of expertise.
I'm sorry. You want to look at evangelical Jews?
I don't care about evangelical people.
Okay, but I'm talking about the way you're constructing this.
I think
you can say the same thing about Christian evangelicals too. It is not anti-Semitism. It is not. It just isn't.
Taking one example in isolation, which is what we've done here.
Well, you're the one who gave it to me.
Yeah, well,
I don't even want to talk about it.
I disagree
but I'm
with you.
using your example, and in that instance, That is not anti-Semitism.
Well, I
And this
disagree.
Conflation. Okay, well, that's our disagreement.
Yeah.
But I think that conflation is incredibly dangerous.
Well, I
It's
disagree
dangerous
as well
for
on that.
Jews.
I think-
it's dangerous for this society.
I think, frankly, I think it's dangerous to what I perceive as hand waving what is happening here. I know you said you aren't doing
I'm
that.
not hand waving. This is,
no,
this
you're
is a
doing the
function
opposite. You're
of
endorsing
decades of thought about this.
Oh, Ethan.
So right, sure. But the point is, you're saying that this is not dangerous. How dare you care about this? I think it's dangerous
No,
to
I'm not saying that
to.
at all.
I personally, I mean,
I'm
Jewish
saying
people
the
have a collective
mischaracterization
memory of
of it
trauma,
as
Sam, and it
anti-Semitism.
starts a certain way, and it starts with people. It starts with dehumanizing language, like saying you're not fit to walk a dog. I mean, what are we
He's
doing
not
here?
talking about
It's
Jews.
irresponsible.
He's talking about Christians.
He's not talking about
He's talking about 73% of Jewish
no,
people.
No, you said that.
No, that's a poll that's readily available.
No, you made that connection. He did not.
Ethan is not listening.
Because we have millions upon millions of members of Kufi. We have millions upon millions in this country of evangelicals who also believe the same thing.
Does your dad
and
have?
You cannot say it's
could you
anti-Semitism.
Could you describe
cannot
your?
say it's anti-Semitism if you're also including millions upon millions, far more Christians than Jews.
Would you say that your father, who you mentioned, said something to you, that he's ever in his life had positive feelings about the state of Israel?
I've had positive feelings of Israel.
Well. Does your dad have any positive feelings about it now? Not in terms of like I support them, but
I've
like
had
I think
positive
Israel.
feelings. I went to Israel on.
Okay, good. Then you're a neo-Nazi,
my
not fit to walk a
confirmation.
dog. How do you feel about that?
No, that's you saying that. That
That's
is not
literally what he
Hasan
said.
saying.
I'll play it again.
No.
I think like
Oh my God.
this will never happen, but in a totally
I'll
just
play it
world,
again.
Any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi.
Zionism isn't
And
positive
you couldn't
feelings
even,
towards
you shouldn't
Israel.
even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Another thing he's doing, by the way, and Hasan is
That's
does it.
listen.
He
you can
plays
say
around
that
with
that's
the
a wrong
term
thing to do.
Zionist, right?
You can say that's a wrong thing to say, but he's not talking about Jews. He's talking about people who have exhibited these positive feelings, and that includes millions upon millions of Christians. More Christians.
Okay, well, listen,
than
I don't think
Jews
they're
exist in the
neo-Nazis,
world.
not fit to walk dogs, either. I think it's insane language.
Listen, you don't want to tell me that you have never engaged in hyperbole. You and I both are in this
It's not
business,
just
and we do that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I just think that,
It's listen. You can say
I
it's
just
an
think
inappropriate
that, like,
thing to say. It's an unfair thing
I
to
just
say.
think like
but
Arabs
it's
that
not
support Israel aren't
anti-Semitism.
fit to walk a dog.
It is not anti-Semitism.
Okay, well, we're
And
at
you
an
can say
impasse
that
on
it-
this one.
Yep.
He's
Yeah,
furious.
But anyway, another thing he does is he says Zionist tendencies, and he's someone that plays around with Zionism. He calls me a Zionist, and again, I know we're arguing here about semantics of what Hasan said, but I don't think that you could accurately characterize me as that, as it's used colloquially. You don't know, right? But he's saying Zionist tendencies. What does that mean? What's a
What
Zionist
is-
tendency?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to talk to him on Friday. You can ask him what a Zionist tendency is. I
Good.
suppose I would guess. And
Great, that's
I've looked
exactly
at
what you
polls
want to
too,
hit him
where,
with. Why don't you
where
ask him?
People have various different understandings of what not Zionism is, but I think it is my guess, and I don't know what he was thinking specifically, but the notion of an ethno-state that engages and it allows whatever in the name of Zionism allows for this mass slaughter, I think is horrific.
Sure, me too.
Okay. I mean, then I think we the three of us agree on that regard.
Yeah, I think we're so. Another thing is like to take it even further. I mean, Hasan pretty much like openly
Well, let's not
supports
talk
Hamas.
about Hasan. Let's talk about this.
Sure. I mean, what do you want to ask me?
Well, I mean, if you want to ask me about, I mean,
well, let me.
I'm not here to explore.
Yeah. I have a list of things that.
But if you want to talk about Hamas, I mean, I think look.
Well, how do you feel about Hamas?
I mean, I feel that Hamas people can perceive it as a liberation organization. We call them terrorists in this country. We call the
What
ANC
do you think about
terrorists.
them, Sam?
Listen, I think there are parts, I would imagine, of Hamas that have done good for the people in Gaza, and I think they have done bad things. But I sort of feel, I guess, ultimately probably like Ehud Barak when he said that were I Palestinian and I was living in Gaza, that it would be likely that I would join Hamas. I mean, that's what Ehud Barak said on multiple occasions. And I think that is very, that is an understanding of human nature.
That
when
you're
you
not
are the
affording
subject-
Israelis, by the way, just to point out an inconsistency there.
How so?
Well, you're like, I refuse to understand human nature and their reaction. It's just evil, and I don't know how to explain it.
I didn't use the word evil.
Right. I'm inferring because I asked you if you think they're evil, and you
listen,
didn't really answer that.
Listen,
You
I
avoided.
don't know what Gazans felt on October 8th, but toward Hamas. But I can tell you that there is a long history of terrorist organizations or so-called terrorist organizations like the ANC or the
here's
IRA.
one of
even the
one of the
PLO,
5 letters.
that ultimately become a political organization.
I think the comparison to Hamas to the
Read
to
that
what
and then
happened in
get
South
back to
Africa
me
is
about
insanely
blowback.
Disingenuous, and I personally hate when people do that.
I mean, Mandela didn't think so.
Well, Mandela did think so. He explicitly stated that he avoided committing violence on the citizenry because it would make reunification impossible. That's something he said.
I think you could say
in the
that
totality,
tactically speaking, listen,
in the
tactically speaking,
by the way, Sam, in
if
the
you wanna make
totality of their campaign, I think under 200 civilians died. And the people who did kill civilians were almost all held accountable
also,
for
hold on,
what
pause
they
it.
did. That's a difference, Sam.
We have multiple videos on YouTube about this as well. We have an interview.
Vote in the poll
about 9/11, which I believe we get into it. That is mostly around getting around most of the propaganda.
We have an interview with the guy who literally helped negotiate with the Taliban.
We have a few KSM live stream clips, various Taliban content. We interview a Taliban supporter. There's a bunch of stuff that we have around this that you can watch if you would like to. No, you're alright, man.
A lot of times I'll put the letters in there. And
Sorry?
like when I bring up these letters and stuff, because I'll find them and put them in when I'm editing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll like take certain excerpts from these letters to support the points I'm making in a lot of these conversations. Why do you think Hasan is dumb? I think he's a content producer, but I mean, we're comparing him to someone like Sam Seder. And like, I don't think Hasan or Ethan are very intellectual about things.
I mean, I can tell you that
A significant difference.
Well, it is a significant difference. I mean, I imagine many of those people who committed atrocities on October 7th are dead now. And, you know, so...
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, that's accountability.
Being
But,
held, okay. I mean, being held accountable by the party that they're presumably doing the violence on behalf. Like,
but you're saying the entire ANC was held accountable?
No, I was saying Nelson Mandela's party, if someone killed a civilian, they would hold them accountable. They would charge them. They would disavow their actions.
The ANC did?
Yes.
Well, the IRA was bombing places in
and
England
now they're a political party.
Throughout Ireland.
That's the
I mean,
this is the difference.
This
is the big difference about these things.
Or the Stern Gang.
When you compare the ANC and the IRA, they have already completed political transformations.
I mean, the history is full of examples of organizations that commit terrorist acts.
well,
Now,
people
I will
say-
tell you,
people look at South
personally,
Africa-
I do not condone the killing of civilians, and which is why obviously I'm upset about what Israel is doing.
Sure.
The
part that I don't like about people say, like, I feel like people sweep
Oh my
for
God.
Hamas by saying, like,
bro
what do you
just
expect,
said if he's
right?
so dumb, why
But
is he
the
so
truth is
successful?
that
Bro, you sound like people defending Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Piers Morgan-ass take, bro.
People use South
relax.
Africa as an example.
Relax.
But
Relax.
what South
Chill.
Africa shows is that you don't need to commit a violent war
It
against
ain't that
civilians
serious.
to liberate yourself.
Well, I mean, listen, we had for a year, we had the Great March of Return, where
It's
Sinwar
not
himself
different,
was,
man. It really
involved
isn't.
in that. It was
It's the same thing.
Palestinians marching.
It's
on a
tribalism.
regular basis over
You
the
don't
course
want to
of a year.
accept
I
that
don't
it's
know
the
how
same
many it was,
thing
50 or
because you
whatever,
don't want to see
that,
similarities in yourself to people
where
that
innocent
you
people
may not
went there
like.
and
It's the same
snipers
thing.
are shooting down unarmed
No.
civilians. And so
We're comparing. Pause
time
it
and
for a
time
second.
again, and over the course of the 20 years that I
We're comparing the use of like this logical
I'm not comparing
fallacy.
Elon Musk to Hasan. I'm comparing if he's
Logical
so dumb, why
fallacy
is
of
he
this.
successful?
It's a logical fallacy of that statement that's being compared.
It's also a defensive meritocracy.
What do you mean?
That if you're superior, that you get ahead. Like it's actually a
Right.
skill-based economy, and these people actually worked hard. Like Asmongold is also successful.
I think he's bigger than Hasan. And Asmongold
He is now.
is
He is now. I know, right?
cockroach-infested, unwashed,
He's
fucking
like the
troglodyte.
Candyman, but for roaches.
Right? Like, why is Asmongold successful? Right? Use this same logic. Use this same thing. If Asmongold is so dumb, why is he more successful? It kind of breaks that thinking, doesn't it? When it's applied to somebody else in the
His clothes
same
probably smell
thing.
horrible. I think he might smell so bad that you stop smelling. You
It
know what
breaks
I
your
mean?
nostrils.
Bro used a dead bird for an alarm clock.
That's wild.
He's another dude who needs to get outside.
Yes.
I've been professionally, covering this.
And Asmongold
my
streams
attitude
more
towards,
than Hasan.
Israel's willingness to have peace has changed, and my understanding of it has changed. And I can only imagine how more intense that feeling is to be living in a place that is, functionally like
Hasan's relatability is probably the biggest factor. I mean, that's really with Asmongold too, which is sad. Is that people relate to him,
It is sad.
That's that male loneliness crisis, am I right? But like Hasan is like normal.
Yeah, like that's like as much as we shit on Hasan, like he's a normal guy. He's just got anxiety, he's just got social problems, maybe he's a little autistic. Who fucking knows, right?
Maybe he's a little autistic. I've never said anything like that.
I'm saying that. It's not like it's not a bad thing. It's just commenting that he like has issues in social situations. Maybe he is. Maybe he's just a bit awkward. Maybe he's an introvert. Who fucking knows? He's a normal dude.
He definitely does
though.
seem to get uncomfortable when he doesn't have chat with him.
Yeah, see what I mean? Like, it's a parasocial relationship between Chat, and Chat has the parasocial relationship between him. It's why he needs to go outside.
I don't even think it's his views, per se. I think him as a person, he's relatable. And I'm saying, so is Asmongold, but it's a different type of person who's relating to him.
Yeah.
I think Hasan is more normie-coded.
Yeah. Also more, like, normal politics. Even if it is, like, socialist, it's more normal.
Yeah, and like, the thing is like, I don't know, I probably like Hasan more than Vosh, and I don't watch Destiny at all, but I think they're also pretty normal. Normal isn't necessarily good. You know, and Bad Empanada, on the other hand, not relatable, not good to look at, not normal.
You know what's funny?
The Warsaw Ghetto, as far as
the
like
party
you don't have
Destiny
access
is
to
not only just a
resources,
piece
you
of
have
shit.
50%
Isn't he
unemployment.
like literally a rapist?
Probably.
Like there was there's literally a controversy around consent with him. Like at the very least, it wasn't like clear consent. Like they might have said, like, you know, Andrew Callahan, who's also better than Destiny. Can you imagine? Can you imagine fucking Destiny on PBD?
Oh my god, that would be
and
awful.
how awful that would be.
It would be horrible.
Mr. Bonicelli.
The apartheid that is taking place in terms of the West Bank.
Destiny will sue me.
I agree with those characterizations, by the way, Sam. Just to say.
I would. Okay, but I can't imagine that my response wouldn't be to pick up a weapon.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not really working out.
Well, none of it's working out, is it? I
not
mean, because we have
much
the
at all.
Greatest,
Not really
what,
much
what
at
is
all.
called the greatest attack on Israelis in 75 years. The notion of Zionism and the way that Israel is organized as a society is not protecting Jews. It's not protecting Israelis. It's not protecting Jews worldwide. It is, there may have been a time where Zionism had and there were certainly proponents of Zionism in the early 20th century, in the late, perhaps late 19th century, where there was a notion of a multi-ethnic democracy that fell by the wayside. You know, folks like Hannah Arendt and Einstein, left the Zionist Congress.
Right.
And
this is too into the Jew stuff. I don't know what they're talking about now.
I think a nightmare for everyone involved. And so, I don't know how
I mean, look,
would
man,
react
we literally
in that
have
type
everybody from a wide
miseration.
range of ideologies in here.
But again,
like,
Ehud Barak said that he would pick
as long
up a
as
weapon where he wanted
your
them.
ideology, your
And,
ideas
far closer
are
to
grounded in reality.
to the conflict
We
than
don't give a
I
I'm
am.
not saying I don't understand why people pick up weapons.
That's all.
Right.
That's why I asked the 9/11
so
question.
let me ask you this: what do you think about October 7th attack?
What do I think about
litmus
it?
test.
Yeah. I mean, it was horrific.
Mm-hmm. And this was like a military action by Hamas to what end?
I mean, I suspect. I mean, I don't know what the strategy was. I mean, they attacked 2 military bases. I don't know if they were aware of.
I think. I don't know if Sam has this view, but I don't know. I would probably go with the narrative like, well, October 7th, I mean, you look at the attitudes people have, that sure was a long time ago, and Israel has just been making itself look a lot worse since. So that's the question. You know? Is Israel better off today than they were then before October 7th? I'd say no. So, while they have caused, the situation and how much death is going on, at the end of the day, Hamas is kind of winning, because when you're already at the bottom, like, how much lower can you go, you know? Like, Assad wore out his good faith. Why can't Israel?
that the dance.
The Nova rave.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew that rave was happening. I suspect it was to derail the Abraham Accords, which were going to leave the Palestinians out of the equation, where you know.
We ultimately do not know.
You knew about that they attacked kibbutzim, by the way.
No, yes, of course they did. But I'm saying that they. I don't know what the strategy was on their part.
So what do you think? Like, would you expect the response of Israel would be to that?
I had no doubt on that day that Israel was going to respond.
Go insane.
I mean,
yeah, right. It was going to be horrific. We all knew.
Yes, but I think I think the lack of proportionality was just beyond. Frankly, and I was aware that this was going to be a horror show, but I don't think I had the level of awareness of what they would do to go in and literally level it, destroy, what is it, 80-90% of the structures in Palestine, bomb hospitals, that they would use.
Well, Hamas did know that, because that's why they attacked.
Food as a weapon.
I'm more interested in the justification for what they're doing.
Probably
there.
took hostages with the idea that they would be able to negotiate.
I understand why they took hostages. I don't understand why they took children and elderly.
I believe that they probably. I mean, this is all conjecture on my part. That they would be able to trade them as a way to inhibit Israel's doing what they're doing, and I don't know if they could have even imagined that. I'm not going I'm not going to endorse Hamas's strategy here.
Well, I'm just trying to flesh it out here, because this is what I'm getting to is Hamas. I think they knew that this was the reaction that would happen.
What about pager explosion?
I can't imagine that they assumed that this was the whole pager explosion is so fucking crazy that they were able to do that. But the what about shit, I don't like with Syria. Are you going to defend HTS, or are you going to defend the revolution against Assad? I mean, look at what's happening in Syria right now. So, one of the guys I did consulting for, because they were asking me about what I think the future would be for Syria. This was months ago, in November. And I was telling them that Jelani, it's questionable about how much control he has over the forces, especially the ones loyal to Turkey. And I was mainly looking towards the Kurds at the time, because that was the nature of the consultation I was doing. And I was saying that it's only a matter of time until we see how much control he actually has of those forces. And you could say kind of the same about October 7th. It wasn't micromanaged. Why did they take children? There was probably not an order to take children. They might have said, take whoever you can, or something like that. Possibly. But it probably wasn't directly find children specifically, or something like that. But we look at what's going on in Syria, and I just messaged the person I did consultation for, and I was saying, this is exactly what I was talking about, when we would see how much control Jelani had over the forces. And there has been stir-ups, there was the stir-ups a few weeks ago with the Alawites and Assad remnants. It was only a few days. Pretty quiet. But lately with the Druze, it's now closer that Israel and Turkey, we were talking about this maybe a week or two ago, that Israel and Turkey could go to war, and it's going to be awful because it's a war in Syria. That's now closer because of what's happening in Syria right now.
Yeah.
And I was saying that today, when I was following up with the predictions I made a month ago. I was saying that it's like a sliding scale. Idlib, least likely to break out of control. Aleppo, a little, and it just depends on the rebel strength in these areas. So it's a sliding scale on how long the rebels had control over a certain area versus Assad. Right? So, like, the center zone is, like, the Kurdish region. And the most unstable zone is obviously going to be the coastlines.
Yeah.
And it all depends on how much control the new central government can exert over these forces to prevent atrocities from happening. And the thing is, unlike the Alawites, Druze are used by Israel as tokens for their propaganda. And Israel has invested heavily in showing the atrocities that happen. Because it's not like Jake Hannaran was bitching about this today, saying that nobody gave a shit when they were doing these atrocities to Alawites a few months ago. Basically saying that, like, this was predictable that it was going to happen to the Druze next,
It would be this level of destruction.
I mean, that's why they hate Israel. I don't think they underestimate how violent the IDF can be. You know what I mean? That's why they attacked.
I certainly underestimated that they would go this far. Use.
I didn't think they'd go this far, but
I'm pretty much of the one-state mindset. I'm pretty into the one-state mindset, and so when we talk about apartheid. So this is a big issue with Ethan is he's only had Hasan and people explain the one-state solution to him, where he can't wrap his head around it. And when we talk about apartheid, right, because we already recognize that it's a de facto one state, and Israel does have control over Gaza and the West Bank, it's already a one state, so it is an apartheid state. It's not about Israel proper, the recognized territory of Israel. It's about everything they control.
Shoot EMTs and have rules of engagement like this. I mean, I think Hamas is certainly up to criticism for their strategy here.
I think that's an understatement.
Well, I mean, if that's
well, I mean, they're a terrorist organization that intentionally antagonized like the IDF to come mass slaughter their civilians.
I think that if they overestimated whether Israel cared about the hostages, without a doubt. I mean, there's I don't know that there would be anybody.
I mean, Israel has a policy to shoot their own people.
Have Israel respond this way, that's absurd.
Well, and the same is true of, like, I guess Israelis feel the same way. Like, it was totally unprecedented. You know what happened. So maybe they didn't think that their mission would be as successful as it was. On the other hand,
I have no doubt that they did not think that they would that they would have been able to overrun that. I mean, I think we were told that the technology of Israel's fence, et cetera, was perfect and something we should emulate in this country. I mean, Trump was all talking about that. So I have no doubt that Hamas overestimated
overestimated the IDF. Yeah, I got you.
What they would be able to, what kind of destruction they would wreak, and they underestimated the violence that Israel would perpetrate on Gaza. I don't know that anyone could have imagined that Israel would have engaged in this level of destruction and immiseration and bombing churches and bombing hospitals and blowing up universities and destroying the infrastructure. I mean, it's almost beyond belief.
So one thing that when I was talking to Hasan, and I'm just going to talk about his point. This is about him personally. When I asked him, because this is obviously the $1 million question, right? By the way, just there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
There's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza? Okay.
I just think that's interesting. It's pretty fucked up, don't you think?
That's a weird statement.
Do I think it's fucked up?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand the point. Like,
Well, I mean,
do you think anything would be standing anymore?
Well, bomb shelters are underground. I mean, they would
Well,
definitely be a lot
I've
safer.
seen what happened to tunnels under hospitals.
Your statement is, so you say there were tunnels under hospitals.
Israel built the ones under the first one that they went into. They built it when they were occupying Gaza.
Are you right? That's true of that one. But I mean, they have a vast tunnel network, obviously, as everybody knows.
Vehemently
but I don't
disagree.
care. I don't want to get into the weeds on this. The $1 million question is like,
I think it's much closer to
what's
apartheid.
like, what can we do? Now, it's
I think you
obviously
answered that before,
insanely
though,
difficult
as
to say.
Americans, I think we
we
can stop aid immediately.
If,
I mean,
I
obviously
think
it's not
when
going to
we
happen.
recognize that it's a de facto one state. But you have to do that first.
I mean, good.
And if people can't do that, then I'm not going to hound them.
And I think we should stop protecting them in the
What
UN.
should have Israel done on October 8th, I guess? Like, what would have been an appropriate response for their government?
Honestly, I think Israel did fine on October 8th. It was maybe 2 weeks
What should they
after
have
that
done,
where it got really fucked
on
up.
October 8th. I mean, I think that I think that there is they're hitting strategic sites to attempt to take out leadership. They should have. But let's talk. Like to
Well, the
look at
leadership
that
was
moment-
underground.
Yeah, to look at that, that
I-
moment in history, like
when
maybe
it comes to
was,
doing as far as occupying
they had to
force,
do
the
something.
IOF shit,
maybe
I'm against
in
mainly
that,
because people don't know
moment,
what you're talking about.
They
Just
had
call
to
things
go
by
in
the
and
proper
bomb
name.
or whatever
Yeah.
they do. I think
It comes
that
from TikTok.
any action that they would have taken at that
It's
point,
way before
frankly,
TikTok. It's been a
was
thing
a
for a while.
function of literally decades of oppressing people and attempting to bring this to an eventuality.
I think
Right.
I mean, this was.
And so
when
what
was
should
the
they have
last?
done?
There was like
Ages
before
ago.
October 7th.
Well, I mean,
think it was 2
avoiding-
years
yeah.
before, but it was
Okay,
when they
I
like
think what
bombed.
they should have done is
Al
begun
Jazeera's building.
empowering
think
Yeah, they did.
Palestinians.
2 years
in
before.
It was
the West Bank. They should have done the
residential
My
same
building
favorite
too, I think.
answer,
Okay.
Sam. You're saying that this is
And
what
it had,
Hasan told me. They should disband their
Hamas was
government and lift
underneath
the
it.
borders in response to the worst
Well-
terrorist attack that's ever happened.
Hamas has their own. There's literally like that's where the children's show with the Farfour the mouse comes from.
Mm-hmm.
Like Hamas has their own like public broadcasting,
Yeah.
right? And so if Hamas does public broadcasting in a media center with other news organizations, which they have the right to do, then it's a Hamas base. All the journalists are affiliated with Hamas because they share the same office space. You know? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if anyone has ever worked in an office building, but you have no association with other floors.
Yeah.
You know? Like, it doesn't fucking matter what's happening on anything besides your department on your floor. That's the whole point of office space.
I think honestly, when you see that your policies have failed, but I don't
This
think
is
You
Yeah,
it's
actually
fair
don't
yeah.
believe that that's a real thing, though. I'm interested in having like a real conversation. You can't like live in a fairy tale land where, in response to the worst military or terrorist attack of all time, Israel, who's already, as you state, like genocidal and racist and all these terrible things, is going to lift their borders and disband their
Well,
government.
wait a second. You're asking me what they should have done, and that's different.
No, in a
from what I
realistic way, not in a
expect them to
fairy
do.
tale, Sam.
Well, listen, there is no realistic thing. Their agenda has been, it has been quite clear. Their agenda has been, since Ariel Sharon walked on the Temple Mount and tried to scuttle peace talks, the agenda since the assassination of Rabin by arch Zionists in Israel, the agenda has been to bring about this moment. There is no doubt about it. The annihilation of the Palestinian people has been an agenda in Israel for far too long. So from the perspective, it's anything I say is fantastical relative to what they would actually do. Anything.
There's nothing they could have done
anything.
that because of the situation, anything
I'm
they would have
saying
done
that
would have
this
been.
was, there was no plan that on this day they were going to do this. But if you go back 10 or 15 years ago
That's fairy tale
and
boy.
look into Bibi Netanyahu's brain, the idea that this is ultimately going to happen was definitely the agenda.
What, in terms of like
Find a
attacking
way-
Gaza or inciting
Find
an
a
attack?
way, I would imagine both, frankly. But to find a way to eliminate the Palestinians, this has been the agenda of at one time what I think was a smaller segment of the Israeli body politic, and I think has increasingly become an even larger portion of the Israeli politic. So I mean, anything I say in terms of should
vote
is
in this
fantastic.
vote in this poll for the movie we're going to pirate.
Yeah, okay. I mean, so this is like I understand where you're coming from, right? Like
there was an opportunity for a ceasefire that was called in November, in December. They could have held a
Speaking of
ceasefire
which,
at any point.
those
and the
remasters.
amount of killing.
Oh my God, I'm still writing.
They could have done that. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By releasing the hostages?
What?
Listen.
Oh, fuck me, bro. Sam literally had to be triggered by that. Cause like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking serious? You really think that, you dumb fuck, the war would be over if the hostages were released? Isn't this the main thing that's been holding up the fucking peace talks? Is that Israel is like, no, we're not going to stop even if the hostages are released. That has been their prominent thing. Anytime we try to move forward with peace talks, is that they literally say, yes, we want the hostages back, but we also want to continue bombing. Every time.
Israel has said time and time again that the release of the hostages is not
Thank
going
you,
to end
Sam.
their assault on Gaza. They have said this over
I don't believe
and
that's
over and over.
I haven't
They
seen
have
those
said-
statements. I've seen.
They
the
literally said it, you dumb
I
fuck!
believe that
You really haven't seen
Google it!
No, I haven't. I'll review them. I mean, is it?
I
It
think
depends
you
when.
should.
It depends when they were made too, right? Like, is
They
it
could have
what's it in response
no,
to?
any
Everyone!
at any time
Every
they could have
single
done
time!
that.
What has Hamas done to end the war?
Hamas offered
What
the
have they done to end the war?
early on to say Hamas offered all the hostages in agreement for in response to Israel not coming into Gaza. I mean, there's just to
That's not
defend
true.
Israel's actions.
That didn't happen
that's
either.
being inevitable. Like, when do you think they should have ended?
Yes, it did.
When do you think they should have ended it?
So when should who have ended what?
Like,
You've
you
asked
can
me the question, what
question
should have Israel done? You
how
tell me what-
genuine Hamas would be, right? But like, this is literally the Biden policy, which if Sam even tries to bring up, Ethan would be like, but it's about Kamala. You know, like literally that multi-stage ceasefire plan. Like, Hamas didn't officially sign off, right? But they said they are open to the multi-tier plan to release hostages to work towards a ceasefire. They continually said that they were open for it. And Israel continually said, yes, we want the hostages back, but we're going to continue bombing them. Like, our mission is, Israel said, our mission is not to rescue hostages, it's to eliminate Hamas. And that's kind of saying the quiet part out loud, you know what I mean?
They should have done. Do you think what they've done is right?
Well, what do you? I've clearly stated no, Sam.
Okay, so tell me what they should have done.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, hindsight is a beautiful thing, but in my opinion, like you said,
You know
I
what's
think
great
some
about
more
hindsight?
specific.
Is
It's
we
2020.
did 3 live streams leading up to the ground assault. Okay? And so in these 3 live streams we did, which I think are in the LTech playlist on YouTube, you can literally see multi-analyst perspective on how Israel should respond. And like all of us were continuously saying, a ground assault would be a bad idea. Like
Yes.
they should not go
The whole
into
time.
Gaza. Like moving away from an air campaign would be a bad idea.
Specific strikes. I think more moving slowly because, as you kind of pointed out but didn't really acknowledge,
When
is
do you
that
think they should have ended?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the leadership is obviously underground. So it's going to be a long mission of trying to get them. It's going to be a difficult mission. But I think militarily, they probably have some obligation to their citizenry, at the very least, to like take out where but we're ignoring the fact that missiles are being shot into Israel nonstop. And I know you're going to say, you know, Iron Dome stops most of them, which is true. But at the same time, I mean, a country needs to respond to that. They can't just allow missiles to be shot in.
Tell me.
Okay, what Ethan just said is Israel has the right to defend themselves.
And a lot of people have said the same
Congratulations on repeating the lib narrative. I think AOC said the same thing today, and people got mad.
Non-fantastical version of what they should have done. Should have been 2 weeks, 3 weeks. How many Hamas leaders, how many members of Hamas should they have killed before they leave? Because we know that Blinken said on his way out that virtually every Hamas
what would be the optimal plan for the idea
that they've killed.
Okay, so like when we're talking about from Israeli perspective, and we're talking like I'm putting my head in a monster like Netanyahu's head.
Oh, careful there.
The way they were going, like I said earlier, it was really a few weeks after October 7th when Israel's response was way too far, right? So like they could continue to keep good faith if they continued their kind of the trimming the grass policy. They've eroded a lot of faith on the global stage for many countries. Like obviously America is never going to budge politically, but them going in also gave a lot of strength to the resistance network, like propaganda channels, like that video of the guy placing the bomb on the tank and taking it out after coming out in a tunnel.
Yeah,
you know, like there was all these fucking great videos, but that didn't last long because of like the blitzkrieg complete destruction attitude that Israel had, which was a bad idea. Like, I think America does this a lot better. Like, we certainly destroy things, like Fallujah was destroyed. You know? Like, maybe they can get one city before it's too far that they can destroy. But seriously, though, like, targeted killings, which they have shown that they're able to do. Yeah. Like, even in Lebanon, when they killed Nasrallah, like, did those people have to die for Nasrallah? Of course not. It was fucked up that so many civilians died just to kill the Hezbollah leader.
You know what my favorite part about that strike is? But when it comes on the international stage, go ahead. My favorite part about that strike, he launched it from American soil during a UN meeting.
Oh yeah, Netanyahu. He was here when it happened. Yeah,
country that they weren't at war with, killing hundreds of civilians and left with $6 billion.
They were at war with them, but
with
they're
Lebanon,
not at war with the
not
state
at the time.
of Lebanon.
No,
they're at war with Hezbollah, which is what America will say when they fucking intervene in these countries to kill Al Qaeda. But
and then he leaves with $6 billion.
That's
love it.
Like if we look at the campaign that they've done in Lebanon, it shows what they're capable to do in Gaza. And if they had done the same campaign, they would have a lot more good faith on the global stage. Nobody would be turning against them. Anyone who said anything pro-Hamas would be an October 7th apologist, and when like they wouldn't be able to gain any ground in these arguments. You know, you'd have like Mehdi Hasan and Sam Seder as like the big guys who would still argue against Israel, and then everyone else, when it comes to like the bigger media spectrum and traditional media spectrum, they would all just say Israel has the right to defend themselves, because AOC and Bernie Sanders still say that. That's still the central party line in America.
Has probably been replaced by someone who's lost a family member or an entire family or whatnot. So you tell me, Ethan, if you're the one with the sensical perspective on this, and mine is fantastical, what should they have done that would have been appropriate in your mind?
Yeah. So besides like special operations and stuff, I think it would have been a good idea to, I think there's a space where they could like try to find peace partners in Gaza before just destroying the whole thing. Like obviously they approached it completely wrong, right? But there are ways I think that could have happened. that are realistic, like trying to forge some kind of peace partner, some kind of alliance, some kind of international
All those
coalition.
people were marching. They were marching. They were marching in the Great March of Return, week after week after week.
Sam, was there
after
Hamas
week
activity at the Great March?
Sinwar was marching. Sinwar was marching with them.
Were people attacking the border wall?
During the Great March of Return, the first dozens of these things before the snipers, no, they weren't. So there were the people for peace.
There was Hamas
He's
activity.
right.
They were attacking the fence. They were like trying to cross the border.
They were
but not
attacking
militants. Militants were trying to cross the border.
You're telling me that in the first dozen of
Bro, do not, Ethan, do not start defending the snipers during the March of Great Return. Do not. Why even make this? Why? Why detract from the point that you're trying to make, which is also stupid, by saying something even dumber like this? Come on, bro. This is like trying to defend the fucking whipping of the immigrants by saying they were actually the horse reins, not whips.
of these marches, there were people attacking the fence?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I think that there's a way for Israel to try. I think they can obviously pursue peace. The way that they're doing it is impossible, right? Like, it's fucked up. It's insane. It's genocidal.
The thing is,
it's horrific.
Sam already made this point.
I'm not saying
their goal is not to pursue peace. That's
well, you
the
asked
issue.
me what should they have done. I mean, obviously, they're not pursuing peace. I agree with you. Like, quite the opposite. That's not what they're doing. But I'm
and
saying
also
there
in this
could have
fantasy
been a
land
path,
of
although
what
it's
should they
not-
have done, Sam's also
I
right.
think,
March of Great
unfortunately, I think their
Return would have
response was
had the
inevitable
peace
based on
process
everything
in
that
place
happened.
if they didn't shoot them.
You think it was inevitable that they would kill these many people and they would use food supplies as a weapon, that they would have leveled hospitals and universities and
My dad is
80,
exactly like
90%
Ethan.
of
2
the
plus
homes?
2 equals anti-Semitism.
I mean, how
I don't know to what extent, but like a huge,
But what's
huge
1 times
response
1?
was definitely inevitable. I'm not justifying it, Sam. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. You're putting this on me like I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying inevitability. I wonder what you must think of an Israeli body politic where this level of atrocity is inevitable.
Well, you described your and Hamas's understanding of the IDF. I wouldn't say that. I can't say to what extent, but you agree that a huge response was inevitable.
I listen. I believe a response that was inevitable by Israel, and that is because I have a much more theoretically jaded view of that country and their agenda, I think, than you. But to expect that what they've done is inevitable.
To
you
what?
can't
Well, Sam,
think-
I'm
I mean,
saying.
I just wonder, what it is that you think is in that body politic. Listen, I don't think it's inevitable, just to use an example in this country. I don't think that it's inevitable that we are going to be deporting and disappearing, immigrants in this country. I think it's possible, but my perspective on America is still too optimistic to think that's inevitable. I can't even imagine what I would think would be inevitable. And I think, listen, our invasion of Iraq and the complete lack of caring and the only thing that would even mitigate that is there were no images coming out of Iraq, or very few, and certainly I was
the insertions were
exposing
posted.
them more than the American population
That's the difference.
writ large. But
it would be the same today.
The
Insurgent Video Network was actually pretty good.
In Iraq as inevitable.
It's a different
we've talked
situation.
about
That's
it many
completely,
times,
yeah.
but
I mean,
the
that was
sniper
completely
videos-
unpredictable. But we kind of touched on it. Where
Defined an
and
entire
again, to
era.
what end this even matters is it doesn't ultimately. But you know, Hamas knew that they were going to bomb the fuck out of Gaza.
Listen, I would imagine Hamas thought there was going to be a response, but they wouldn't have taken hostages if they thought that they couldn't use those hostages
Of course
as a way
they thought they could. I don't deny that. Yeah.
Of deterring Israel from entering. And that was a miscalculation on their part. They presumed that Israel was more interested in those hostages, I think, than they had assumed.
Well, and that's part of what a lot of the civil unrest in Israel is about, is that a lot of people do care about the hostages and think that the government needs to stop the war and focus on getting the hostages back and not killing innocent civilians. So that
or the hostage, or killing the hostages.
Part, but
which part?
The part about the killing of innocent civilians. I mean, you know, I think that
I said that's what they're doing.
No. I'm saying I wonder if the Israeli body politic.
Oh, you think the Israelis want civilians to die?
I think the Israelis. I mean, you know, obviously not all Israelis, but I think that enough of Israelis to maintain this government believe that Palestinians in Gaza, that their lives have no value, that they are all future enemies, that
I think
have,
instead of framing it
that
like
they
this,
all represent a
he
threat
could have
to
just
Israel.
simply said
And I
they
think
believe what they're
that's,
told.
I mean, I think that's a twisted perspective.
Just so you know, there were massive demonstrations in Israel, tens of thousands of people in a country that's relatively
Sam
small.
knows.
So I think characterizing like the majority of the public as wanting to kill civilians is a little sick, personally. But you know, it's. I guess you could say whatever you want.
I'm basing this on conversations with you know, Israeli reporters, that there does not seem to be in Israel a majority, at the very least, of people who are concerned about the fate of the Palestinians in Gaza. Certainly, they want hostages, and again, not all Israelis, but you know, look, I can make analogous assessments of the United States at various times about things that reflect poorly on our national body politic as well. But you know, the proof is in the pudding.
Can I tell you something? 300,000 protesters in Tel Aviv, 200,000 in the rest of the country.
He knows.
That's 500,000 people out in the street protesting the government of a country that has like 6 million or 5 million in the.
Are you talking about the protests about the judiciary?
I'm talking about to release the hostages.
Okay, to release the hostages.
Yeah. To stop,
well,
to
it's
ceasefire, ceasefire, Sam. That's what that means.
They were
500,000.
They were calling for a ceasefire, or they were calling for a release of the hostages.
Well, what's the point of telling Hamas to release the hostages? Yeah, of course it's a ceasefire, Sam.
Well, but Israel has to, and I know I'll look this up.
Deal with this.
I don't have much
500,000
time.
Israel.
Wait. Let's look this up and see how many times the Israeli government has said return of the hostages will not end.
Sam, I'm responding to you saying the majority of Israelis want civilians to die. 500,000 people came to the street for a ceasefire of a country of 5 million, Sam. That's 10%.
Israel just broke the latest ceasefire. Okay, where is the political response from the Israeli people? I mean, the idea that Gazans can be held responsible for an election that happened 18 years ago.
Sam, you said the majority of Israelis want civilians to die.
I think the majority of Israelis do not have a problem with what's going on in Gaza. That is my opinion.
I think that unfortunately might be true to the extent that they've gotten.
Well, then we agree.
They've gotten much more radical. Unfortunately, tragically, everybody's been a lot more radicalized since October 7th.
You know what's unfortunate about this?
is that people are going to clip a lot of this where Ethan is being dumb and ignorant, but time after time, Sam has gotten Ethan to get to the point of understanding what is actually being said, which is a difficult thing to do. And I think it's unfortunate that so much stuff is going to be clipped of Ethan looking bad here instead of like showing how Sam actually navigated this conversation.
Tragic. I agree. I think people in Israel are jaded and they're cynical and they don't care, like you said, and I think it's tragic.
Yes, well, that's what my contention was. I mean, I'm looking at something from May.
I wouldn't say most of them want to kill civilians, though.
Well, I think that they don't.
And I wouldn't say that there isn't a sizable portion of the of Israeli citizenry that want a ceasefire. When 500,000 people, Sam, marched out on the street of a country of 5
He's
million
really hanging on this
for a ceasefire.
This Pew research, 39% say Israel's military response against Hamas and Gaza has been about right. 34% say not gone far enough. Now, granted, that was in May of this past year, so
I don't have the
maybe
glorious.
that's changed. I would hope, but you know, that's all the most
it's
recent
horrible.
data.
Yeah, no, I know that the sentiment
40% last year said that Israelis should govern the Gaza Strip.
I know that people.
I don't know what's left now.
Yeah, I agree. It's tragic what's happened, because I agree with you that they've become jaded and they've become very comfortable with the idea of violence happening there in general, right? And I think it sucks. I think and sucks is an understatement. I think it's tragic, and like I don't know what. Truthfully, the situation is so fucked up that, and like, it just feels hopeless sometimes. But
It certainly does. But in the meantime, you know, in this country, and we may not have the opportunity for a while, but we should cease all aid to Israel. We should stop protecting them in the UN. We should stop trying to pressure the ICJ and the ICC, and that's, you know.
Well, incidentally, I agree with all those things too. I think that that's the most we can do as a country to try to stop the war, and it's something that we should be doing, you know. And I think Kamala Harris would have been a lot more likely to do something on that front. But you know, certain.
We won't know.
We can't know, and that's the great thing.
Well, listen, I appreciate the time. I gotta go because I'm supposed to have dinner for my child. But,
well, I'll say this: this was way more combative than I expected. Ultimately, though, I don't think that we. What do we disagree on? I mean, I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe I see too much good in the Israeli population. I mean, I don't know what's ultimately the disagreements here.
Well, I mean, look,
I might run out of light.
I'm not.
But that's fine.
It's largely, in my mind.
I'll figure it out. I have a really bright torch,
impossible
so
to
maybe
really,
I'll use that as a
fully
spotlight.
assess. I mean, yes, there was
like
a
I said, you
protest last year, 500,000.
Just get the stand-up elements that you need and voiceover.
That's true, because we could.
People who are wanted the hostages back in the
ceasefire.
Almost done though.
Well, they wanted the hostages back. You know, I don't know.
It's not a magic wand. It's a ceasefire.
Yeah, and they got a ceasefire, and then the Israeli government broke it, and they.
Well, so hold on. Our disagreements is that I'm too optimistic about the Israeli citizenry.
Listen, I'm not here to adjudicate what.
I'm just trying to summarize our
on
conversation. That's all.
Well, I mean, you summarize for you. I'll summarize for me. I think that, like, you know, it is what it is.
You choose
and
me.
you know
We're one big happy
you know,
family.
I don't, you know, remember this conversation we can put into AI and have it summarize it. But I, you know,
I'll do that for you, and I'll let you know what it says.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you. I
we'll leave it to
appreciate
the
that.
robots.
That's actually kind of
Sam,
interesting.
I do appreciate you calling in. I do value your input on all this, and I appreciate the conversation. I think it's good to have conversations like this, like open and honest, even if they're combative. And I think ultimately on the larger points we agree, but we managed to find things to fight about anyway, and that's what two Jews do, isn't it, Sam?
That happens. That's my understanding. Appreciate it. All right, take it easy, man.
Have a
Someone
great,
blow the
time
Jew
with
horn.
your children at dinner there. Enjoy.
Thanks, I will.
Bye.
You too. Bye.
I'm coming for that. Dude.
Well, Sam's the New York one, right? Would he have a horn?
No, he plays the horn as a soundbite in his show.
Wait, does he actually? That's great.
Yeah, all the time. At least once
That's
per
amazing.
show. I think he does it, like, if somebody asks for a shout-out or something.
Ah, okay. I think Ethan wanted to appear more like Sam. Agreed with him. Yeah. Good enough to keep. Look, they're cool. You should. You guys have like a unique item. It's fucking cool.
Shofar equals Jew horn.
What? What happens? What special unique item do Whiteys have? Nothing. We got nothing.
A shillelagh.
Yeah, that's Irish. That doesn't count. Does the Irish claim white? They claim Irish.
I mean, you'd be hard
Mayonnaise.
to find an Irish person
That's
that
rude.
doesn't say they're white.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Italians, the opposite.
Yeah.
They want to
Bloody
be
Italians.
special.
All right. What are we doing now? Are you switching the movie?
Well, that's what I was gonna say.
Mm.
Like, I figured you would want to go out and shoot.
Yeah. I was gonna go
So,
finish off and shoot and do whatever.
I would just, we can just leave the poll for Friday, and we can just continue. What
I mean,
we're
you
doing.
can still watch the movie.
Mm-mm.
No.
We if we want to hear what else Ethan has to say about this.
Mm. I mean, if people want to keep
Hang on.
watching, there's a bunch of people watching.
Depressed
so-
Ginger has a life update.
Oh, no.
It says life update 2.2. 2.0.
Oh, no. Well,
it looks
we've
like
got.
he's gaming in this clip.
We're about to introduce like 10 extra people to this fucking guy. So I hope you guys are ready.
Because you've seen their ad. Well, guys, welcome in to a little life update here in April. Actually, the end of April, coming up on.
My wife left me.
Kind of important for a YouTuber because the pay period always resets. If you guys don't know how it works with YouTube, it's once a month.
Oh,
basically,
welcome.
You're judged
Welcome.
per month. It's not every 2
Usually we end a
weeks.
stream with
And
a
it
movie,
is
but I'm
very
going to film a
volatile,
video.
So it's extremely important to
no movie
start
today.
off the month well.
Maybe don't
And
play game.
There's not
I
31
don't know.
days in April, is there? So tomorrow's May 1st. I'm going to be
May
hitting
Day.
everyone with a bunch of
Isn't that May
Alberta
1st?
videos, of course. That is the meta.
Sure.
As the kids say. Hey, if it gets views, it gets views. But no, I'm going to.
You want to see it, Jackie?
Talk about my life a little
Before
bit.
you
some
decide,
different
you want to
things, maybe my
see
strategy when it comes to
what
YouTube.
movie is currently
and,
winning in the poll?
Yeah.
Sure.
I like doing these. They're a little bit more personal.
I'm
This
gonna
is really
send
what
you the
YouTube
link.
is. My channel, the way it's evolved, I don't want to say I hit
Again?
a lull, but
it's a different
there's
one.
not a lot of creativity to my content anymore.
Oh my god.
It is just constant reactions to
Oh no.
different political situations,
Oh,
a lot
no.
of the same stuff, especially
What?
if one topic gets views, I'll continue to harp on it. Like Alberta,
Is it
like
good
Greenland,
or is it bad?
like
Oh yeah.
Greater Idaho.
Really?
No, it's really good.
Like the tariff
You want to
stuff.
see? You want to see a
tariff
clip?
stuff, to be fair, is
Yeah, a little
It's
bit.
kind of a spoiler because you already know it's the same plot,
It's the same movie.
right?
Yeah.
No,
Well,
it's
I'm
not the
kinda-
same movie.
No?
it's not. It's like it doesn't have the same like style at all.
Oh. Okay, I am kind of curious now. I might just, we'll see. I do want to get shots outside.
Looking for it. That's not the scene I want. It's
got Dakota
what's
Johnson
the
in
one?
it.
It's the same character. What is her name?
I'm not good with character names.
Olga. Or maybe it was that clip. I just didn't look in the right spot.
I'm so excited to talk about family first. I'm gonna fucking annihilate these.
Obviously, it goes on from there, but you see,
Yeah.
it's a much different movie.
Yeah, it's very different. Do you want to answer this one?
It's a major thing,
What?
so I should be talking about it.
You guys actually defend
But
Ethan?
yeah, you know, I was.
Were you here for the whole stream we just did? You might have
I
missed
guess-
our actual coverage
Yeah,
of it.
might have actually missed it. We spent quite a lot of time on it. You're on YouTube. You can
Well-
just scroll back. We answer a few questions and cover a lot of it. Talk about Sam mostly. Talking to Ethan and talking him down.
Yeah, talking
It's
about
not
how
really.
Sam is good at navigating.
Yeah, it's not really defending Ethan. It's more talking about how Sam. It was a good
It's
thing
because of the
that
title.
he chose.
They're falling for the
Sam.
bait title
Yes.
you did.
Yeah. But it's good that Sam is the one that was talking to Ethan, because Sam is really good at cutting through bullshit. I mean, look at how he dealt with Tim.
Well, also just like he immediately was like when he tried to do the clip of Hasan out of context. Sam immediately did not take that shit and told to shut up.
Yeah.
was thinking about the perspective of me being a political YouTuber, and I really have only been a political YouTuber full-time since June.
Oh, we know.
I had something really weird happen to me last June, and I wasn't ever going to fully switch to just making political videos until I had, on one random Sunday, back-to-back videos. One video was
It's
uploaded
not
around
Jay
2
Schlatt.
o'clock. The other video was
It's
uploaded around 7 or 8
No,
o'clock.
it's Depressed Ginger,
The
our
one video
favorite,
got 700K
our
views, the other
favorite
video got a
political
million views.
commentator.
It was about like speculation with Biden
Truly
dropping out
the
after
most
debates,
informed person.
or the one debate in June, the June 27th debate. And
I
yeah,
want-
it's just
I would
interesting to
love
have the
to
perspective.
fucking
And really,
talk to him.
now I stream, and honestly, I just stream for like the social aspect of it.
No, you don't.
Because I get like the same 40 or 50 people in the chat I always recognize, and it's this weird like cohesion. But
Oh, you mean,
I was thinking about it.
parasocial?
monetarily, it would
Uh-oh,
probably
you're
be
getting insular.
smarter and more efficient.
not
It's
breaking
Hasan
into new
pilled.
To at
audiences.
7 o'clock, because that's really
He's
when I'm
Hasan
streaming
pilled.
out around 7 o'clock.
I mean,
Just
Hasan
upload a
gets
video.
plenty of new
Now,
viewers,
sure, some videos
as
might
well
only
as
get like 9 or
regulars.
10K views, and by the way, that sucks. Like the volatility. Yesterday, I had a situation to where I uploaded 2 different political videos. The Alberta thing, which gets like 250K views, which is amazing. But then I uploaded this Trump video that's
Insane.
9K views. I mean, I guess that's YouTube, but to me, I hate that volatility. But I was thinking
Oh my
about,
God,
well,
bro.
why am I
It's
streaming
because-
every night when, you know,
See how
Maybe
easy
it
it
has
is to
something to
grift
do
on
with
the right?
Canada having
total
elections
net
that are
with the
relevant.
donations and with the ad revenue
Jesus
off of the
Christ.
stream versus uploading a video to where the video would probably only take me 30
Like
or
this
40 minutes
this
total
video that
all
we're
in.
about to
He
release.
said he's
With a
doing it
thumbnail,
full time,
unless
so
I
he's
mess it
making
up or
enough
something,
money. So
then
I don't
maybe
know
an
what he's
hour
complaining about.
versus streaming
Yeah,
for
exactly.
2 hours, and I'll probably make more
I
money.
wish
from
we
a
could do
single
this full
hour
time.
off of the video. And the answer is just I like streaming. It's like this weird social aspect thing, and that's one of the things I
Parasocial.
really need to improve in my life is like social net and having a
need
better
friends.
social life in general. I think that's a problem with a lot of Gen Z people, but me in
I am
particular,
touched
it's
rough.
it's even
Male loneliness
more
epidemic
sheltered
victim.
because you have this like perceived social life in the sense of having a certain amount of subscribers, interacting with people online, but you really don't have that human to human IRL interaction. That's something I'm really lacking. But yeah, I was thinking about, well, why am I doing all these live streams? But I do like doing the live streams. I'm just going to continue doing them. And probably like 5 or 6 a week, depending. I don't know if I'll ever maybe scale them back at some point. But it's interesting to have the perspective of where my channel is right now. And, you know, I hit a lull like midway through this month. My content really dried up and my views went down. The thing is I'm still making like, good money, legit money. It's not like it was in November. Of course, it's not going to be. If you are doing political videos and you have a major U.S. election, the presidential election, and then it goes away, it's going to go down a bit.
It's funny because the
but it's
election
still
didn't
good
really
enough.
boost
It's
us.
plenty good enough. But it's more so an issue in terms of just stagnation, just not really liking where I'm at. But with me on this channel, it's been so unique in terms of just the pivot from topic
Jack, you
to
think I
topic
should
because
comment on this video?
I originally started
He says
in
he's feeling
politics, and this was,
stagnating.
the 2020 election, I wasn't monetized for. I had like 1 subscriber. And then I went and I did some sports stuff with March Madness. I got monetized like a year later. And then I went into stadiums, 9/11, things like that. The 9/11 stuff is still to this day really the only content that's evergreen. None of the political stuff is evergreen outside of, believe it or not, like weird things. When I talk about state borders changing, that tends to get views over time. But the only evergreen
Interesting.
stuff
Is that
I
why
have,
he
and
commits
as a
to it?
YouTuber, it's extremely important
It's
to
actually
have this,
aggressive.
is a lot
You
of the
think I should
9/11
comment
videos.
on this?
People ask me, why did you stop doing the 9/11 videos?
And say, hey, it's not. It may not be IRL, but if you want to ever do face-to-face stream, goes to our channel,
Yeah,
sees
do it.
how many videos we have of us talking shit about him.
Well, we haven't
But
clipped
I have
any
the
of them.
No, well, I have the other channel here, so you know what you know. Here, I'll send it to you. Maybe you can write a comment to him.
I'm not gonna write a comment. You do it.
Well, I mean, I just you know, what should we say?
You want to beat the male loneliness epidemic? Stream with us.
No, because he literally said, that
We're lonely too. We need parasocial
he said he
as well.
needs more IRL interaction, right? And so I was gonna say it may not be IRL, but if you ever want to come on stream and talk face to face,
Happy to do so.
happy to do so.
Yeah, just put that.
Write that out for me,
Perfect.
and then say also we multi-stream, so you can stream to your own channel with us.
All right,
Write that out. Let's see a normal video
I
from
believe
our
he's having a
favorite
rally
content
tonight
creator.
or tomorrow night on the first 100 days and talk about how it's been propagandized against
You should
Trump
utilize
by the
voice to
media
text.
as they've all released their updated approval ratings. And I mean, I've even seen in
I
my
still
chats where they'll say
communicate
"New
in
report,
general
headline,
ideas.
Trump lowest approval rating first 100 days in the last 80 years. That's a headline they wanted. And that's what they got. And so you can see the composite updates here with Trump sitting around a 45% approval rating. The spread is -7.5. And certainly just when you look at this in a vacuum, relative to other presidents, even relative to Trump's first term, he started off higher in terms of approval this term, but he's slightly below it. The
What was the
question
last bit you wanted?
Is this real? What do we make of this when we look under the hood in terms of these
I said
polls?
also we use a multi-stream so you can still stream to your channel. Like it's not IRL, but if you ever want to talk face to face, type thing. But he's gonna click our channel and be like, "This channel's empty because this is the channel we use for our algorithm to generate content."
I typed in our actual @
Oh, okay. Then he's
that's-
definitely, if he clicks that live tab, he's gonna see himself in there. Click the
Well,
live
let's see.
tab real quick. See if he's in there. Like if he's, because it auto generates the thumbnail.
Yeah. Maybe we should specifically find some
And change them.
and make sure that
To
they
beta
actually
me.
are there.
Are they? Let me see.
I don't know. I haven't looked. Hey, look, first place.
Hit that live tab. Let's see. Nope. I've been watching him for like a straight month now, laughing at him, so. Nothing yet. Nope. JonTron. Look, JonTron. Me. Oh, I think we're safe.
Yep. Safe.
There's no way he's gonna know that we have hours of us laughing at his idiot takes.
All right. Nope. That's a big no. So we are good. Hopefully. Hey, look.
We'll call the stream How to Gaslight People.
What did we want?
A few things I want to say. First, I think when you look at, I mean, you've got CNN with him sitting -14, New York Times -12. We're seeing a lot of these polls with extremely limited samples. And what we're also seeing is very limited.
CNN is not a limited sample.
Loss of support for Trump. In essence, I'm sure you guys remember the psyop that happened right after Trump got in and was inaugurated, to where there were a lot of people within liberal media. You know, they get their marching orders, they get emails from the Democratic Party.
You keep using that word. I don't think you know what it means. Bro, psyop is when you fucking drop pamphlets.
Sure. Or a bot army. Digital pamphlets.
Party, and the psyop was, well,
psyop
you
from
need to
who?
say that even Trump supporters now are regretting their vote. And so that was something they tried to do for a few months. They're still trying to do it, but when they do these polls and they ask you, they'll give you a number of questions. They'll say, did you vote for Trump? And the people that voted for Trump in November of 2024, he's retaining about 99% of them in terms of, do you approve of Trump? What they're doing is they're seemingly picking a very liberal, moderate base. It'll be like 39% Trump voters, 39% Kamala voters, and the people that either didn't vote that are more liberal, and you can tell via the polling numbers and the data, and the experts will explain it. And
Source?
So a lot of this is being manipulated, but I think the media saw an opportunity. And let me just say, Trump's approval rating 1,000% has gone down. When the economy does what it did and Trump implements these tariffs, we know with tariffs there is a short-term issue, which, by the way, can also have benefits in terms of lower inflation and other things like that. But you're going to deal with a bumpy stock market. And you could also say Trump did not implement the tariffs properly. Whether or not that really matters in the long run, it depends on these renegotiations in terms of the trade deals we currently have and the huge negotiations with China. But honestly, you could argue it's not even about the negotiations. It's about bringing domestic production to the United States and making the United States more self-sufficient. So
you keep believing that, buddy.
To look at it. But I'm not going to have blinders be like, well, Trump should have
How's
a
that
7%
going?
approval rating. No.
You want me to put on a video
economic turmoil that
about how Mack Trucks just fired 1,000 people and moved their factory to Mexico?
Because of Liberation Day,
bringing jobs back, baby.
Taking them off. There's uncertainty within the markets. It's going to cause them.
How cool is that?
Your 401ks go down. Even though that's kind of ridiculous.
American icon.
39% of
made
people,
in Mexico.
U.S. citizens have 401ks. It's not even half.
Because it's
I'm not trying
cheaper.
to gaslight people and say it doesn't matter. It does matter. I say the economy matters. I agree. But this is all happening.
We know that a large
extremely
reason why
early.
Trump
This is the
won
first
is
100 days.
because
This is 3
people
months,
didn't
3
show up
months
to
and,
vote.
And one
Yeah.
third.
Ultimately,
so when you're talking about
that's what it comes down
this is when
to.
you want to have it 100%. This is when you want everyone
Chuck
to
Schumer.
not beat you. You still have that galvanized base.
Your
and that's what we're
time
seeing.
is
Trump's
done.
Not losing any
The
of his
Reaper
base
is
at all.
calling.
There's just a lot of independent people that are saying, well, wait a minute, this isn't very good. But they've really revved it up because they realized the media saw an opportunity with the tariffs. And I mean, the tariffs are like the huge thing when it comes to Trump's first 100 days. They
My
showed a
favorite
graph where
part
it's
about
like,
him
what is one word to describe Trump's first
is
100
that
days? And the word tariff is just
his
center
takes are
cut.
different
It's like
than a lot of
the biggest thing by
mainstream
far.
Republicans,
And so they equate the tariff
but
with
somehow just as
economic
stupid, if
turmoil
not
and
stupider,
loss
every
for
time.
citizens in terms of the stock market, things like that.
It's
So I
amazing.
understand why it's going down, but it's not nearly as bad. These numbers really don't matter, first off, because Republicans do have control of Congress, and Trump is in the early stages of implementing everything. We still haven't gotten an end to the Russia-Ukraine war. A lot of that depends on Russia. And now it seems like Trump's like, I'm going to have to sanction Russia just to get this thing over with. We don't even know if that'll work. There might have to be you don't want to say escalation, but there's going to have to be some coaxing within possibly the United States and other NATO countries to get Russia to come to the negotiating table in terms of that. But you've got that situation. You've got Israel, Palestine. You've got Trump saying to Netanyahu, "No, we're not gonna bomb Iran for you. We don't endorse that." Also, Hegseth and others have come out against it. Vance has come out against it.
Didn't we bomb them though?
Has come out against it. So there's a lot in terms of the wars potentially being solved. None of this has happened yet. Trump has not ended a war. So is his approval there's just
seriously though sure, it's not inside Iranian borders. If Iran bombed us inside the borders, it'd be a big deal too. But if Iran launched an attack on a U.S. base right now, like they did on the tower,
yeah,
is Trump going to recognize that as an attack on us? So how is us bombing them in the Golden Zone not an attack on Iran? If it was the other way around, Trump would recognize it an attack on the U.S. We have bombed Iran.
So much on the table right now, and in terms of the tariff revenue, that's another thing they're going to be able to swing to a degree. Now, I don't know if that's going to offset the perceived loss in terms of the stock market, but what I've talked about in terms of the stock market, it's underlying metrics. It's the bedrock, which is lower inflation. Inflation undoubtedly has come down because of a lot of these tariffs. There's economic turmoil. There's loss in the markets. Inflation's going to come down. We see the energy sector coming down as well. We've got inflation, trueflation at 1.3%. We haven't seen these numbers in 5 or 6 years.
Trueflation?
This is going
to
cause...
Did he say trueflation?
Right, and the Fed, they're waiting.
I
they're
don't know.
Saying, well, let's make sure some of these deals happen because we think this could be inflationary. We don't want to lower rates, which would drive up inflation at least to a degree, although we think we have a handle on it. Maybe it'll stay around 2%. I mean, right now, core inflation, which is what the Fed uses, 2.4%. But it's dropping, and we'll see. I mean, we're going to get an update on the 10th of May, and the Fed meeting is the 9th. And I don't think they're going to drop rates, but I think they're going to drop rates on the June 17th meeting. And so when we get the interest rates dropped with the lower inflation, and we start getting some of these deals, I think we get the deals. We get a few big deals, maybe with Japan, South Korea, Vietnam.
If she had a better campaign, she would have run.
To China, put pressure on the Chinese,
like,
we can do that.
That's what was amazing. It's like how legendarily bad Trump's campaign was. It's like he was trying to lose.
We have a beautiful situation in the United States. We've got crude oil down around $60 per barrel. We have the inflation down. We're going to have the interest rates down. And we're going to have a lot of these tariff situations that have a significant murkiness right now. Those will be resolved within the next few months. And that's speculation. I'm not saying for sure, but that's the idea. So I agree. I think, yes, Trump's approval rating has gone down. They've made it to where a lot of them are like, well, listen, we can really screw with Trump and say, we want the headline. You know, it's like 2 weeks ago, they'll say, well, we want the headline to be, this is the worst approval rating in 80 years. We must have that headline. So just mess with the numbers and get a bunch of liberal moderates to mess it all up. And you have lower samples like New York Times with a sample under 1,000. I mean, a lot of these polls are crap.
Bro's saying liberal moderates, like those are the same thing. You know who else thinks that?
With their polls.
Her.
But listen,
commies.
The approval rating for Trump is irrelevant right now. This is when you want to have...
True, it is.
You're implementing policies that might have
an
negative reaction. But how about
he doesn't care.
Amazon to where they got all angry because they're going to lose revenue from the tariffs? They're like, we're going to list the price of how much money you lost because of the tariffs. And Trump called Bezos. He's like, you can't do this. And then Amazon backed down and said, we're not actually going to do it. So there's also that. And then Levitt is like, well, I mean, if you're going to do that, why didn't you list the purchasing power going down, Amazon, when we had... I mean, the trueflation was 11%. The inflation numbers, the core inflation data was 9%. And by the way, that was with a much worse economic situation when you look at other metrics. And so when it comes to something like this, guys, the approval rating, first 100 days, there's a narrative against Trump. I think Trump's approval rating's gone down. Absolutely. Like, let's take a look at this. You see approval rating on issues. I don't know if we have to go to each of these or I could just scroll down. I think we have to click on each of them. So, do we have past history on this? Yeah, so, I mean, there's a lot of, like, even these numbers in February. Trump was about even in terms of the economy. You could argue even plus when he entered. Now he's minus around 13.5.
Trump,
that's the economy. That's based off of
wants
the loss
legacy of the presidency without the job. Bro just wants to golf.
A lot of it back. but
I
it's
think
all perceived
this
loss,
has been
it's
evident
all
that he doesn't actually
narrative-driven.
do work.
And so you'll deal
You know?
with this, right? This is just the reality of a tariff
Like I
situation
said,
when
he
you
was going to
implement them.
delegate a lot of stuff, and
what
that's
Trump
what we
did
see.
with
The
Liberation
unfortunate thing
Day,
is that
it really
he's not
was
even
not-
holding accountability for
the-
people
it
leaking.
was not correct in
into
terms
signal
of
chats
saying
and
that
shit.
it was reciprocal. But the point of it is we have to renegotiate with a lot of these countries anyways, because we have to stop them from taking in Chinese products and then exporting them to the United States so China can get around the tariffs. We have to stop that. Foreign approval rating, foreign policy. I mean, it's kind of a.
Are they just going to
Kind of
change
very vague when you talk about foreign policy. There's
the
a lot that goes
labels
into that.
and say that it's not made in
you would
China
think with the
and
foreign
claim that
policy,
it's
once we
made
get
in
some of these
France?
wars over, that'll help it.
Like, if France sources a product and manufactures it in France, that product is made in France. That is not getting around tariffs. That's how it works.
Immigration sitting at -2. A lot of this is media spin, response bias. What is this because of? They deported a gang member that they... I mean, but the guys, if you wonder why the media does these psyops where it's like Maryland men and all this, it's to manipulate people. And this is exactly what we see with the new batch
You
of
don't
polls
know
ever
what a
since the
psyop
Garcia
is.
story, and they're all negative in terms of immigration.
Area man
Trump
is not
has
a
30-year
fucking
record
psyop. Literally fucking... Like, how are these people literally living Onion headlines?
I don't know.
Bro just said, area man is a psyop. Standard
Amazing.
journalistic practice.
Border encounter numbers. Now they're lying and they're saying, well, Obama deported more people, Biden deported more people. No, the way they counted the deportations was border turnaways. Those are not deportations. Under Obama, that's what they counted as deportations. So they're lying about Biden and Obama's deportation numbers to conservatives to try and say, well, Trump's not doing a good job. Well, Trump, they have to build up an infrastructure. ICE has to build it up to be able to deport these people to be able to deport the people. It takes a lot of money to deport all these people. You know, Homan came out yesterday, said, well, I admit there's 20 million illegals at least. And that's what we thought. We thought there was probably more than 20 million. With Biden, it was like he let in 10 to 15 million. Their administration said, well, it's at least 6, but we're not going to talk about it anymore because it was going to be the election. They knew they were getting crushed on immigration. You know, but this is all a psyop. I mean, Trump, you're talking about border encounters at a 20, 30-year low. He's brought them down 96%.
Okay, enough of
from
you.
The Biden era.
Time to listen to my other annoying favorite people.
Donald Trump gave a disastrous interview yesterday. And what's so interesting, he never goes anywhere but Fox News because they softball him questions. When asked by a real reporter that's watched by real people, not people in the Fox media echo
I've
chamber,
had it.
the disaster is absolutely chef's kiss. It's an embarrassment to him, his administration. Let's start with how he has to double down on gang member photos.
Wasn't a member of a gang, and then they looked, and on his knuckles he had MS-13.
There's a dispute
Wait a
over that.
minute. Wait a minute. He had
Wait,
MS-13
they're giving the
on his
report of the
knuckles.
chipmunk
too.
voice.
Some tattoos that are interpreted that way, but let's move on.
Wait a minute.
Guys.
Terry.
He did not have the
Don't do
letter
that.
MS-13.
It says MS-13.
Yeah, that was photoshopped. So let me
That
just...
was photo.
Okay, stop. Okay, you have the president of the United States who is doubling down on what has been a photoshopped image that he showed. So I have 2 points on this. Number one, he believes it. So if he believes that, I think 25th Amendment, like he's not competent if he believes that. 2, he believes it because the people in his inner circle are yes men and they're not telling him the truth. I'm looking at you, Stephen Miller, that told him, oh yeah, you won the Supreme Court 9-0 in the Garcia case. Well, no, you didn't. It was 9-0 against you. So he is incompetent. He should not be leading. But here's the deal. Terry Moran tries to give him an out. He won't take it because he's such a bozo.
Yeah,
Finish it
well,
off.
you say it's 9-0
Hey,
against
they're
me.
giving you
You
the
turn
big
that
break of a
upside
lifetime.
down,
You're doing
and
the
it's
interview. I picked
6-0
you because,
for me.
Frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. I picked you, Terry. But you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to
Terry,
move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
The Photoshop.
Well,
I mean, like,
Photoshop. Well,
Here we go.
Don't Photoshop it.
that dude, normally his source for polling is fucking Poly Market, so...
Bro, this shit is crazy. Listen to this. Advocate through public education for the public to fall in love with unborn babies so that abortion becomes unthinkable. That's fucking... What a wild thing to put in your policies, you psychos. Jesus fucking Christ.
Sounds like you're pro-murdering babies.
That's unreal.
But don't look at his hand. He had MS-13.
We can't look at his hand because he's in El Salvador. Okay, couple things on this. You can't look at his hand because you won't bring him back from El Salvador in defiance of a court order. So that's one. Number two, he has to humiliate people. He is a bully, and the only reason that he gets away with all this is because he bullies and humiliates, and people will not stand up to him. You're not being nice to me. I only picked you because I didn't know you. You've got the opportunity of a lifetime. What a dick. I mean, it is so unpresidential, unprofessional. I mean, that's the least of his crimes. But anyway, continue on. Trump talking about tourism.
Canadians, many of them, are really angry, furious about your talk about we're going to take over, Canada's going to become the 51st state. And it kind of is of a piece. A lot of travel is down into the United States from around the world. It feels like there's been reputational damage.
Delulu is not the Salulu, sweetie.
Gasoline's down, energy's down. The tourism is going to be way up. Wait till you see the numbers. The tourism is way up.
Not now.
Now Canada, ocean tourism's doing very well.
Okay, here's what tourism is.
Tourism's doing very well. They're literally telling people, do not come to this country. You might end up in El Salvador.
Here are the numbers. Here are the numbers. Arrivals from Canada, minus 10%. Arrivals from Mexico, minus 20%. Asia is at 0. Europe, minus 20%. These are facts. These are graphs that show the facts.
These are facts. These are graphs.
And another thing I do not think can be overstated is the Conservative Party in Canada was predicted to win by a landslide in their most recent election. And the Liberal Party leader, the Prime Minister, was elected because they think he can fight Trump.
Can you
also
imagine?
Has a PhD in economy.
That would be amazing.
But this is how much
And he'd be like,
people
oh, actually,
outside
remember
of the
there's
MAGA
anti-Trump
bubble
propaganda
see
in Greenland.
How dangerous Donald Trump is, because people in other countries are electing leaders they would not otherwise have elected because he is such an authoritarian. It is absolutely ridiculous. Here's another reason why tourism's down. We got word that breaking as of April 26, 2025, the United States has been officially placed on the Global Human Rights Watch List due to declining civil liberties under Donald Trump.
They don't
what
deserve
that tells
tourism.
me is the United States, the beacon on the hill, the place everybody wants to go, the seat of democracy, is now viewed by the world exactly what it is. The brand is wrecked because the Trump administration is pulling people off of the streets, sending them to concentration camps in El Salvador without due process. The world is watching, and unlike the people in the MAGA media bubble, they remember how World War II got started. They remember concentration camps.
The world is watching, and the UK is like, hey, that's our policy.
Not in the United States of America.
Why you copy us?
And on top of all the human rights violation, all the lies,
it was
all
our
the
idea
bullshit,
to
the 25th Amendment should have been invoked a million times ago. He should be impeached every single day. There were articles filed, but none of these Republican pussies are going to stand up to him.
Conservatives just coping.
Here's the latest economic news, and Maria Bartiromo on Fox News, she had to put this out, and you would have thought that
crying
her
into his
dog had died.
Beans.
Here we go.
What do they eat there for
breaking
breakfast?
news right now. We're getting the GDP in for the first quarter, and it is a contraction, negative 0.3%. This is the first contraction since the first quarter of 2022. Markets this morning have reversed. The Dow Industrials right now down 115 points on this contraction of the GDP. First quarter GDP, first read. We've got more coming up in terms of advances, but the first read on the first quarter GDP is is, in fact, a contraction, down 0.3% versus an estimate of
Damn.
up 0.3%. First contraction since first quarter 2022. Markets reversing, down at the lows of the day, down 139 right now on the Dow Industrials. President Trump is... Welcome back.
Okay, this is, you played stupid games, you win stupid prizes. And these Fox News viewers care more about anything than money. And Donald Trump is systematically ruining the economy, the dollar, the GDP, the stock market, you name it, he's a disaster. There's no stability. There's no plan. These tariffs are a disaster. And now Fox News has to get on there and tell their audience that the dear leader they thought was so good for the economy. He's going to be so great for the economy. I mean, I don't agree with him, but he's so good for the economy. This is what you get. And of course, Donald Trump cannot take accountability for not having experts on the economy help him guide his plan. So he takes to his live social, and I know it's going to be a complete shock. He blames Joe Biden. It's Joe Biden's fault. Here we go. This is Biden's stock market, not Trump's. I didn't take over until January 20th. And you know what else? The stock market was up. And you inherited the best economy in the world, according to Rupert Murdoch's Wall Street Journal.
You want to try that one again?
Start kicking in, and companies are starting to move into the U.S. in record numbers. Lie. Our country will boom, and we will have to get rid of the Biden overhang. Lie. This will take a while. This has nothing to do with tariffs, only that he left us with bad numbers. All of that is a lie. But the problem is the people that are on Truth Social believe this because they don't look for facts. They're not interested in facts or what experts have to say.
I mean, they aren't.
So I'm going to show you what we have with leaders, company leaders saying about this. So if for the people in the back, Pfizer CEO says tariff uncertainty is deterring further U.S. investment in manufacturing and research and development. This is the CEO of Pfizer on April 29th, has nothing to do with Biden, directly blames the problems of future investment and R&D on the tariffs. Then we have Adidas. Adidas says, Adidas warns it will raise prices on all U.S. products due to tariffs. Higher tariffs will eventually cause higher costs for all our products for the U.S. market, Adidas said in a statement. And this is what Donald Trump was so mad about yesterday, that Jeff Bezos was going to show people, here's what you would pay. But we have a Trump tariff that is going to increase your product. We saw that Temu, that they're doubling the product price because of the tariff, and they're showing the consumer. How long can these people stay in denial? And then China is just taking Trump around the horn. He is absolutely being humiliated by China. This is what his response regarding Chinese tariffs was to Terry Moran last night. It's just really fascinating.
We basically have an embargo on China. Look, you're trying to say something's going to happen, Terry. No, okay, well, nothing's going to happen. You know business. Terry, I want to ask you.
He doesn't know business, Terry.
145% tariffs on China, and that is basically an embargo. They deserve it. It'll raise prices on everything from electronics to clothing to building houses. You don't know that. You don't know whether or not China's going to eat it. That's mathematics. China probably will eat those tariffs, but at 145, they basically can't do much business with the United States. And they were making from us $1 trillion a year. They were ripping us off like nobody's ever ripped us off. And by the way, we have other countries that were just as bad. If you look at the European Union, it was terrible what they've done to us.
Lie.
Every country, almost every country in the world was ripping us off. They're not doing that anymore. I want you to think.
Okay. Europe and China are in talks to take away all import tax between those countries. China is going around to the other countries trying to do TikTok, the game is locked, and the U.S. will be locked out of those. Ports all over the United States are empty because cargo ships with products are not coming in. We have estimates by end of May there will be a huge shortage. Shelves will be empty because Trump is too stupid and too arrogant to go to people for expertise. And he is not a good businessman. He has bankrupted casinos, universities. The Trump Organization has been found guilty of fraud, tax evasion, you name it. This man, when it comes to business, if he touches it has been destroyed. And now he's doing it with the U.S. economy. We need leaders of Fortune 500 companies, S&P, Wall Street guys to come out and say, this man is destroying the American brand, the economy. We picked the wrong horse. We need to go back and get rid of this man.
Jack!
Put pressure on
We
Republicans.
picked the wrong horse.
What do you mean?
The ponies.
I still don't know what you're talking about. What fucking
Yes,
ponies?
I told you. You need to remind me.
Ponies.
So I can show you about the ponies.
Oh, okay. Ponies.
Yes. This is a very important meme.
How many people still here? 14. Good. Good views today. Crazy. Lucky I had fucking this script turned into an essay. It's fucking ridiculous.
Okay.
How do I get word count on Google Doc?
So, man, I don't know when this started.
Okay.
Okay, here's the first one. Okay. I mean, you like horse races, right, Jack?
Sure.
Okay.
I like
so
the big
you
races.
you got white, brown, yellow, and blue. Who are you putting your money on?
The poo colored one.
Am I sharing audio or no?
No.
Why is there no audio? Maybe this is before he started putting audio in, because this is such an early one, right?
Mm. No. This is hilarious.
Like this only look at the likes on this. Only 3,000 likes, okay?
Oh my god. The hidden gem. Yeah, go son. No!
Every day at noon, he posts a
great.
new horse race.
When will people take actual money on bets?
They already are.
Seriously?
You don't understand. This is
incredible. Is it RNG?
Come on. Well, this is an early one, but you'll see that like each of the horses, like they'll have different, tiny different features, like how long their nose is or how long their ears are.
Okay.
Come on. Bro, your
nice.
boy's in last
Go.
place.
Yes!
Oh my god!
Yes!
He's coming around.
No! Oh no! The blue. This is amazing.
Okay, this one has, well, the other one only had 3,000. This has 22K.
Alright, I'm going for the grey.
7, 6, 5, 4,
Creepy.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh my god. White, right.
This is actually a two-parter.
What the fuck?
Give me the second part.
Yeah. Ooh, I suck. Oh my god.
Wow, my guy sucks. Oh my god, he's back at the start. What a loser. I changed my pick.
Great. Do you want to go back to brown?
Thanks, Blue. Yes! Second place now. Fuck! Go! Yes, son! This is great. You shouldn't distract me from my writing.
Bro, I've been telling you that you need to remind me about the horse races and the ponies. I've been saying it for weeks. And she said the thing about losing horses, and I was like,
wow. That's great.
my stupid white son, what are you doing?
Blue.
You see, now the memes start taking off. There's this one where, like, somebody's like, stupid horse. They talk about, like, melting their horses down and stuff. There's a whole, like, I bet on losing horses meme.
Mm-hmm, that's me.
Place your 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
1 million views on this one.
Epic. Here comes the cat. Go with dark blue. Shut up, cat. This motherfucker. Now the dog comes. Go. I'm bad.
It's okay. Jovel Marymount is like, just like, you know, he's always taken the win. Look, there's plushies. Somebody's making a whole
Amazing.
plush. Horse race test. Our peak cinema lessons in meme culture. Cyan's crying because they never win. But like, PETA actually started capitalizing on this. Also, he said that like all the horse race tests are like Yuri or Yowie or whatever.
Yep.
Here's horse race graffiti.
That's amazing.
But so PETA did a thing here. So PETA did a thing, and he goes, "Who's the artist?" So PETA literally got an artist because this guy ratioed them for using AI to cash in on the horse race test. So it's just a fucking PETA meme about how horse races are bad and they get melted into glue.
Only if they lose.
Well, that's the point, is that Cyan always... That's why PETA's post is actually fucking funny, because Cyan always loses. Right? And that's why Cyan is in the grave. There's a horse race test fighting game. They're putting Cyan down because he can't win races. See how deep this shit goes?
What the fuck? I love the internet. Do you know how much better the internet would be if we had 1 billion more people have access to it? The Chinese. We must liberate China to free the memes.
I want Chanel 9 boots. All these niggas steady jocking because they know I'm the truth. Material girl. And I get it from my mammy bar man. Bust down these hoes can't stand me.
It's gonna get us fucked.
What?
That's gonna get
a
us fucked.
strike.
We must defeat the Chinese Communist Party to free the memes of production.
Right?
That's the real reason I oppose the CCP.
This really started in April, and it's just really taken off now.
It's great. Love it.
I'm just allergic to carrots.
I got your leg. What are you going to do now, cat?
What I'm doing, you can head over to
Fall over.
punterspolitics.com, pick yourself up a t-shirt or a bin sticker.
Punters Politics.
Anyway, back to it. ABC have done a really cool thing. Data is boring, but then you can sometimes put it in interesting
Hey, is this
ways
the
to help
test?
people understand it. The ABC have done just that. Over 5 decades, here's how voters have shifted away from the major parties. So, you feel like there's a duopoly going on, you feel like there's nothing you can do about it, you feel like nothing will ever change. Well, let's see if things are changing. It happens slow, and sometimes because change happens so slowly, and sometimes you're making change for the generation that comes after you, not you, it's hard to see the change. So I feel like this shows something really cool. So here is a triangle, and this represents Labor, Liberal, Independents right here. And as you scroll down, it gives you more information. It means Labor won exactly 1/3 of the primary vote. If a seat appears in the center of the triangle right here, that means they won 1/3 of the primary vote. Okay? So, for example, here is Grandler, Albo's seat. I only learned how to say that the other day, Grandler. And it's, he's doing quite well for himself. That's, if the PM can't get, a solid showing in his own seat, then a bit stuffed. I know Albo lost his seat. Did ScoMo lose his seat? No, someone else lost their seat. And here is the seat with the highest coalition vote. So I don't know what percentages that is, but if that's 33, I get maybe 40. In 2022, this was the last election. So we have these independents here. Whoa, super dominant independent out here. And who won what seats? So red seats were won by Labor, blue by Liberal, and the national parties, and grey by anyone else. So you see some independents here, some Labor seats won over here, and a few Labor seats won in Liberal heartland there. Pretty cool display, or is it just me nerding out on this? The number of independent and minority MPs elected was the highest we've ever seen in modern political era. Our political landscape, punters, is shifting before our very eyes, albeit very slowly, our very slow eyes. Look at this. In fact, the whole way Australia votes has undergone a titanic shift over the recent decades. Woo! I think the Titanic sunk quicker than in a decade. So here's a 2022 election. And take a look at this. In 1975, this is how everyone voted. Right? In the Whitlam government had just been turfed out of office. The voters swung back to Malcolm Fraser's Liberal Party. So you can see the seats swinging back and forth here. 1977, ooh, shift. 1978, 1980, oh, shift back. 83, oh, Labor's dominating here. 87, oh, now in the 1990s, we get the first independent in North Sydney. Ted Mack. All right, this is the beginning of the end. 25 years ago. Let's have a look. A few more independents drifting up. Oh, whoa. Is that the Kennedy? So what? Kennedy went from here, 96 to 2001. Oh, my. And then 2001, it's starting to slowly shift. 2004, there's still only 3 or 4. 2010. Okay, and this was Australia's hung parliament. Right? So it's such an even split here. And most of the votes are still sitting around the middle there. In 2019, now we see the shifts happening. More independents come in. And 2022,
I still got it all fucked up from the horse race test.
If the political majors weren't paying attention, they certainly are now. Take a look at that shift.
This guy?
You can look at these independents sometimes flicking
You know
in
him?
and out. But take a look at
Who?
everyone moving away
This guy?
from down here.
Yeah, I know who.
This
to
your guy?
Here, where we
He's
are.
alright.
So
This your homie?
This is what they think the
I don't know where he's
2025
from.
election will be.
I think he's from
People once
Sydney. It
again
looks like someone from Byron Bay.
And getting closer and closer to that 33%. Only time will tell. Only the
Leave a
election
comment on the video. Ask if he's from Byron
the
Bay.
trend continues. People are getting sick and tired of the established two major duopolies not solving the biggest problems that we are facing, not offering solutions.
Hey, this is what I'm going to say in my video. Stop stealing my shit.
Entrenched, moneyed power interests that they don't want to piss off. Our systems are almost not broken. They have been designed this way. They've been designed with vested interest at its core. That's why they're inefficient, bleeding lots of money. That's why banking profits super high, energy cartel profits super high, housing investment profits super high, supermarket duopolies super high. The duopolies and monopolies of Australia going up and up and up because our system is being rigged against us. And the two major parties have allowed it to happen, have either actively contributed to it happening or been too afraid to take on these vested powered interests. And when there is no option on the table, our political system allows us to inject a third option. So if Labor wants to start taking some of these seats and want to actually get people back to here, they're going to have to change something. Liberal, same thing. You're going to have to change something because your voter base, boomers with properties and entrenched tribal voting patterns, they are dying off. Things are changing. And this, punters, could very well be what we see in the 2025 federal election this weekend. So good luck, punters. Remember, you can go and do the Punter's Personality Quiz, where you can find out what kind of punter you are. It will give you some useful voting resources, like build a ballot. Don't go into the voting booth, have no idea, and copy some establishment party preferences. These are your preferences. Only
Stop
you
stealing
decide
my
where your
material,
votes go. So
cunt.
don't listen to those bludgers with their own agenda. Build your own. This is really simple. You can go do this quiz, tell it what policies you would like to see, and then at the other end, it will help you build a simple ballot, rank your candidates, so that when you walk into the booth, you already know what you're going to do. You're in and out quick. You're not sitting on there Googling on your phone to try and find out which one's the party of corporate shills and which one's going to sell you out. Nah, you already know. So, punters, good luck. Massive thanks to We the Punters over on Patreon. These are the punters that keep me making the videos that I think are important, rather than the ones that just get the clicks. Feel free to share this with a punter who might
He's not a
know
fan
just
of
how scammed
Friendly
they're getting,
Geordies either,
and I'll catch
so
you
I kind of
punts
like
in the
him.
next episode.
He's getting shot. Oh no, he must be in America.
I woke up and started to see what's in the news today, Governor, and I see many stories about the visit that Donald Trump made yesterday and your appearance with him. And I'll be up front. We are big fans of yours on the show, and we think what you've done in Michigan is phenomenal. And we're seeing some of the backlash to the visits with the president. So I just want to start kind of at the beginning with you. I see governors really as administrators of states. And in a sense, you need to work with the federal government. And so for me, when I see governors work with presidents across party lines, that doesn't seem like a huge surprising thing to me, because there are areas where governors depend on the federal government. Talk to me generally about your approach to working with the federal government, whether or not it's a Democrat or a Republican in office. Maybe we'll start there.
Yeah, well, thank you for setting the table like that. I appreciate it. I'm really glad to be with you, and I appreciate all the different work that you do. You know, I'll just say this. When I took my oath of office to be governor of the state of Michigan, it was an oath to put the people of Michigan's interests first, above my own interest, above any other interest. I am the governor of Michigan, and I've got to deliver balanced budgets. I've got to get shit done. I've got to work with whomever I can
she swears.
in order to do that.
You know what Big Gretch needs?
I think some of the
nice grey streak through her hair.
Big tits.
In my first term,
big fake bimbo
I had a very
tits.
contentious relationship with the Trump
No,
administration.
seriously, steal the Tulsi look.
And, you know,
Grey streak,
infamously got
suit her well.
threatened with kidnapping and murder plot.
Yes.
Because I was telling people, trying to keep Michiganders safe and asking them to wear masks and stay at home to be safe. Now, you know, I show up at the White House because I know how important this base, Selfridge Air National Guard base, is to the Michigan economy. And I get, you know, criticized by some in the pundit class. But at the end of the day, the same values drive both of those decisions, and it is what's in the best interest of the people of Michigan. So I could weather the ups and downs of it if I feel like I'm making a difference for Michiganders, and that's what it's all about. It doesn't mean that I don't fight important fights, and certainly there are a lot of things that I don't agree with the current administration on, and we are fighting. But my ability to seek common ground is driven by my North Star, which is the people of Michigan.
Right, and so for people who may not know the backstory, you met with the president a couple of times to secure funding for the Selfridge Air National Guard base. Why that issue in terms of what you chose to lobby Trump on rather than anything else?
Well, I'll start with this. You know, I've got a list. I've always got a list, a to-do list, right? In my personal life as governor, and when I show up at the White House, I'm trying to cover as much ground as I can. So Selfridge is an important thing. Our A-10s, the fighter mission that we currently have, that plane is being retired. And so getting recapitalized is really important, not just for the base.
Replaced with the F-15 EX.
Those are two important things.
Did you
It's
see
important
they
because
fucking
this
Hell
is
yeah.
really the linchpin to about
Hornet
$850
into the
million
ocean
of
again.
economic
Oh, did they?
activity
That's
in
great.
aerospace and defense sector.
The
in
Houthis,
Michigan.
like, were
It
making
is
memes
the linchpin to
mocking
3
them.
other bases as well. I didn't just talk about Selfridge at every opportunity. I've talked about tariffs
So they
and
should.
what all the chaos in tariffs has wreaked on the Michigan economy.
I'm a big
I
fan
talked
of
about Asian
mockery.
carp, which is an invasive species, which is at risk of infiltrating the Great Lakes. And we are home to the Great Lakes. 20% of the world's fresh surface water is
invasive
in
crap.
those beautiful lakes. And we have ice storm victims in northern Michigan that I'm advocating for as well. So I've always got a list, but Selfridge has been an important part of every conversation I've had with the White House. And I'm just so happy that I can check that off my list, and I'll stay focused on all the other things, and I'll keep adding to my list.
So let's maybe go chronologically and speak first about the visit to the White House. There was this viral image of you with, I think it was a 3-ring binder, although maybe it was a notebook in front of your face. And it led people to react all sorts of different ways. Why was she there at all?
She's
if she
being
planned
cheeky.
to hide her face, or why did she stand there as Trump made bogus election fraud claims? I want to give you an opportunity to kind of explain the picture first, maybe, and the binder. What was your thinking?
I love that people want to criticize her,
this.
but we
I was
literally don't
there,
recognize
to
Taiwan.
advocate for Selfridge
It's almost
and
like,
for ice storm
you have to
victims. That was
fucking
the whole reason I was in Washington,
bite your tongue
DC.
when you're dealing with fucking
I had
psychos.
had a one-on-one with the president
True.
previously. Well, his chief of staff sat in it, so I guess it was
reminds me.
3 people in the meeting. But
Yep.
you know, I was led into what I thought was going to be another meeting of that sort. And to my surprise, it was a room full of press and cabinet members. And I took one of his aides aside and I said, "What is going on here?" And they said, "He's just going to sign executive order and then you'll have your meeting." So I was stuck.
Wow.
And to my surprise, it was a whole lot of
Wow.
rhetoric and actions that I vehemently
I love David
opposed.
acting like he
And
didn't already
so I
know
think
this.
part of what was lost on people was that I started in the front of the room and gravitated to the end, and by the 1,000th picture it felt like was taken of me, I held my folder up. I didn't want to be there for any of that. That was not why I was there, and I was opposed to it. And eventually I walked out of the room. No one reported that.
Yeah.
It made it look like I was there for any of that was wrong. But I had to stay for my meeting, which was after all of that. And so I did. And, you know, all the grief that I took for covering my face or just even being in the room, you know, that's all a part of, I think, the moment we're living in. And I get it. But I was there for Selfridge, which we got done yesterday in a spectacular announcement, and for victims of the ice storm. And I don't apologize for that. My job is to show up for Michigan. I was angry about being put in that situation, though.
Do you think you were set up deliberately in this sense? The last time I was at the White House, President Biden was president. Everywhere we went, we were constantly told, here, there are cameras. When you walk by here, you could be photographed. This is private over here. This is off the record. Do you believe that this was a deliberate setup to put you in this situation, or was it lack of organization or wherewithal, or the schedule got mixed up?
I don't know. I really don't know. And I don't want to cast aspersions, but I'll just say I was not happy about it. It was not what I was under the impression was going to happen, and certainly nothing that I would ever endorse or want to be associated with. So, last time I was at the White House, I was brought in at the tail
Should I
end
smoke
of a
a
meeting
joint
having with a different
while talking
group.
about the legalized
And,
cannabis
you know,
party?
It just seems like maybe they
Vermin
things move
Supreme
fast
coded.
there, and I don't know.
I fucking
can't
might,
explain it,
actually.
but I wasn't thrilled about it.
Okay, before we talk about tariffs, let's talk briefly about yesterday. So the president goes to Michigan. There's another picture now of you. I think it's shaking his hand. It sort of looks like you're facing the camera. He's kind of blocking you. I think you're shaking hands. And then he brings you up to speak at this first event that he did. You seemed surprised, to be honest, that you were being invited to speak. I think you said, even in fact, I didn't know that I was going to speak. Sort of same question. I mean, I'm starting to sort of get the sense that this is being done deliberately to put you in this situation. But what was your reaction when then again you're asked to speak and it's sort of unclear the circumstances, what you're supposed to say, what you're supposed to talk about?
Yeah, well, I think they do a lot of things off the cuff.
Okay.
I'll just say that, whether it's policy making or actions like that. You know, I don't think that Secretary Hegseth had it anticipated speaking. He spoke as well there. So I took the opportunity though, because on behalf of Michigan, on behalf of the men and women of that particular base and their families and all the businesses that rely on that base, I wanted to say thank you, and I did. This means we were able to find common ground on this. It doesn't mean that we don't still have very different views on the world and on values and the rule of law for that matter. But this was a good thing for Michigan. As the governor, I'm really proud that we got it done, and I'm grateful.
So let's now talk about a little bit of policy and how the state of Michigan and your day-to-day is being affected by what's happening in Washington. There's sort of like a few main categories that I think I would want to get your thoughts as to what's the day-to-day that's most relevant to you. There's the kind of slide towards authoritarianism and lawlessness and lack of due process and deportation of people with temporary legal status or more without due process out of the country. This affects workforces, this affects local law enforcement,
Oh my
et cetera.
goodness.
That's like one category, one pillar. We have the economic, which is primarily tariffs. We just learned that the GDP contracted in the first quarter of 2025 for the first time in 3 years. There's concerns about empty shelves by summer, et cetera. So there's sort of like the economic. And then there's everything we might call foreign policy. As governor of Michigan,
You know what I might
which of
do
these areas
afterwards?
are you
I might
contending
tier list
with
it.
and dealing with problems
Finish
as
it with a
result
tier
of Trump
list,
policy
just like a screenshot of
on a
it.
day-to-day basis?
Well, I would
True.
say all of the above, but I'm going to focus on tariffs.
Shut up.
You know, the chaotic tariff policies.
Don't tell Gretchen
have
to shut up.
It's already being felt by Michiganders, by Michigan businesses. People have been laid off. People are seeing their costs go up, their savings go down. I don't think that most people in Michigan voted for losing their life savings or losing the job. they were hopeful that they were going to get lower costs, actually. And so I think that there's a real sense that all of this chaos is costing us our livelihoods, and it's dangerous for Michigan's economy. That's part of, I think, is something that we're all going to feel eventually if we're not feeling it yet. I would add, the economic policy absolutely is a part of the international, right, policy. Canada, Canadians are like our neighbors, our friends, our cousins. We are practically related, Michiganders and Canadians. If you've ever been to a hospital in Detroit, you've been taken care of by a Canadian nurse. I mean, this is a relationship that is so important to Michigan and Michiganders, and the level of hurt and now anger that we are feeling from our Canadian friends and neighbors because of what's happening, because they're being treated not like allies but adversaries, comes with a big cost as well, as you think about just even Canadian tourism, much less all the other important economic ways that we are intertwined. So this is, I think, the most salient issue that Michiganders are feeling on a day-to-day basis. When we think about all the other constitutional issues that we are combating and that we are in court on, that obviously is of high concern as well. But if you stay grounded in the economics, it's undeniable that we are feeling the brunt of the uncertainty around tariff policy and the tax that is being foisted onto everyday, hardworking Americans.
Why do you think Michigan flipped back to Trump in 2024?
Well, Michigan's always a state that swings, right? We are a state that is a bellwether for the country. Michigan, like every swing state in the nation, marginally went for President Trump. And I think it was because people thought that their costs would go lower. By far, that is what I hear from people that they were hopeful of, and now they're feeling betrayed because their costs have only gone up and their savings down, or their ability to get into a higher paying job has been compromised because business isn't making those investments because of all the uncertainty. So it's all related, and I think
but Trump
the
says
personal
that's not
economy always drives voter behavior.
In other words, it was the perception of the economy under Biden combined with at least the plausibility that Trump would fix some of what they saw as wrong with the economy.
You just said it better than I did. Yes.
Governor, I know that your priority, of course, is being governor of Michigan, and you're not announcing anything today. But are you thinking at all about 2028?
I'm always thinking about, the future. I've got kids who are 23 and 21. I am thinking about them and their rights and their livelihoods and their ability to live the lives they want to in this country. I'm always thinking about that. So I'm staying focused, though, on my job through 2026, making sure that Michigan has great, strong Democratic leadership going into 2028. That's going to be so important, regardless of who's at the top of the ticket. But I hope to always have an impact on writing whatever that future looks like. I'm not sure that I need to be the main character.
All right. Governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, we really appreciate your time today, and we're going to keep an eye on your work in Michigan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Good to be with you.
Did I tell you that the weed party wants to make all weed dispensaries not profit?
Illegal?
Non-profit.
Illegal?
Kind of interesting.
What's
Hasan.
incredibly frustrating about it is, like, Sam Seder is, by Ethan's own admission, designed as a person, brought into the community as a person that Ethan respects, that Ethan actually appreciates the opinion of. That's part of the reason why I wanted Ethan to talk to Sam initially, in private, by the way, not like in public. These idiot thinks you do drama, not real news. I mean, sometimes I do have a penchant for drama, let's be real. Like, when I saw...
At least he's honest.
The H3H3 subreddit flips so fast on Sam Seder, you get whiplash. Sam calling in, finally,
I
an
told
adult
you,
to talk to.
Ethan's fan base wouldn't
I'm so glad
move.
that Ethan is talking to him before Hasan. Now we can get in all his actual policy positions and have plenty of clips of Sam agreeing with them to use against Hasan. Chef's kiss. It's going to be beautiful. There were people who literally thought Ethan would be able to use Sam Seder against me. Like, there were people who were saying, oh, wouldn't it be great
that
if
was dumb.
Ethan Sam Seder's Hasan? And now, officially, they have jumped ship, okay? I don't care. Then why are you on the podcast? Sam Seder, bruh. I take back everything I said about him being reasonable and willing to listen. What a scumbag.
Oh my God.
Everything I heard about him appears to be a lie, because what the f is this behavior? I think this is just Stam behavior, right? Like, they have no, like, they have no real political opinions. They've just, like, completely lost their minds. They think, like, if someone is against, they think that if someone is against daddy, like, not everyone, but anyone and everyone, at this point, like, Ethan could, like, argue with, I don't know, like, Ethan could argue with Kamala Harris being like, no, we wanted to continue doing the genocide, and they'd be like, Kamala Harris is wrong. She didn't want to do the genocide, actually. I don't know. But there's also some positives, I guess, where apparently some people were also realizing, please, nobody go and bother Sam. We don't need more of a reason for everybody to hate it, that they had a good convo. Ethan is not being introspective at all. It's disappointing, but I'm glad this conversation happened. Sam explained that most Zionists are not Jews, which is true. Sam Seder wasn't here to talk about Hasan, and he didn't want to speak for Hasan, so I feel like it made sense. What about Palestine? I think Paul Sam mentioned was a pretty important point. From what I understand, if most Israelis don't care about the Palestinian people, then the war will continue. Ethan is so pressed about Hasan, but nobody else is. That's why Sam didn't want to have that conversation. I truly don't understand what's wrong with this clip. I'm going to be honest, chat. I'm even more terrified for Friday now, Lamau. I feel like Ethan, all lives matter in this situation. Why can't he talk about the Palestinian pain without mentioning Israelis and American Jews? I think for us who don't have a clear understanding of what Zionism means, anytime Ethan defends the Israeli people, it comes off as Zionism. I think I still don't fully understand the definition, to be honest. Sam said they don't care, not they want them to die. And guess who caused that? Sam is saying Israelis are very complacent with the death of Palestinians. That's not saying they're evil and want their blood. I'm saying that if they die, they die, and that they've really dehumanized. The problem with the Hasan clip is that you didn't build a concise bridge between Hasan himself conflating Zionism with Judaism and all Israeli people. And that's
Also,
what Sam
like,
thinks you're doing instead.
because I saw
that is a problem
after
with
the debate
Hasan
too.
clip, because I've never done that. Because I don't believe that.
A lot
and
of
I've
these
done the
people
exact opposite
who are
of that,
disagreeing
and
with
Sam
both
knows
sides
that.
were
So that's
paying for
precisely
super
why
chats.
he didn't step on that.
And they're like, oh, we have quite a
Not
few
because
super
he's
chats.
like,
And then
you
they
know,
were
in
like,
my
oh, it's
pocket or
mostly like
something.
people
But
who
because
disagree with either one.
when
And Ethan was like, we
that
don't
are
need to get into that.
knowledgeable on issues like this,
Like,
when
he
they
literally
encounter
was like, I don't
someone
care
who's not
about
so
the fucking
knowledgeable on an
stands,
issue
bro.
Like this, that's hopped up on just the fuck Hasan Jews,
They
like
should've.
the unlimited amount of fuck Hasan Jews.
Like, if
have a very
they
different
went into
reaction.
it, Sam would have done
This should have
well.
been a breaking point for so many people. This should
Maybe
have been
even
a breaking
convince some
point for a
people.
lot of people to go, wait,
Well,
maybe we're in
this
a
was
hug
after
box.
the fact. They don't
Maybe
they
we've
don't
lost
look
our
at
minds.
chat
Instead, there's
when
also
an
apparently
active
this.
like guest
Uh-oh,
is
Sam
on and
is
stuff.
a
They don't
token
pull up
Jew.
chat.
Token
They
Jew
pull up
energy.
chat
This
when
really
Ethan
is
goes to
token.
the
I wouldn't be
bathroom
surprised
and
if you guys
stuff.
saw token Jew. Sam's the token. I get it now.
So when
Why
they
is
have
token
a
Jew law? I
break
swear
because
Sam is
Ethan
actually
needs to
Hasan's
go to the
main
bathroom,
tokenized
they'll
Jew.
pull up the super
That's so
chats and
gross,
read them off
dude.
then.
How do these people
okay.
not realize that this is like actual anti-Semitism? Ethan Klein is creating actual anti-Semitism in his own community. What I don't understand is why people in this community are this invested. Like, people in Ethan's community should not be this invested in this issue. They should be there to be entertained and also to learn, right? This is supposed to be a learning moment. And what I genuinely can't comprehend is why there's like not even a little bit of introspection. Like, I understand why Ethan wouldn't engage in introspection. He's dug his heels in. But you're an anonymous person who's just a member of the pod. So these guys that are saying stuff like this, it makes sense. Like, this is a little bit of introspection from some in the paid membership side, and I'm glad.
Hasan
I'm
cares
glad that,
more
like,
about
this
the
worked.
fan
This
base
is part of the
than
reason why I
Ethan
wanted to
did.
talk to Ethan, because I don't think he's going to be charitable to me at all after a year of being insanely uncharitable and smearing me to his audience. The only method out of this is just to basically double down. What's incredibly frustrating about it is like Sam Seder is, by Ethan's own admission, designed as a person, like brought into the community as a person that Ethan respects, that Ethan actually appreciates the opinion of. That's part of the reason why I wanted Ethan to talk to Sam initially, in private, by the way, not like in public. I said, you can do it in private, you can do it in public, but I really think you should talk to him. And the reason why I had said that is because I thought Sam could have like a normal, polite conversation that would cause Ethan to engage in introspection. When I initially suggested this, I thought he still had the capacity to self-reflect. Ethan is a nice guy. I am sure talking is on the table. First of all, we are going to have a conversation on Friday, but if you think that it's on his end especially not going to be a desperate knife fight to try to directly smear me to my face as I try to explain away the context of all the clips that he is like lined up with him going la la la, I can't hear you, I don't know what to tell you, just like I called that he wrongly assumed that Sam would agree with him and that he could basically farm some clips off of that to use on this Friday conversation that he was supposed to have with me, and it didn't happen in the way that he thought it was going to. It didn't go down like that. I'm telling you right now, he's going to most likely not try to find reconciliation. I don't know why you're humoring him, bro. It's going to be a cynical attack. I know what I'm doing, because even amongst the cynical attacks, there will be an opportunity for me to break through to at least some people. You know what I mean? These are not actually all going to be like,
it's going to get banger views. It's good for both of them.
There's Destiny orbiters and whatever, but like
we're going to get banger views when we watch it.
Okay, I think that some of them
maybe Moon will be here.
Maybe the disparity between how I've been presented versus who I actually am. Okay, that's it. That's what I believe. Just as I always tell you, if they have these, if they've been baited by clips, if they think that I'm like this fucking asshole, this bad person or whatever, all it takes is for them to spend some time in here and just like have a crumb of charity. Okay, if they have a crumb of charitability and they just spend a little bit of time in here, they will realize that they've mostly been fucking duped by clips. I don't think these guys are as invested in Zionism as Ethan is, or at least functionally defending Zionism as Ethan is. Okay? The real remaining H3 stands are HR reps and accountants in their 30s. They recognize Ethan's wrongdoings. Yes. There are definitely people still in there that are just like repeating stuff because they're not very knowledgeable. Okay? Like you also forget that like when you have a giant
Hasan's
community,
chat's
like,
not very knowledgeable, but I'm sure they're better than
constantly,
Ethan's chat as far as knowledge goes.
There's constantly a lot of new people coming in. So there's probably people that have been watching since like for the last 5 months or so. You know what I mean? That just like came in randomly, accidentally, and we're like, oh, I guess we fucking hate this Hasan guy. I don't really know anything, but he seems really evil. Because the reality of the matter is, like, Ethan doesn't do the same thing that like the free press does, right? Half the time when right-wing outlets present what I'm saying, or outlets that are pro-Israel are presenting what I'm saying, they just show the full context. And when they show the full context, that makes it really fucking hard to disparage if you are maybe in the margins on this issue, or maybe even sympathetic to the Palestinian side. It requires a lot of disingenuous clipping and context removal to basically present me as like this bad person, especially if you're like even remotely sympathetic to the Palestinian plight. I can make a convincing case for that. That's what I do. This is my job. Because it's the truth. I'm new, I'm a Jew, and I thought you were a bad guy from news/H3, and I'm 100% on your side. See, there are plenty of people like this. It says following since 2022. Get out of here. You are not new. You duped me. Son of a bitch. Motherfucker's been following since 2022. I'm new here. And as a Jew, I thought you were a bad guy. Actually, maybe he might be new. I don't know, because he says, what did Destiny do? I'm out of the loop. Maybe he is just like, he just followed a long time ago, but never actually followed. I don't know. Or never actually tuned in. I rarely go on Twitch and didn't really follow anyone. Yeah, that makes sense. I disagree. I feel like this demographic must be young as fuck. Dude, if you think a young demographic is not tuning in to, if you think a young demographic is tuning into Ethan's frequency of being like, well, Palestinians have brought about this death on themselves from Israel, you are out of your fucking mind. No, I think that the remaining like actual Ethan fans are that other chat.
Okay,
was
he
correct.
didn't
They're,
say
like,
that.
30-year-old women that work at HR and stuff that just like
he was trying to
genuinely love
articulate the
Ethan
very common
and
take
want what's
that
best for him and see this as
was
like
fucking
a situation
Hamas's
where this person is unjustly
intentions
maligned by everyone
to
in
get
an
Gazans
anti-Semitic
killed.
fashion, and it is all egged on by me.
You're the one who's now you're doing the
brain
Ethan thing.
breaker.
You know how
I have
Ethan is
hypnotized
conflating
everyone. I
everything
am
to
paying
all
all
Jews.
of these
If you say
articles, like, all
Zionism,
of
it's
this
all
stuff.
Jews.
And they just go
Now
along,
when he's talking about
they go
Hamas,
along
it's
with
all
everything he
Palestinians.
says. When people who watch E are mostly millennials, I was one of them, so I know exactly.
Of course it
yeah.
is.
They also, yes, you're right
There is
about
no
this. They
nuance.
also want to think he's still progressive and pro-Palestine, so they don't have to feel bad about liking his show. That is a part of this too, I think. No. His demographics are actually majority 25 to 37 years old, and he feeds their quarter qualm that sets them apart from their 3 years younger coworkers. Yeah, I looked into one of those people starting email campaigns against you, and it was like a 33-year-old lesbian art therapist. September 26, 2022, he said his audience was 60% female, 40% male. No, I believe it. I do believe it. I think these people can be saved, is my point. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Ethan, you don't need AI. I've summarized the debate. This shit sucks. Why is Ethan involved? What's up with the nose?
That's
the nose
great.
Is whack. OP responded to me about this. I wouldn't exactly say he's in the clear. Jesus, chill with the nose. So, guys, you guys just upvote anti-Semitic comics over here while criticizing a discussion about anti-Semitism. Sam's got a big nose. I got a big nose, too. Am I being raised against myself for drawing my PFP? And Ethan is also Jewish, or did you forget? Does Sam have a big nose? What the fuck? That's crazy. Like, this is the type of shit. This is literally the type of shit that, like, I think this is not, like, I don't think this person was doing this intentionally. I don't think this person was, like, being intentionally anti-Semitic or something, okay? But, see, that's charity on my behalf. And, you know, in a role reversal type situation, I promise you that charity would not be extended to me, okay? This also happened in America after 9/11. Not that it's right, but it happens. Check out their predictions. The point that needs to be made is that it's okay to debate and disagree. Friday should be about how Hasan and his community enable harassment. I appreciate Sam's perspective. There are a number of points I agree with him on, and some I agree with Ethan. I don't even blame Sam for deflecting on the clip of Hasan and giving him, in my opinion, too much grace. Is he giving me too much grace, or does he understand what I was saying?
He literally understood what you were saying.
Focusing on like the worst possible interpretation. They agree that Israel is genocidal. They agree that as a country, U.S. should cut off support. They disagree, each with conclusive evidence, that the Israeli population supports peace. Okay. There were other points too, but these were important ones. And if you 100% agree with Ethan, is Sam deserving of harassment? Absolutely not. And if you 100% agree with Sam, is Ethan deserving of harassment? Absolutely not. Well, I don't think Ethan is deserving of harassment either. I just want him to stop harassing me. And this is the problem with Hasan. He's completely comfortable with platforming bad empanada, characterizing Ethan as a genocide supporter, and ignoring the harassment and anti-Semitism in his community. Sam did not agree that advocating for Kamala was a correct thing to do either. Also, yeah, that was the other side of it. That was like such a fucking lie. That was such a ridiculous fucking lie, which was, I mean, there's so many different lies. Number one, what is this? As an Irish person, Americans need to stop endorsing the IRA. I've noticed recently, since the Israel-Palestine war, people like Hasan and now Sam are trying to justify Hamas actions by comparing to groups like the IRA. Do they not realize that the IRA has been considered by the Irish government as an illegal and paramilitary group for most of its history? I know, right? Completely lost me when the IRA was brought into this the way after the first attempt failed. As far as I can tell, the IRA during the Troubles was a net negative for the cause of Irish unification. Sam using them as an example of positive political violence is also funny since they failed in their goal. Northern Ireland is
That is true. They were kind of a net negative, but...
Oh my God. British people should be barred from speaking. I think they should just not be allowed. This person has to be British. These people are not Irish Republicans. We have fascists in Ireland too. No, I know. Trust me. I see the anti-immigration protests and stuff like that. And Conor McGregor obviously is another one. Lol, Sons of Ulster in the comments. Ethan also made people lose the plot by continuing using dog walker. Dog catcher is a perfect analogy because it's a person put in power by a government to round up dogs and often send them for execution. Yes, it's also an old school terminology that I unfortunately repeated that Felix Biederman had brought up. I was referencing Felix Biederman as I mentioned in the fucking in the clip. Like, you shouldn't elect someone with pro-Israel sympathies to the lowest position possible, lowest publicly appointed position possible, the position of dog catcher, because that person might inevitably use that fucking power, that fractional power that they have, to literally do some fucked up shit. This is not about being Jewish at all. Give Felix credit. I did in that clip. You literally hear me say, as Felix said. I try to bring Felix into it all the time because like I want Ethan to yell at him because that would be like a gift for Felix. You know what I mean? Like, I want to give that to him as a gift, but Ethan for some reason never actually bites on that. Like Felix wants Ethan to yell at him so bad. Okay, he has talked about it so much at this point, both publicly and privately. And so I just keep slamming Felix Biederman into these conversations, and Ethan never attacks him. and I don't know why. Ethan always ignores Felix. And it's funny because, like, Felix has bad empanada level posting prowess. Do you think Ethan would ever talk to Felix? I mean, considering how he talked to Sam Seder and what that looked like with, like, the gentlest of nudges, I think if he talked to Felix, he would melt. His brain would melt on the spot. Like, look at these motherfuckers. It was clear. That's why Hasan chose Sam as his own Candace Owens. He hates his own people. The Ethan debate effect is hitting hard on Stan. What effect? Where Ethan comes in calm and somehow the other person finds a way to start yelling and dodge all of Ethan's points. Destiny described Ethan as a drunken master when it comes to debate.
What?
Yeah, Destiny also described Ethan as an R-worded moron. That was before he decided to use him. Like, that's the other funny. That's the
Kinda
other,
is.
super funny part about this whole process is that, like, Ethan has found himself aligned with people that have literally farmed him for tens of millions of views, like that Oreo guy, or all of the drama slop tubers used to fucking despise Ethan. They made videos about Ethan all the fucking time. They farmed him like they try to farm me, right? And yeah, Nicholas eat Oreo. Like, and what's hilarious about it is that, like, he's not even thinking that, like, these guys that literally were constantly coming after me are now on my side. There's nothing weird about this, right? Like, no, this is just normal, right? If he thinks you're an anti-Semite, I don't want to know what Felix is to him. Yeah, Felix is the Pope of anti-Semitism. Like, look, kneecap statement. Taking this opportunity to say this, our podcast proudly endorses all of the super weapons from every ace combat being tested on Israel every city. This is a joke. Felix Biederman is Jewish.
Damn.
He says stuff like this because he hopes
2,300 words.
One day. He says stuff like this because he hopes that one day all of these people that fucking make it their lives mission to constantly come after me and try to get me deplatformed will at least try, will focus their attention on him. It never happens. I don't know why. He has the jester's privilege. He has the poster's privilege. I do really, really, really badly want to see what that would look like, though. Like, I don't know how that encounter would look. I need to see it happen. If Felix was still in Los Angeles, I would 100% have him sit by me and vape away as that conversation was taking place, just so he could get a feel of it. You know what I mean? Say Felix is worse than Bad Empanada.
I don't
Felix
know who
is
any of these
sometimes worse
people
than
are.
Bad Empanada. Yeah, he's saying your take falsely is that Jews don't deserve jobs for ever having positive sentiment towards the Israeli state, when your take is that Zionists, regardless of religion or ethnicity, do not deserve a place in government. It's really disingenuous framing of the clip. Yeah, of course. And it wasn't even my take initially. It was Felix's take, as I mentioned in the clip. But, I mean, I stand by it. As Ethan said, I doubled down on it. Yeah, I don't want any motherfucker to just use whatever fractional power they have to be like, yeah, we have to. Look. There is a reason why.
Listen.
A lieutenant governor's race in fucking Chicago, okay, get taken apart because the lieutenant governor at one point said, like, they think Palestine should be free. And if you think what I'm saying is wrong, that is a real thing that happened. That's a real thing that happened, I believe, in like 2018 or was a lieutenant governor's race in Illinois, in the state of Illinois. A dude from Chicago had actually, that was up for the gubernatorial race as a lieutenant governor. You and Ethan agree on this? Wait, what? Okay. Yeah, I guess I think Ian and Uncle Sam have more they disagree on than they think. Wait, no. I think Uncle Sam is...
Okay, I'm done with this.
BBC has released a new documentary presented by journalist Louis Theroux called "The Settlers." It focuses
I love
on
Louis.
the figures behind the movement to make
Yeah,
the
he
West
just did
Bank
a
and
settler
Gaza Jewish.
documentary.
He's so awkward. It's great.
He did a...
He's so good. If you haven't seen it...
He did this entire documentary about Israeli settlers and didn't need a translator. That's the kind of the point people have been making. Like, wow.
Okay.
He did an entire documentary in Israel and was able to speak English the whole time.
Okay.
Right? Because they're settlers. Not Israeli.
Sure.
That's kind of the
point.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
sure,
to
but
purge the
it's also a
areas of
follow-up to one that he
Palestinians.
did before.
One of those figures is Daniela Weiss, known as the godmother of Israel's settler movement. She's the founder of the Nashallah Settlement Movement. That's a group that has the explicit backing of several politicians in the Netanyahu government. Now, in one interview, Weiss revealed her political understanding of that movement.
Do you have influence over government?
No question. Who did all this?
Can you call Netanyahu?
That's a yes.
Like this?
Mm-hmm.
No, I call his aides.
So the idea is to force the government by putting people, starts with small settlements, then they get bigger, then they get recognized by the state of Israel, and basically creating a new demographic reality.
We do not force a government. We do for governments what they cannot do for themselves. Even if you take Netanyahu now, he is very happy with what we do here and also about our plans.
I bet he is.
To build Jewish communities in Gaza. He's happy about it, but he cannot say it. He says the opposite. It's not realistic. Good! We will make it realistic. It's not forcing the government, it's helping the government.
Sounds like a fascist.
Really important points. So it's lots of the documentaries sort of showing how extreme the settlers are, but that, I think, is the key moment, because it's saying, we are doing
What
the
did
Israeli
Ethan
government's
say?
job for them.
Settlers
Because we're
are
changing
valid
facts on the
military
ground.
targets?
Because obviously, you
Yeah.
know, in 1967,
I guess that's why.
It would be a crazy proposition to say that the Israelis could build all of these settlements in the West Bank. No Israeli prime minister could come forward and just say that. But if they tolerate the settlements being built, then to say, oh, well, the Israelis are already there, we can't ask them to leave, then that suddenly seems realistic. Right, so
He was
the settlers,
born
their
in the
job is to
basement.
change
I
facts on the
certainly
ground,
can't ask
so
him
that
to
then
leave.
the Israeli government can just rubber stamp it. And of course, the map you saw there in the clip shows all the Israeli settlements built in the West Bank since the Six-Day War of 1967. During that period, Israel seized the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, East Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights, bringing 1 million Palestinians under the country's control. The occupation of those territories remains illegal in international law, a point Farouk put to Weiss.
Because it's territory that was won in the 67 war, that under the Geneva Convention, transferring a civilian population into a conquered terrain, that's considered a war crime.
This, what I do here is a war crime.
According
And
to
you're
the UN.
You're cooperating with the person who committed a war crime?
Well, I'm interviewing you.
Keep laughing, psycho.
It's a light felony.
It's a
light felony.
Right, so you can see how this is. It's a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. You know, we're not supposed to do it, but everyone does it. It's a bit like speeding. I've used this example before on the show. You know, we're not supposed to go at 35 miles an hour. You're not supposed to, on a motorway, go at 72 miles an hour.
Why
But
not?
sort of everyone does it. What are you going to do? It's like you're
You
not
don't know what
supposed to
miles per
illegally
hour
settle
means.
other people's
Well,
land.
70 is about
and
100.
kick
Don't
them
start
off
with
based
me.
on their ethnicity. You're not supposed to do ethnic cleansing, but you know, in Israel, minor felony. Who doesn't do it? And Weiss, of course, isn't satisfied with just settling the occupied West Bank. Gaza was also settled by Israelis until 2005, when the Israeli government decided to disengage from the Strip. 21 settlements were torn down, and instead Gaza was placed under permanent siege. But Weiss has made no secret of her plans to help Israeli settlers return to Gaza. In November last year, Israeli soldiers helped Weiss to enter Gaza so she could scout out potential locations for future settlements. That's an idea she remains committed to. And at one point during the documentary, Farouk follows Weiss to a meeting with a group of rabbis and potential settlers at a viewing point near the Gaza border. There they survey the smoking territory and making plans to move Israelis
Artillery.
in once, as they see it, the Strip is emptied of
Mortar.
Palestinians.
Anything.
Afterwards, accompanied by a military convoy, Farouk's car follows
Paraglider.
Weiss's vehicle. Suddenly, she veers off the road and makes a dash for the Gaza border. Moments later, military vehicles intercept her, blocking her path to the enclave. Later in the documentary, Farouk asked Weiss what she was trying to do.
I wanted to show the rabbis that Gaza is not something beyond reach.
Oh my god.
Would you say October 7th made people more receptive to your message and to your
Military
point of view?
target.
No doubt. The October 7th naturally made people more receptive to the idea of the Great Israel. But the next step, Jewish settlements in Gaza, is a very difficult step that demands a lot of work. You have to influence the leftists, the government, the nations of the world, using the magic system, Zionism. You redeem the land, you establish communities, you bring Jewish families, you live Jewish life, and this will bring light instead of darkness.
Light instead of darkness, that's how she describes ethnic cleansing. Farou's documentary seems to have been pretty well received so far, but back in February when the production was announced, The Spectator published this piece by Jonathan Sacerdotti, called "Why Does Louis Farou Keep Picking on Israeli Settlers?" That's not a protected characteristic. Being an illegal settler is not a protected characteristic. The article attacks the BBC for commissioning a programme that, without having even seen it, the author believes will be biased against Israel.
Yeah,
That
look,
piece,
I'm pretty
though,
sure
begins with a comparison that
Louis
perhaps doesn't
Farou
portray Israeli
can
settlers
make whatever
quite
the
as
fuck he
positive,
wants.
as Sacerdotti would like. He writes,
I don't
this,
think the BBC
"When
is
Louis
gonna
Farou
say
going
no
make
to anything
documentary
he
where he embeds
proposes.
himself with
money
Hamas
don't
in Gaza
jingle
or
jangle,
Palestinian
it
Islamic
folds.
Jihad in Jenin, Nablus, Tarqum, or Kilkia? Probably never, because he'd most likely come to a sticky end. Instead, Farou is once again making a film about Jews in Judea and Samaria,
I would love
the
to
region known as
interview
the
him.
West Bank, focusing on so-called
I have
settlers.
so
So
many
he doesn't even
questions.
think, he just thinks this is already part of Israel and these are not settlers. This is a very, very extreme man, it seems. Meanwhile, The Guardian has given the documentary 5 stars, but their reviewer has potentially missed the point. So in an otherwise glowing review, Stuart Heritage ends by saying this: "As with everything, you wish certain aspects of the situation could be explored more. Most notably, the peripheral glimpses of Israeli activists who protest against the settlements probably needs more airtime, if only to demonstrate that this is a problem of individuals rather than an entire nation." Ash, how, I suppose, blinkered in your kind of liberalism, I suppose, in this sense, do you have to be to sort of have watched that and say, well, it's just some bad apples, really, isn't it?
No, but Michael, I think you're getting this all
Oh,
wrong,
no!
because, you know, we might do
Ah!
about the royal family. We might talk about all the people that
Commie!
support the royal family in this country.
They're all
but in order
commies.
to really balance it out, I think we need to hear a lot
Oh,
from
it's
the
Navarro
people who
Media.
believe that
Oh,
King
okay.
Charles is really secretly a lizard, you know, because that's also a point of view that exists in this country.
Oh
I
my
mean,
God,
this
shut the
is
fuck
the
up.
thing
I
about
hate her so much.
liberalism. Like, liberalism is a system of cope. At its heart, liberalism is a system of cope. It is a
True.
philosophical, psychological desire to comfort yourself with facts blown up or taken out of context, or narratives which comfort you, because if you are presented with this false equivalence or false sense of, oh well, one side and then the other, then you don't really have to take a stance on anything, right? That's what it's about. You know, yes, there are some people in Israel who protest against the occupation. You know, yes, there are some people, you know, that there's been a more popular movement against Netanyahu, which is, by the way, much bigger than the one that opposes the occupation. But these are not meaningful or impactful or significant political movements in Israel. Like, that's just the fact, and it's a sad fact. But it's a fact, you know, like it is a fact, and it would be like going back to the times of slavery, right, in the cotton picking South, and being like, oh well, you know, we've heard a lot from
Damn,
white
Ash.
landowners who own slaves and really support slavery, but like, in order to balance out the study of history, we have to hear from the white landowners who don't like slavery in Alabama as well. Like, it's just like, the number is so small that it's not fucking relevant. Like it's not relevant to the story. And your desire for balance takes you further away from the truth than closer to the truth. And this is the interesting thing.
This
about,
is a dumb way to look at
the
it.
BBC. It was animated
it's not
by
relevant
that
to the
wonderful
story
exchange
because the
between Alan Rudman
story
and
is
Gary
about
Lineker.
settlers.
Rudman stands
You can
for
pause it.
impartiality. Gary Lineker stands for facts.
I don't need to.
Sometimes
That's all.
facts
Like
are not
that's all I had to say. The story's about settlers. That's enough. It's not relevant.
You know, maybe some people in our audience will disagree with me. I say let Israelis.
Technically, if you're making a documentary, you are supposed to be balanced and show.
I don't want to hear from the liberal Zionists.
That's what the Cove was accused of, was not being balanced enough
in the British media. I don't want to hear.
Actually
from,
don't agree.
You know, David Menzer, who's
yeah, neither do I. Nobody cares.
For
but
Israel,
it is something that
I
you can
believe
criticize documentaries for.
Sure.
Like if you're
I don't want to hear from them.
Puff.
I want to hear from Israeli
like if we ever make docos,
themselves.
I'm going to be very clear
all of this
that it's not unbiased. We have a purpose of making this.
And no, it's not really that bad. And you know, the likes of Danny Finkelstein saying things like, "Oh, you know, Israel."
You know, like
never
the
drove
Modern
a child.
Insurgent documentary.
Is that you've got Israelis who are
if it was
impactful, close to those
a
in
balanced
power,
documentary,
and
they would have
also speak to the
interviews
point
with the
of
Mexican
majority
government
of
about the
Israelis
Zapatistas.
saying it as they see
but
it.
that's not what the
and
fucking
laying out what it
documentary is
they
about.
want,
Exactly.
Which is not to share the land, which is not a real two-state solution, which is not a democratic one state, which is not about seeing Palestinians as equals. It is fundamentally about ethnic
crosstalk.
Fundamentally about ethnic cleansing. So I say let Israelis speak for themselves.
Because
in
I'm
fact, we need
talking
to hear
over
from more
here instead of
Israelis
pausing.
in British media, because then at least
Oh,
some of this.
holy.
I'm sorry, I'm swearing too much because it makes me really angry. You know,
Makes
this
me really
sort of
angry.
like, oh, you know, well, if it wasn't for Hamas, or if it wasn't for the second Intifada, or if it wasn't for, you know, Israel would be a lovely country, really. You know, I wouldn't have these dingbats doing my head in anymore, because in a way they do my head in.
I wouldn't have these dingbats.
I just brought up a tweet from Richard Sanders. So he made some of those Al Jazeera documentaries. We've interviewed him on the show before.
Oh,
so he shared a Daily Mail review which gave
place.
it 2 stars because they said about the Louis Theroux, his interviewees are carefully chosen to reinforce the BBC narrative that Israelis are the oppressors and Palestinians.
That's an even better soundbite now.
Can you imagine thinking that is
because
like
Twitter literally isn't a real place.
This is Richard Sanders speaking from his own voice. So this is the Al Jazeera. Well, he's a freelance producer, but does a lot for Al Jazeera. Some years ago, I made a film on the West Bank. I tried very, very, very hard not to choose settlers who were instantly loathsome racists. My God, it was a struggle.
You have a chair?
That's an awful end card. Yes, I have a chair. King of the
Let's
castle.
go back to New York and see someone taking a little bit of a beating. This is actually quite enjoyable. This is exactly what should be happening.
Did you see that one
Republican
fascist?
Now, to be fair, they have
lady
very
who
few
says
now,
liberals are gay or
Republican
whatever.
town halls. But when you're in a district that is a purple district,
she like literally dressed up
in a blue state
with a headscarf on to sneak into like a Muslim rally of some kind just so she could take the mic and say Islam is the religion of rape and incest and shit. She's pretty funny, huh?
it's going to be very difficult for you to hide.
Also, he wants to run for governor. So this is something he's going to need to do, interface with voters if that's what he wants, because he's worried about that purple district in 2026.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant this. He's going to run for governor. I mean, I would love to see this guy on the campaign trail.
Yeah.
It would be, honestly,
fucking
it'd be
pathetic.
like a rolling comedy club.
I mean, she's
Here
insane.
Is Mike
Yeah,
Lawler,
she is. She's a psycho.
having a town hall in Rockland County.
You can't fix her.
New York. And this did not go well for Mr. Lawler.
That are going to make everything more expensive for us, kidnapping and deporting 2-year-olds who have cancer and sitting them off. So my question to you, none of this is helping us. We're getting hurt. We in the community are being harmed by this. What are you doing to stand in opposition to this administration? And what specifically are you doing that warrants the label moderate?
Pause it for 1 second. This is a great question to ask of every Republican, because the fact of the matter is that by virtue of voting for Mike Johnson as the House leader, by virtue of voting for John Thune as the Senate leader, by virtue of just being a Republican, they are enabling Donald Trump. Period. End of story. Period. End of story. It doesn't matter that they can find votes that'll make it look like they vote with the president only 75% of the time, or 80% of the time, or 68% of the time. I doubt that he has that record, but let's just even, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, the fundamental issues of no oversight,
not a moderate,
of their big, beautiful reconciliation bill, those are the only things that are really essentially Congress could or is not doing. And Mike Lawler is part of that. So that is the perfect question. Why do you deserve the label moderate? Because these guys run in these districts as if they're moderate. Like, how are you impeding the worst of what Donald Trump is doing?
So my question to you, none of this is helping us. We're getting hurt. We in the community are being harmed by this. What are you doing to stand in opposition to this administration? And what specifically are you doing that warrants the label moderate?
Again, my record speaks for itself.
I love that they just laugh at him at these town halls.
We did not, I just want to make it clear, we did not sweeten that with a laugh track. That was his constituents laughing him off the stage and to be honest,
nice.
Having, done a decent amount of comedy back in the days in front of live audiences, to be able to get a joke in that first 7 seconds, I mean, that's pretty good to get that type of laugh.
My record speaks for itself. I have been rated the fourth most bipartisan for a reason, which is a very simple fact, that unlike many of my colleagues, I actually do work across the aisle. I actually do sit down with my colleagues. There's not a single local elected official who can honestly say that I have not sat down with them and worked with them regardless of their party. There's not a single one of my Democratic colleagues in the Congress who could say that I don't do that. When it comes to votes, if you want me to answer the questions, let the question be asked, and then...
It's funny just to get so mad after, like, wasting everyone's time with a bunch of platitudes. Like, my thing speaks for itself.
When the hand goes up, the mouths go shut, everyone.
I'm going to answer it in a very insulting to your intelligence way, but let me do it.
I am the fourth most bipartisan member of the House caucus. That being, of course, a bunch of lunatics. Like, the fourth most bipartisan person on the Republican Party probably has voted against Donald Trump, like, twice.
If you want me to answer the questions, let the question be asked, and then listen to the answer. If you're just going to yell back and forth, the time is going to run pretty quick. So, folks, when it comes to the economy, okay, we have an affordability crisis. This crisis didn't just start. We've been dealing with it for the last 4 years. Everything went up. The cost of groceries, the cost of housing. For instance, in Rockland County, the average mortgage cost went up $1,000 a month. That's over $12,000 a year on an annual basis, okay? And so what we're dealing with is trying to reverse a lot of this. What happened?
So what do you think is going to happen with Hasan on Friday with Ethan?
$5 trillion in new spending in the first 2 years of the Biden administration is what gave us record inflation. And so when you have record inflation,
sounds like they disagree.
You have to be able to curtail inflation. So what happened? Interest rates went up, right? And that drove up mortgage costs. You have to be able to reverse that. So you...
Oh, pause it incidentally for this somewhat blinkered explanation of the inflation and how mortgage rates. I just want to remind you the question was, what justifies you as a moderate?
Yep.
Just in case you had forgotten, because it's been almost like a minute or two. Go ahead.
Able to curtail inflation. So what happened? Interest rates went up, right? And that drove up mortgage costs. You have to be able to reverse that. So you bring down.
I don't think they like you.
You bring down spending. Right now we are 36 trillion in debt. We are spending 7 trillion on an annual basis. With 2 trillion in deficit spending and 1 trillion in interest payments on our debt. At the end of this year, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is going to expire. And
we should say that when they cut those taxes for millionaires and billionaires, that might also be considered doing exactly what the Biden administration did, except for when the Biden administration spent that money, and it wasn't $5 trillion, but when the Biden administration spent that money, a lot of that money went to paying for people's health care, went to expansion of SNAP, went to expansion of unemployment compensation, went to providing, getting rid of almost 45%, maybe 48% of child poverty in a year.
Interesting. He supports the extension of the 2017 tax cuts, despite all those numbers about how much of a budget hole we're in.
Did you? So he apparently they made sure that this was yesterday, Sunday. LOHUD reports, only residents of New York's 17th congressional district will be allowed in. Everyone who registered in advance will be admitted if they show identification with an address that matches the one on their registration. Walk-ins will be permitted if any seats remain, Lawler's office said on Friday. So the point there is that all of these other Republicans are claiming that Democrats and Soros are paying outside agitators to come into these town halls. No, there were hundreds of people that had signed up. Over 700 people signed up to this forum in West Nyack. And it appears, according to this article, that only residents of the district were allowed in. And and many people registered in advance to make that clear.
I will tell you right now, and I say this with confidence, if you have been squatting on MikeLawler2026.com, hoping that his campaign, I would sell now. I would sell now. I think right now, I suspect what Mike Lawler is doing is starting to look for a lobbying job.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's basically it.
Where you make your exit, as the venture capitalists like to say.
Exactly. This is part of the exit strategy. I mean, you got a real problem if people are showing up at that, and that looks like it wasn't a small crowd.
That's what the article was saying, that hundreds of people had signed up and it was packed.
Soros. So micro-targeting.
Lawler's office had set rules for the forum audience. No signs, no shouting, no video or audio recording, and warned that police and private security guards may remove anyone who violates the restrictions. Luckily, the reporter here, I'm actually, I lost it, but...
Oh, yeah, let me get it.
It's okay. I want to give credit to this reporter, Austin Jefferson, who was there to record that anyway.
Yeah.
Well, also, the other thing I would do is fire that private security outfit. They didn't do a very good job. Maybe they could deport all those people who were shouting in there.
They might be able to. He can make an appeal to Donald Trump because he's so moderate.
Oh, no, Sam supports deporting people.
I mean, he's a big supporter of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe this was all about anti-Semitism.
That's a good question.
It's possible. That district, I'm sure. I mean, we gotta go in, maybe deport a bunch of people. Now, that being said, nobody in there was 2 years old, and no one was a child getting cancer treatment. So, hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Alright, I think that's enough for tonight. It's like 4 hours, so...
Yeah, okay. I'm still going. Are you going to sleep straight after? Or are you going to be up for a little bit?
I don't know.
Okay, because what I was thinking is, because I do want to film outside. I could wake up early morning, film them real early, and come back and get the editing done by lunchtime. Maybe. If we like fucking buckle down and go hard. I could do some voiceover now, or I could do some stand-up in my room, like I did for the start of the LTech with Anarch. Because I can do some of that, which that might be easier for the actual explanation of the parties. And then I'll do the other stuff as an intro outside. And then I'll also do the further explanations of like the Prime Minister and the Parliament and the Senate and all that shit outside as well. So I can record the bulk of it, edit it together, send that over, and then do the outside tomorrow morning and get it up and done hopefully by lunchtime. So about like halfway through the stream, if we were streaming. What do you think?
I'm not sure. I guess we'll see.
Because I'm almost done with this. This took way fucking longer than I thought.
That's why I told you to start a while ago.
So many words. Hold on. How many am I at now? Woof. 2,600. Going hard. Still going. But yeah, so I think that'll work best. And that way I can get some of it done and I can still go outside and do outside stuff. So, but this is my video, so that's what we're doing. But if you're still up when I'm done, jump into the room, because direction would be good. Alright? Alrighty?
Yeah, I'll see what happens when I lay down if I pass out.
Alright, no problem. Alright, well, I'll talk to you later. And thank you for everyone who's still here for tuning in.
Nobody's here.
Yeah, there's some people here. There's like 7
They
people.
all hate you. They said you're a shiznu.
A shiznu.
A soldier in the bunker.
That's a lot of nuts! Oh no, that's for the orphans!
Was that at the end? Was there a little eep at the end there?
What?
Oh no, that's for the orphans!
Eep.
Yes. So in that skit, he has a scratchy, and he wins the scratchy, and a bird steals it, and then Sassy finds it, rolls it into a joint, and smokes it in one hit. And that's what you hear at the end, is Sassy going, ooh, because there's paper on the ground. It's very funny. Oh no, it's for the orphans. I did cut out some in the middle, actually. I actually edited that together. That's not how it is. Okay.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye.